It is 7 minutes past the hour, and you've got the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the Good Time Gang live on Read Across America Day. Get ready. Here we go. We've got the annual reading of Green Eggs and Ham. We'll talk about that in just a second with the guys. Willamette could spin at any moment. Adler back in studio today. We'll catch up with him. Bible study live today, noon Central. So a lot happening at old Rick and Bubba. At rickandbubba.com. That's the website. Go there for all the information. The O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. There's a slew of chances for you to catch the guys as all of us are out and about. And Rick speaking. You might catch Helmsy. So a lot happening there at the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events at rickandbubba.com. Don't forget to click on the store. You've got a lot of chances there to have Rick and Bubba 24/7. So we welcome you in to another edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. So without further ado, as I mentioned, we have Adler. He's in the TV room setting everything up for the day. And over to my left, it's Greg Burgess. And to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all? Hey, hello. Hey, hello. Hey, hello.
Testing.
Hello, everybody good. Testing a 1 and a 2.
Gentlemen.
So today,
you always scare me when you say that.
Today
I think you're saying something else.
Yeah. You see this book here? It is the Green Eggs and Ham book from Dr. Seuss. Today's National Read Across America Day. So let us know that you're a part of Rick and Bubba's world's largest classroom by tagging us on social media at Rick and Bubba, spell out and A-N-D, with your participating photos. And the annual reading of Green Eggs and Ham will be at 8:20 a.m. Central Time if you're listening live. If you're catching this and it's a little bit later because of streaming and podcast and different things, we always put that out on social media. So just search us at Rick and Bubba. And it's another, it happens fast. And I'm always, just on a personal note, proud of myself for keeping up with the books each year. And especially in the move.
Yeah.
It was funny because these old bright things, you know, look at these orange things. They just stick out, right?
I like 'em.
So I put it in the, when we moved over here, you had your important boxes that you had, and then you had miscellaneous boxes. These were in the important boxes. Because if you look up, and hey, where's the books?
Yeah.
Greg, where are they? But they're here. And this book was given to Rick and Bubba, Inc. in 2004.
How about that?
And
Wow.
this
That
one
only comes out once a year. It looks
and
neat.
this one here is one of the originals at the Wilburn House that was given to Tyler back. A long time ago. So anyway, we're ready. We're ready for another year, and so don't forget. Tag us at Rick and Bubba on social media, all platforms, and then we'll try to retweet those and like them and post them and share them and all the fun stuff. So that's today at 8:20 a.m. Central Time. All right, so how are y'all? Y'all good? Fired up for another day?
Yeah.
Ready to go?
Excited about that Read Across America Day.
Well, you sound like it. You calm down. Good night. Huh?
Just can't hold
Just
myself
slow.
back.
What I want you to do is slow down.
All right, I don't
slow.
want to peak too early.
Slow down. Just slow down. So yesterday, I had one of those moments that concerns me a little bit. I forgot my phone at the gym, trying to do a little bit better.
You just left it, or
Just left it.
how
just
far?
left it.
How far did you get?
A little further than you'd like. And matter of fact, I had sat through a very long red light with lots of cars easing my way up. And I was at the red light so long, I was going to reach over to my phone because you're just sitting there.
Yeah.
And that's when I went, where's my phone? And I started thinking, where's my phone? And I'm like, did I drop it? And so I start looking down at the floorboard. No, it's not there. Where is it? So then you start really worrying, like, okay, did I leave it on the, like put it on the back of my truck when I was getting in or something? You know, you think, is it in the middle of the road somewhere?
Which I've done that.
Oh,
Sure.
yeah. And so I'm like, where is it? And then it hit me. Wait a minute. It's in the gym.
It's laying by the rower.
It's funny you say that.
Are you expecting a call during your workout?
Well, yeah, I was communicating with the family a little bit. Normally, I leave it in the car, but I needed to be found. So I was
I have it for listening to things.
Yeah. Well, I was working out with Hobie,
Music.
so I had somebody to work out with, so I wasn't going to put in headphones and ignore him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So because we're interacting a little bit.
Y'all are inseparable.
No, and so
like Siamese twins.
So I walk in and I'm thinking, I think I know where it is. And I walk, and you could tell the confusion on the people that work the front desk. Like, weren't you just
man,
here?
He's getting after it today.
Yeah. Wow, you're back
He just
again?
took a break. He's coming back.
And I was very uncomfortable. You know how I am with these moments. It's just
he had
weird
to
me.
explain to him why he was back.
Every person he ran into.
I left my phone.
Well, instead of having to get my little fob thing out and check back in, I just said, hey, forgot my phone. And he just kind of looked at me like, all right. So I go to the very back, and I remember stupidly, I leaned it up against, for some reason, I leaned it up against the wall by where we were doing stuff. And I go back there, and, you know, it's because you're trying to see it and hoping, please let it be there. Please let it be there. And I finally was able to turn the corner, and there it was. And this old man was rowing. He was on the rowing machine.
He said, "Leave my phone alone, pal."
And so I was walking towards him, and there was nobody around. And you could tell he was like, "What are you doing?" And
no, he wasn't. You had to explain to him why you were there.
No. It's like my phone was this orange book, and he was working out there. So I had to get close to him, and it looked like I was coming in on him.
Left my phone.
And I didn't say anything to him, but he kind of looked at me like, "Why are you coming at me? I don't know
Sir,
what's up."
Can I row with you while I grab my phone?
Hey, look, I left my phone if you're wondering.
Yeah, but I got my phone, and I talked to it a little bit.
What are you doing later
and
today?
I apologized to it and said I was sorry for leaving you behind.
Yeah.
But it was that relief of, okay, I remember where it was, and I found it.
Yeah.
But for a second, I panicked. I was like, where is it?
I lost mine in the truck, and listen to how this works. Because I just go through the motions you don't remember. The console. I set it on the console, and then at some point I had opened the console and looked at it and didn't remember doing that. I look, my phone's gone. I'm driving. I'm like, I know I had it in the car. It's gone. I didn't remember opening the console. Anyway, it was in the back seat.
Because you threw it back there when you opened it up.
Yeah, you threw, yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't remember opening the console. So I'm thinking it don't just disappear.
Yeah. Right.
And of course, and then I couldn't find it.
Yeah, panic.
Finally found it. Back here in the back.
Well, so anyway, that was my my afternoon. I panicked slightly. Had to turn around and I would say, with no exaggeration, at least 5 minutes away. So I had to turn around, and I was like, I'll never get this time back. But I paid myself,
There's good and bad about my setup. I would be in a world of hurt if I lost this because all my cards,
my
you have driver's license,
you have that little thing on the back.
Every single thing that I need, is right here in one.
Right here. So you don't have a wallet at all?
No.
Okay. No. Where do you have put cash and stuff?
I don't carry cash.
I mean, but you have to at some point.
I do not.
Cash.
I do not. Matter of fact,
you don't have a $5 bill every now and then.
No.
Okay.
No, I don't. As a matter of fact,
I like total cash.
No, I like toting it too. I just don't have any to carry around. And last night, Amanda asked me, "Hey, Caroline needs $5," and I had to tell her to go. Hey, go see Braden. He's the one that's got cash. He carries cash in his wallet.
There you go, a little folder.
So, yeah, I do not carry cash. I have no reason to carry cash.
Yeah, you'd still like to have a little cash.
I've yet to have that reason. I don't know.
Like
Maybe I don't get out much. Maybe
like
that's it. I don't know. Maybe I live such a boring life that I don't need cash. I don't know.
No, I don't know if that has anything to do with boredom.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
I mean,
simple. Simple.
I rarely use cash, but every now and then, you just need a little bit. But I bet you if you looked at my wallet, it'd be just don't make you jokes. Probably $5-10.
I'm being honest here. Yeah. I can't tell you the last time. I mean, it's been I know over a year that I've used cash. Maybe two.
Most of these games that you go into, they don't take cash anymore.
That's not my world. So that's probably you're probably all over
one of the reasons why is because I think they were finding that some of the cash.
Well, I think pandemic.
Missing.
I think the pandemic changed all that too.
Yeah, and so you just swipe your card.
For some reason, they thought the money was dirty.
Rick and Bubba.
There it is, ELO.
ELO.
Aren't they going into the Hall of Fame, or didn't that just happen?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
until Foreigner Sticks gets in there, I'm not even going to talk about it.
Well said. We do have much to do as we start down the rest of the road here today. Bubba, you mentioned it, the old health care plan. That's a doozy. Well, that's going on, and as you said, there's a process, and we as Americans, and Rick Burgess included, really kind of hate all the details because the process is quite complicated.
Yeah,
it is, but
it's kind of boring.
But it was set up to be complicated, and
you know, it was.
So we wouldn't have a dictator. But we've allowed the old central government to get pretty big, and as Americans, we have to kind of decide whether that bothers us or we're just happy with it being big.
Rick, there's one thing worse than say a dictator. That's like 560 of them.
Well, I was laughing last night. I was rolling in and was flipping around, and I found Mark Levin. And of course, now Mark Levin, he is a constitutional conservative, and is no holds barred. And of course, he's physically sick about this, and he's saying that that it can't. But what I thought he did that was really, really cool, and we've done it before, is he said, "Why don't we just have doctors call into the show? And why don't y'all just tell us the real world?" Mm-hmm. And, of course, one doctor had looked at all 121 pages of this, and he said, the one that got me the most, and I think he was a radiologist, he said, I, at one time when I was young, see if this sounds familiar, he said, I was a Democrat. And he said, and you're drawn to that, even as a doctor, because I'd done my studies, and I pictured myself helping people. I just wanted to help people.
Right.
And he said, and there's nothing wrong with that, certainly. And he said, I know this is, I'm paraphrasing, but at the end of the day, he was saying, what I'm about to say now, I want you to hear my heart. He said, I've understood that if you are a left-wing Democrat, you really have a vision of the world like a child. Mm-hmm. And he said to Mark Levin, he goes, and people like you say adult things, and children don't like to hear it.
No.
You know what I mean? He said, because it's a child who says, I just want to be able to go to the doctor when I'm sick and somebody give me what I want. And I don't really want to hear how that happens. He said you don't want to hear about the engineer that had to design the hospital. You don't want to hear about the people who built the hospital. You don't want to hear about the engineers who come up with the machines that give you MRIs and all that. He said you don't want to hear about what that costs and what that equipment costs and
how the drugs are made.
Yeah, how the drugs are made, how they're developed. He goes, you don't want to. You just don't want to hear all that, like your fingers in your ear going la 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 la. You just give me health care. I don't really care how it gets here. And he said, but that's the mentality of a child. And he said, what we have right now, one thing I think is important to clarify, and I tried to reach out to some of the people that we're fortunate enough to actually know that are actually in this process right now, who share our worldview. And they said, okay, over here on the far, I'm just doing my hands, in my right hand, he said, you've got Trump, Ryan, and Pence, and they're trying to say, by golly, this is what we're doing. Right. And he goes, and they're not completely where we need to be because it's not good enough. Now over here, he said, on the other hand, you've got people that say disaster, this is it. We're being betrayed by this administration. He goes, and they're not exactly right. He said, in the middle is the bottom line is the process has started, and it isn't what the American people want that voted for Trump, but it isn't over. He said there has to be a framework to get started. Now, if you want to say that Trump did not destroy Obamacare and say, let the chips fall where they may, we're starting over, he goes, now, you're right, that didn't happen. He said, but the framework that has been put forward is almost like you took a baby step and said, now, this part of Obamacare where we are going to change, but a lot of it's still there. And now, he said, but we're now going to fight and kick it around and try to cut and move and move. He says the process is not over. That whatever this act is being told, do not get in your mind as an American, hey, this is Trump's health care plan, this is going to be passed through, and this is what we stuck with. That is not true. He said you've started the process to get there, but it is not finished. So you're not going to wake up tomorrow and the Health Care Act of America is now the law of the land. That's not where we are.
It's.
So I hope that helps. It helped me.
Here's the problem. We elected a bulldozer. We want bulldozer type results, but the problem is if we look at history and the way that the liberals moved this country to the left, they didn't do it with a bulldozer. They did it with the old frog in the pot plan, where they would take a step, let it cool off, take a step, let it cool off, and so I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I know that they're up against a sort of time limitation in that a lot of the
It is 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's Kick-Off Hour. Don't forget, today's Read Across America Day, so let us know you're a part of Rick and Bubba's World's Largest Classroom by tagging us on social media at Rick and Bubba with your participating photos. We'd love to see how you are going to watch or listen to the Green Eggs and Ham reading. It's our annual reading, and it's just, this morning if you're listening live at 8:20 a.m. Central Time. Today is part of Dr. Seuss's National Read Across America Day. All right, Will and me could spin as well. Adler is back in studio. Bible study live today, noon Central. All of that happening today. I saw something that it was way on. It was between the State of the Union and the Ukrainian situation. You really have to dig for stories that aren't related to either one of those. And I saw a story, and I mean, think about this. Dang the luck. All right, so we got us a cargo ship. All right. A lot of cargo ships out in the ocean.
Sitting and waiting.
Carrying 4,000 cars. 4,000 cars sinks in the Atlantic Ocean.
Ooh.
4,000 cars.
We got a car shortage as it is.
It caught fire, apparently, and became disabled almost 2 weeks ago and sunk in the Atlantic Ocean. Guys, it was, let's see, approximately 4,000 primarily Volkswagen Group brand cars, including Porsche, Lamborghini, others, was shipped from Germany, headed to the U.S. when the ship caught fire for still unconfirmed reasons, they say, although some have suggested it may have been caused by a battery in one of the electric vehicles in the shipment. Y'all hearing that?
That's crazy.
Anyway, listen to these totals here. Volkswagen has confirmed that insurance covered the loss, which experts told the Wall Street Journal could be as much as $155 million to the automaker, while the loss of all the cargo on board was valued at about $438 million.
Right there in the bottom of the ocean.
Caught on fire. And they think, again, it's still unconfirmed, but they think it caught on fire from a battery in one of the electric vehicles in the shipment.
Oh, wow.
But anyway, just dang the luck. Imagine if you're in charge of that cargo ship and you've got 4,000 cars on there. And I'm talking about Lamborghinis, Porsches. I mean, it's nice Volkswagen Group brand cars. And the dang thing catches on fire and sinks.
Down they go.
And sinks.
Wow.
That's what is the most expensive thing y'all have destroyed or like you're like, all right, I'm out. I mean, besides a phone that's expensive and, you broke the phone or crashed, is there anything that you've destroyed or lost that's expensive?
Braden wrecked my car a couple months ago. It's life as a 16-year-old.
Yeah.
And it was one of those things where it's like, it's been paid off for like years and years and years, and it's not worth getting fixed. And it's like, hey, you call somebody and they write you a check and grab it at your house and take it on.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it was a loss.
Yeah. My story that was on the radio about the love seat.
Yeah,
that's not overly expensive, but it was brand new.
Yeah, destroyed
brand
it.
New, and
just
never
bought
made
it
to the house.
Yeah, just bought it.
Yeah, I love that story.
Pretty much that was on me.
Yeah.
I look back and it's just flipping. Man, it was flipping.
And
I thought for just a second,
story.
well, maybe it's not hurt. Nah, Greg.
It's one of my favorite segments that I play on Best Of.
Oh yeah,
it's bad, man.
The realization of wow, so there it goes.
Well, yeah, I just paid for this and I even got it. The plastic's still on it, and some cardboard.
Now you said you went back to them.
The guy did me right. He said, "I'll bring it back and I'll sell you another one for $100."
That's really not. So basically, it was $100 mess up. Yeah, you'll never get back.
No, but.
Do you have anything, Speedy?
Well, I mean, I'm sitting here trying to think, and things are probably going to come to me. Now, we've all dropped something or broke something. Not too long ago, I broke this really nice piece of it wasn't a plate, but it was kind of china? So yeah, kind of, sort of. It was in Terry's family, and like handed down from her grandmother or something. It just broke, just shattered everywhere. Yeah. And so, I mean, I kind of got in trouble with that a little bit.
We shattered that chandelier. We were there. We didn't actually do it. Rick did.
Right, yeah. But, I mean, something like this, when you're sinking to the bottom of the ocean and you've got 4,000 cars. on a cargo ship?
I didn't do this, but it's kind of a disaster for us.
Yeah.
Kind of in this, because the guy that was, the guy that's running the boat didn't do this on purpose.
He didn't.
But I remember, y'all remember when I lived in Pelham and we cleared off that lot behind us, and the guys that cleared it off was supposed to put that, I don't know what it's called, but it's that black fence so it won't wash out.
Yes.
And then the next day, we had torrential rain in the Birmingham area that we hadn't seen in years.
Right.
And it flooded, and all of that dirt that they had moved washed down in our neighbors, like not just the first house, the second house, and made it to the third house.
So
we're talking thousands of damage, and this is going on while we're doing the show, and Amanda's calling, panicking. And
I remember that.
New sod had been laid, but I mean, what was bad was the mud was washing into other people's homes.
Oh boy!
Oh, that's not good.
And so that cost me a couple $1,000s there.
When it's happening, you can't stop it.
No, there's nothing we could do.
All right, so you just brought back a memory
Yeah.
that I didn't do, but I was on the receiving end, and that is when we were building the house. 16, 17, 18 years ago. I can't remember how long it was. It was a long time ago. Lived out the saga on the air for all of you old-timers. I came home, and we built up against a ridge, beautiful ridge, hardwoods, just going up the side of the ridge. I came home, and the builders had skinned the entire ridge to get fill dirt for where the house was going to be. And I pull up, and the whole thing is just, I'm talking about just slick as a baby's butt. And then the next day it rained, and all the mud started sliding off the hill.
No.
And it was a handle. We had to call in professional to throw all that mulch and that sticky mulch.
You ever wonder,
and now it's all grown back up, but man, what a handle!
If you ever wonder why that black felt fence is there, it's there for a really good reason.
And you might ought to put it back.
Yeah. Wow. Really good reason.
All right, well there you go.
Fortunately,
the memories.
too tragic.
No. How about 4,000 cars at the bottom of the ocean?
That's
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Obamacare regulations kicked in, at different times, and they have to. There's like I don't know if it's 90 or 120 day limit where they're under a federal review. In other words, they're easier to repeal during that time than if you wait and let them become a finalized law. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. None of us like the Obamacare situation because it's unsustainable.
Well,
and I don't know that what they're proposing is sustainable. I don't know. Like you said, it's very, very
Well,
complicated.
the doctors that were calling in last night that are in the medical field said if we get stuck with this, we haven't accomplished anything.
What did Mark say?
He said 100% disaster and betrayal of what everybody voted for.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we'll talk about it. So let me just read to you so I can clarify, because this gets really complicated about this healthcare thing. This is a quote that from some people that are in there fighting the good fight, and people we would think would be in a reasonable, balanced view of all this. Quote from this person from Congress: "It's better than Obamacare. Let me tell you this, what we have right now, but it's not where we need to be." He said several other members and I are working on some things that will make it better if we can get them in the bill. But to your point, Bubba, because we are limited in what we can do through reconciliation, this bill could be treated as a framework to get us going in the right direction. What we need is people all over the country praying like you did before the election for God to give the vision and the courage to put our political concerns aside. Speedy, to your point that you said a minute ago, that some of this is being done the way it's done because it could be political suicide, that we put that aside, ignore the special interest groups, be able to tolerate and just live with the left-wing media that's not going to work with you, and do what's best for the country. And then continue to have that attitude on all the critical decisions that are still to come. And to me, that's pretty much it. We're also they're going to have the courage to do what needs to be done and not look at it and sit behind closed doors and say, now politically, do y'all really want to hear about people crying how we wouldn't give people health care and all that? But again, you can't run a country with the mentality of a child. I just want something, and I don't really care how I get it. and how it affects other people, how it affects the future.
Well, the problem is the mentality of the country is very childlike.
That's what I mean. Yeah,
you've got to.
You're right. You're right.
You know, if you're running a lemonade stand, you got to be able to speak the lingo, and I think that's where they lose out a lot of time. It's a soundbite world, you know, and it's a complicated problem can't be solved in a soundbite. You know, it does bring up an interesting question. I was talking to a guy yesterday. When did we start having health insurance in our country? I know this is going to be somewhat mind-blowing. We conquered the continent, birthed a nation, defeated several world powers, we finally was able to put a man into the air. We defied gravity with that. We even split the atom before we had health insurance in our country. So what if we just didn't have it anymore?
Well, again,
is that not mind blowing?
If the free market and businesses and entrepreneurs want to do it, I think that'd be fine if they wanted to. But to your point, I'm gonna go ahead and just say what no one wants to say. There is nothing, nowhere in our history or in our Constitution that the government should be involved in health care whatsoever.
At all.
I mean, whatsoever.
And
here's one of the things that Levin, the point he was making last night, you know, the great one who gets very angry. And he said last night, he said the problem with what is being proposed now and what Obama proposed is you take what was really, and you've made this point, Bubba, what was kind of the fuel that kind of kept it going. He said, now we're taking the single man or woman who says, I got no spouse, I got no kids, I want to go find me a $200 or $300 a year insurance policy that's catastrophic, basically, and I don't expect to get sick a whole lot, and I don't want to pay a whole lot for it, and I'm fine with that. I don't need, you know, this top to bottom coverage that takes care of every little thing I ever encounter, every little doctor visit, every little whatever. How about I'd rather not invest in that at my age and my health and my situation? He said the government is telling those people you can't do that. By golly, you're going to buy full coverage from top to bottom, and you're crushing them financially, and then it doesn't work out, and now they're all in a bind. So what have you really accomplished? You're not giving people freedom and liberty to say, if I want to do a catastrophic plan that is cheap and doesn't cover a whole lot, I ought to have the right to do that.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean?
But see, here's the problem.
But they're taking that away.
There's politicians like to get up on the podium and tell massive amounts of people, millions, I'm going to give you something for nothing.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
It's 25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Today's Read Across America Day, 8:20 a.m. Central Time, will be our annual reading of Green Eggs and Ham. Make sure that you tag us on social media. Let us know you're part of the world's largest classroom. Ooh. All right, as we continue, Eddie Van Adler back in studio today. We were discussing a few things in the break yesterday. I'm not going to get into the State of the Union because we're going to save that for the main show. But I will tell you, I did make a conscious effort not to watch it just because I was enjoying family time, and Terry and I were just kind of hanging out. We had just eaten, and we both made the decision not even turning it on. But do you want to know what we were watching when we made that decision?
What?
Red Dawn. The
new
2012 one.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
And I know,
I like the classic.
I do too, and I've watched the classic many a times. But I watched this one, and we just so happened we caught it right at the beginning. It was and watched it, and it's funny though when they're talking and what all they're saying. You know, I mean, I know I get it. I know it's all just, hey, it's Red Dawn.
It's
we're
real
making
to me,
it up.
damn it.
But some of the stuff they're talking about, it's like, wow. Yeah, we gave it a little bit last night, and it was, you know, I mean, it's on, and I know I thought about you throughout the whole thing, and how you probably didn't like it and stuff.
I started getting sleepy about 8 every night, so I thought it's gonna be tough for me to stay up anyway.
Right.
So I sat down. It was like 7 o'clock. And I thought, what am I going to do? I was going to give it a look at 8 just to see if I could stand it.
Okay.
Which I could.
So you gave it a little bit of an effort.
I tried until we had about 2 standing ovations in the first 3 minutes, and I said, I can't sit there and watch this. Because y'all know I'm on record. That gets on my nerves. Now, I'm talking about both parties. Yeah. Here's the deal. Roll him in there, let him do his thing, and then you can stand up or boo. But we have to wait. This thing could last more than half shorter than it is if we would cut the stupid stand-up clap crap out.
Right.
Anyway, so I said, well, I'm going to kill a little time till 8. And, man, I was going through the movie channels.
Yeah.
And I'm talking, I caught it just as it was coming on. My favorite movie of all time, Smokey and the Bandit. Now, if I wouldn't have been sleepy, I'd have probably just stayed with Smokey and the Bandit. But then I was getting sleepy, and I said, well, I'm going to look and see what Basement Joe's doing. Mm-hmm. Of course, he had to introduce him. He walks in, he's working the crowd. Then, of course, he
no mask,
tried to say 2 words, and goofy Pelosi was having to stand up. And I said, I can't watch. I don't like the stand up clap. I just don't like it.
Right.
After and then the ones who don't like it, we got to sit there like we're mad, and then the others say it's just so stupid.
Right.
It's just a waste of time. But anyway,
I wasn't gonna even look at it.
But I just confirmed what I've always said: Smoking the Bandit's the best movie ever made.
Ever. Did you find yourself still laughing?
Yes.
Cackling.
It's still funny.
Favorite part?
When he goes in to get that sandwich, I can't say it on there. And he tells that waitress he's in a hurry. He needs a Diablo sandwich, and I'm in a hurry. It's funny. And there's so many. Buford T. Justice gives me a lot of material.
Yeah. That's so good.
But Jerry Reed's in it. He's cool as ever.
Yeah.
And of course, nobody was cooler than Burt Reynolds in 1977.
Nobody.
Black Trans Am, my dream car. Shh. Get no better than that. Then I ruined it and turned on that crap.
Right.
Yeah, it didn't come out. We got to stand up, too.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. Okay. How about you, Helms?
I did. Yesterday, I knew was going to be so just blow and go all day long that schedule wouldn't allow it. And I would get home around 7-ish, and the last thing I wanted to do was I'm like probably 8 o'clock last night. I said, hey, I'm going to bed. I knew I'd have. There's a little podcast I listen to every morning on the way in that kind of gives me the headlines, and that's all they were focused on this morning. So I knew I would get a little bit of it. What's wrong? I do want to ask
some
this.
chick got to yelling at him, didn't she? Some
really?
representative.
Well, yeah.
I just saw it.
Well, it was
about,
about
that. I would have liked.
He was talking about.
Now, if you want to stand up and yell, that's fine.
He was talking about service members and everything, and then she screamed out with the 13 service members that were killed over in Afghanistan. She screamed something out about that. But yeah, that was one of the highlights. And I kind of like Helmsy. I knew that doing show prep and everything, for an hour or so prior to this show starting, I'm like, I'll get the highlights and everything.
I read a couple fact checker things this morning, and I just, whatever. It is what it is.
I saw somebody.
I do want to ask the audience, do you have more on that?
I was just going to ask, there's 2 things. I want to know what is going on with Pelosi's lip. Is she gnawing on it, or is that
what
just
she's doing?
Botox gone bad?
I don't.
Really
it seems to get worse every time I see her.
Yeah.
And then did he have any blunders or anything?
Yeah, he had one gaffe where he confused or misspoke. Instead of Ukraine, he was talking about instead of Ukrainians, he said Iranians.
Oh, that's a big miss. By the way.
You can see Vice President Kamala Harris mouth something like, "Oh boy." There was some uncomfortable moments there.
I saw him clap for the Ukrainian representative.
Right, yeah. Ambassador.
Went on a little long.
Right.
Sure.
She was uncomfortable with that. She got to a point where she was like, okay, I got it.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, he got I think both sides agreed on supporting Ukrainians and their effort that's going on right now. That was a no-brainer. But besides that, you have what Greg said, and that is one side's going to clap, one side's not, and all that. So, and then you got all this stuff where he just ignores most of what's going on and highlights the others. But yesterday, I'd like to hear from the audience. Some of you in our flagship market, there was a situation on the interstate, and you never want that to happen. But hear a little bit of this, and let's discuss it.
Well, there are signs of progress here at Dead Man's Curve, but the road is still unfortunately closed more than 5 hours after it started. 40,000 pounds of chicken fat just spilled all over the road here when an 18-wheeler overturned.
An 18-wheeler. Let me get
how do you
through it.
clean that up?
I know. An 18-wheeler
Nasty.
overturned while attempting to navigate the stretch of road known as Dead Man's Curve
You
in
mean right there
Birmingham.
at the cemetery? How many times have people hit that?
I don't
Guys,
know.
and look, it tells you it's coming up. It even gives you the
What's it do?
that you run over.
Yeah.
Gives you all that. I mean, how does that sneak up on people?
Happened around.
Happens all the time.
Happened shortly before 11 a.m. on I-20 westbound at the at I-59 interchange.
There it is.
Right there.
Right there.
Birmingham
cemetery
Fire
my
and
grandparents are buried
Rescue says that no one was injured in the wreck. He said motorists should expect the cleanup to take a minute.
Yeah.
This is right after it happened.
Hey, let me tell you this.
You have a lot of animals going over there, too.
You don't want to drive through chicken fat. You're talking about lose your grip.
A lot of animals gonna smell that and be over there just picking at it.
45,000 pounds of chicken fat
That's a
on the interstate.
And who did they get to report it? I thought he was covering figure skating.
There it
That's what it
is.
sounded
There it
like.
is. Probably listening.
probably loves the show.
Yeah, probably does. Yeah, probably does.
The kickoff hour probably his favorite hour.
Yeah.
Well, there are signs of progress here at Dead Man's Curve, but the road is still
disagree.
unfortunately closed more than 5 hours after this started. 40,000 pounds of chicken fat just spilled all over the road here when an 18-wheeler overturned.
I'll be honest with you, that's the perfect person to report chicken fat everywhere.
Okay. That was a clip from the news report. So,
All right.
I don't have a name, and I'm glad I don't. I'm glad I don't. And if you're listening, appreciate the report.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Again, I thought some.
But you know when you spill something,
Chicken fat, they got to still be cleaning.
when you spill something and you don't know where to start to clean it up, it's so bad.
How about think about this? At first, so I go somewhere and they load my truck down with chicken fat. That's what I have to drive.
Right. Yeah.
Every day.
Why couldn't it
What
be
you
like
hollering?
Hershey's chocolate?
I got a load of chicken fat. Goodness.
Yeah, I told y'all this. You
Where's
know,
it go?
Terry's
Rendering
brother,
plant?
he hauled Hershey's chocolate for a
That's
long
better.
time.
See.
Yeah.
I think anything's better than chicken fat.
Golly, chicken fat.
When is the last time y'all have had just a giant spill at your house that you had to go, I don't know where I'm going to start here?
Oh yeah, like to the point where you
Yeah.
just don't know where
Yeah.
where do you begin?
I knocked a big candle off a couple of years ago.
that wax
and,
will
and
not
the
come
it
off.
won't, man. There's still wax there today.
We had to throw a couch away one time.
I feel like I'm gonna have to paint the wall.
That's the one that goes through it at that
Yeah.
time. I told y'all about.
Any big spills like food, soups, those type of things that you're like, man, I cannot believe that got away from me.
I had like a big bowl of pasta and come out of the refrigerator and drop it, and it flip over and just go everywhere, and you don't even know where to. You just look. You go, where do I start?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
horrible. It's horrible.
Yeah, we had
But you're right about that wax. And there's tricks. Oh, you put wax paper in it and then put an iron on it. None of it works.
Right. I had a terrible incident with drive-through that I discussed a little bit not too long ago. I spilled an entire drink on me when I was pulling into the driveway. It just a Sprite. I'm talking about the entire thing. I thought it was in the cup holder, and it wasn't. And anyway, I turned and it just came right on top of it. I was soaking wet. I mean, soaking wet. And then the other day, we had a spill at the house, but luckily it was just water. But it just splattered all over the entire kitchen, and we had those little runners of a mat kind of down. It was soaking wet. We had to hang it up outside for a day and just go through. But luckily, it wasn't like anything that was bad. It was just water.
Yeah.
You know.
We had this happen this 3 months ago. This is like around a little before Christmas. We had this mirror in our bathroom. The girls always go. It's like 3 foot by like 5 foot, real thin, and long. And it come off the hinges and fell this way into the floor and shattered.
Yeah.
First of all,
You
it was
can't
so
have
loud, I didn't know what had happened in the house.
And then you're trying to find pieces you want to stick in everybody's feet.
Then it's like if you come in here, have
tiny
shoes
pieces.
on, and guys, there was so many pieces. Amanda and I were like, okay, how do we? Okay, we're gonna need a shop vac.
Yeah.
We're gonna need a broom.
Yeah.
and we're going to need shoes.
Sure.
Because and to this day, I find glass.
I remember you right after that.
When glass breaks, it just splatters.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I remember you calling my voicemail and leaving me a voicemail right after that happened.
Well, there are signs of progress here at Dead Man's Curve, but the road is still unfortunately closed more than 5 hours after this started. 40,000 pounds of chicken fat just spilled all over the road here when an 18-wheeler overturned.
Sounds like a mess.
Gracious. Buddy of mine going through that right now says it's all cleaned up.
Okay.
Bravo to the people that did that.
Good gracious.
Imagine pulling up on that and going,
I don't know why that
get
curve keeps sneaking up on
Rick
people.
and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Vote for me.
You're 100% right. And Republicans do it just like Democrats, just to a lesser degree. But it's still there.
Just a brief history, because I thought this was interesting. There were some individual prepaid hospital plans, they called them, that were noted as early as the 1920s and 1930s. But major medical actually evolved in the 1950s. Vision care late in the 1950s, and dental at the beginning of the 1960s. It was seen as a way to entice workers to stay with a company.
Well, here's the question.
It was a benefit.
This is what the Trump administration is going to have to face. And, we can do all this bombastic and, hey, I don't care what people think and all that, but apparently we do, this is the moment when somebody says, to take that beach at Normandy, we're going to lose.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's going to be ugly. Mm-hmm. I mean, we're going to have people laying all over the beach in American uniforms, and it's going to be bad. Now, that day, of course, the country was kind of solidified. But let's say it was today,
right.
And the way the media works today. The media would be showing they would just be showing our men and women coming out of those aquatic vehicles and just being blown to smithereens. Mm-hmm. And everybody said, but there really is no other way to take the beach. And so we have to have the stomach for what has to be done. And here's a bizarre concept, Americans, which we've completely lost, for the betterment of the future. So we don't give a rip. Hang on, Rick. We don't care. We do not care about the future anymore.
Hold on,
we're narcissistic, self-involved human beings, and by golly, as long as it takes care of me for my short period here on this country, I don't care what it does to the country. And I just don't want to be inconvenienced. I don't want to be pain. I don't want any pain. I don't want any suffering. I don't want to have to sacrifice anything for the betterment of the future. And the politicians know that's the mentality of the majority of Americans, and they're afraid to go against it. And that's why we can't take the giant steps we need to take. We just take little bitty ones that don't make a lot of difference. That's really the problem. And you can put an R or a D by that mentality. The green room at Fox and Friends, and look, let me say this: this is not about us. But if you could go on there today and say, "Hey guys, I was just talking to Rick and Bubba, and they just want me to tell y'all, hey."
All right.
I don't want you to feel obligated to do that.
Stephen,
I'm just here to serve.
Yeah,
you've turned out quite a book here.
Yeah, I mean, I would. It's hardcover. It's got incredible pictures in it, and of course Bubba's looked at those. I've actually read some of it.
Yeah, but, I mean that's a lot of pages to read when you're in the bathroom.
But but this is all kidding aside, though, this had to be, I'm going to say, incredibly difficult to do something so personal.
Well, you know what? It was way harder than I thought, and it was way more rewarding. And for me personally, to get to do this, it was a real gift. And I went into it not really knowing what the journey was going to be like. I think I put it off as long as I felt like I could. 30 years, I've had different times where publishers and different ones have said, hey, you ought to write your story. It's pretty interesting, kind of fascinating journey. And I've always said someday I'll be ready to do that. And finally, it sort of felt like that someday had come, and I was at the right place in the journey. Don't feel like I'm anywhere near the end of it, but it just felt like the right place to tell this story. And but I was pretty amazed at, you start out thinking, I can't remember where I was, yesterday half the time, and thinking about how am I going to remember, 54 years of journey, 30 years of career, but the memories were like a flood, the old cliche, the flood of memories. It was pretty incredible once I got into the telling of the story of my family, my brother, Herbie, my dad, Bubba, you know, and
What a great
Sharon
name.
just talking about there's a great name. And I thought of you guys often. And, you know, my love story to my wife, Mary Beth, and our journey together, and success and failure and, you know, missteps and loss and grief. And it was amazing. It was, like I said, a lot harder and a lot of tears. I cried and sobbed through a lot of telling the story, but I laughed, you know, hysterically a few times, and the memories just kind of came flooding back, and I'm really thankful to get to share the journey with people. I hope it encourages a lot of people on their own journey.
Well, just, you know, anytime you hear the stories of how your life and the passions that God has given you and the things He's carried you through impact others, I know, speaking personally too, it always helps. And I want you to know, one of our interns just told us a moment ago that it was your story and your call to, you know, promoting adoption is the reason why she has her own little sister.
Thank you so much for tuning into the kickoff hour on the Rick and Bubba Show. At this time, just want to, you know, talk to business owners, those that are in charge of running a company. If you are, you know, looking at the new year going, all right, here we go. 2022 is here officially. We are rolling, but we need to really get the word out about what we do, what we specialize in. Let us suggest getting a national sponsorship with our national sponsorship team and SSI. They just want us to remind you that the power of the program and another popular program that's syndicated by SSI can help accomplish your goals and reach loyal listeners and viewers ready to impact your business. You've got a lot of different things, of course, terrestrial radio. We love our over 50 network radio affiliates around the country, brave enough to call Rick and Bubba their home. We also have YouTube, Blaze TV feeds, the 24/7 TuneIn, digital radio channel, all the social media platforms, podcasts, online showcasing opportunities at rickandbubba.com. A lot out there. So let us suggest the national sales team help you with a sponsorship. 203 is the number, 431-0790. Or you can shoot them an email, and they'll get back with you on information you are looking for. Rick and, spell out and, Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. And we have some of the greatest radio stations in the country that have awesome local sales teams. So if you are looking at more of just a local opportunity in different markets, then shoot us an email as well, and we'll get you in touch with those fine folks to help you get the word out. All right, so as we come back, we're talking with Adler in the break. He is back today. Glad to have him back. Thanks to Sergeant Pepper. He is always a rock star, coming in when he needs to and getting through the show. And so that's there for you today. Adler back. Will of Meat could spin today. Bible study live today, noon Central. And don't forget, Read Across America, Green Eggs and Ham at 8:20 a.m. Central Time. If you're a teacher, homeschooler, whatever the case, make sure you're tuning in. And send us photos at rickandbubba.com. Tag us, and we'll get those back out. Retweet it and like it and share it and all that fun stuff. But part of the world's largest classroom. All right, did you say you had a question?
I don't want to ask it.
Oh, you don't want to ask
It's one of those things where, I'm
scared.
There's a, well, I guess I can ask it. I can be careful here.
Watch
Can you?
I think so. I just want to know rules of engagement on something. Mm-hmm. This is just living life, okay?
Okay.
There is a lady that I've seen now a couple times that I used to hang out with her husband a good bit.
Okay.
But they got a divorce. And when I say I see her, I just see her out and about.
Sure.
And I want to know what's going on with, they have a child together. And I want to know what's going on with him. I used to spend a lot of time with this guy.
Okay.
But
So
I
you
can't
lost,
find
you lost his contact.
But I
and all
don't
that?
I don't know how to contact him or anything like that.
Yeah.
I say you just mind your own business.
So I went in for the kill yesterday and just asked about him.
You did.
It was like, hey, I know this is probably going to be uncomfortable, but how is so-and-so?
Mm-hmm. Okay. And she?
Because they got a kid together.
What she said, I don't care. Hey.
Oh, she said, that's fine. We can talk about it for sure. Fine. That's fine. And she was, yeah. He's doing good, blah, blah, blah. But I just wondered, should I have even asked that?
Yeah, I get it.
Because I don't know, like the last 3 or 4 times, And it's one of those things where it's not like, I mean, she don't really know me. I just know him.
Okay, yeah. So
And
you,
so,
more awkward.
yeah,
well, that's what I'm saying. And so I was
You
like,
went ahead and went with it, though.
were you nervous?
it was, but I really want to know about him. Like, really want to know what's going on in his world.
When you approached her, did she like,
No,
who are you?
no. Well, no, she knows who we are, and so
Okay.
it's just one of those things that she doesn't know that I know him, and so it was a little uncomfortable, but I had to know.
Did you just come
Turns
right
out
out?
he's doing good,
Did
which
you
was
come
good
out?
for me
Come right
to
out
know.
with it? Did you come right out with it?
I did.
Did you ask for a
I
cell
said
phone?
I said I've been wanting to ask you this for a couple of days, or the last few times we've seen y'all, and like no like new husband or kids were around, so I thought, well, this would be a good time for me to ask.
You saw the
So,
opportunity and you took
yeah.
it.
Well, there's and look,
You should
I
have done it in front of a new husband. I bet that would have went well.
well, that's why I didn't do that, Greg.
I'm just saying.
I don't even know that she's remarried. I'm just saying that it was
okay.
one of those things where I was just uncomfortable. And I just wondered, was that the wrong thing to do, the right thing to do? Does it even matter? Am I making a big deal out of nothing?
You went with the gut
But I
feeling.
wanted to know, I needed to know that, hey, this guy's doing good. You know what I mean? But I didn't go as far to ask, hey, how'd I contact him? Because I kind of wanted to do that, and I let that
Well,
go.
I mean, heck, you were already in the discussion.
I
You
know.
should have.
I know. So, anyway.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
And hey, Helms, with social media these days that you hardly give anything to, you could probably just look him up.
Well, that's well, you could have just searched his
But I
name.
didn't. I
probably.
don't get on that all.
But instead, just
no.
have that uncomfortable moment.
Well, I don't know. It's
Hey,
weird. It's
how's,
weird.
how's old pal?
Hey, you don't know me. I'm a
I
little.
prefaced it with, I know this is probably going to be uncomfortable, but how is?
Yeah.
Well, at
Senator
first,
no longer married.
hey, honestly, at first I wasn't sure if they were like still married or not.
Oh, okay.
I was pretty sure that there was a divorce, but I wasn't positive. So that was another thing.
Well,
like
you were just out there wading in this deep water, hoping something's going to happen.
Hey, you don't know me. I'm a little
You don't know
nervous.
me. I really don't want to ask you this, but how's Freddie? Freddie, you went with Freddie. I don't know why.
his name's not Freddie.
I know. That's why I changed
Yeah.
it.
Do you have
Protect
his
him.
cell phone number?
Didn't go
I
that
kind
far.
of liked
with
him.
it.
Didn't like you much, but I liked him. I was clearly on his side in the divorce.
I didn't like you enough to say hey, but do you have his number?
What's funny is another two of my other friends that
I
I
think he called and left him a voicemail.
two of my here's the main reason. Two of my other friends have been asking the same questions I've been
So
asking.
you said I'm gonna get to
And
the
I
bottom
said,
of
I'm
this.
going to get to the bottom of this. And by the time that we have coffee again next week, I will have you an answer.
Yeah.
And so that day is coming up.
Right.
And I had to get it.
Yeah. Well, he called
It was
during.
urgent.
That was it.
It was urgent.
That was it. That's why.
Your buddy called during the break.
Well, there are signs of progress here.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So her family was moved by your organization and things you guys were talking about. So there's a life that we're looking at right now in the call screening room that were impacted by what you've been through.
Wow. Yeah. Well, that's, as you know, and I know, Rick, we, share the journey of the greatest loss and sadness you can experience as a dad, and I think as a human, loss for our little girls, and yet, in that, the joy and the, just sharing the story, I think for me, my life has been so impacted by stories of other people, probably more than anything. I read not a whole lot of books, but here's how to do it, here's how to do it right. Those kind of books, they're great. I'm sure they have a great place, but I've never been helped as much by those as I have by somebody just sharing me, telling me their story and saying, man, this is where I blew it, but this is where God, it carried me through, and nothing else could have done that. And that really is more than anything what this book is about, the amazing journey and how every step of the way, it's been my faith and God's faithfulness in ways that there's no other way to explain it. And I hope that people, if they pick this book up, they just will feel encouraged and feel a lot less alone on the journey that they're on.
Well, it's called Between Heaven and the Real World. Stephen Curtis Chapman, his story. We're talking to Stephen Curtis Chapman right now. And one of the cool things in here, too, obviously there's a lot of real heavy stuff, but there's also, lighthearted stuff and everything in between. I think some of the history behind some of these songs, I mean, Stephen Curtis Chapman is the most awarded Christian artists in Christian music history, 58 Gospel Music Association Dove Awards, 48 number one singles from when you think about this, a lot of times people want to know, where did these songs come from? And you talk about that in the book.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things that I think was most fun for me was I think when people listen to the songs, I mean, there's some that are real obvious, Cinderella. People have heard me tell that story so many times.
Oh, on this show, it was almost let me tell you something. I've never been so upset with you than the day you had us all crying in here on the show. Yeah. I mean, it's the way I felt about the New Song Bunch when they put out that Christmas Shoe song, which I think should be banned from all from music history. But when you did that, every dad in the audience, it just what an incredible song. But like you said, that one's
Rick hates to see me bawl. He really does.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you what, I don't have tear ducts. If I did, I would have cried. But but what I'm saying is though, that one's pretty obvious. But the other ones, I guess you talk about how God was moving in your life at the time, or what experiences you were going through. I remember when you went through your tragedy. Ours were very close together. When you were openly writing songs to God, saying, "Hey, this is a side of you that biblically I was aware of, but now I'm seeing this side of you." And I thought all that was just raw and honest and incredible, and something everybody may be thinking, but sometimes afraid to say.
Yeah, well, I think one of the things in that process, again, you talk about the stories behind the songs. There's so many lyrics and lines that I think when people maybe read the story, you all of a sudden might find yourself going, "Oh, so that's what he meant when he said, I will be here when you feel like being quiet." And I tell the story of how, falling in love with a woman who, I came from a family where you just yelled and screamed and got it all out in the open. And my wife had this family that just didn't talk about things when it got hard. You just kind of got quiet and went to your corner, your room. And here we are trying to figure that out. And, she's falling asleep in the middle of me making my best point, in an argument, and making me crazy, and I'm like, what do I do with this? And I end up, I telling myself, and I'm embarrassed that, I punched a hole in the wall of our first apartment. We didn't get our $100 deposit back.
Yeah, mess that up.
But just those kind of things that maybe bring even some more light on the, the songs for those that know them. I think just getting a chance to share a lot of that for me again was amazing. Just kind of even the healing and the cathartic process of getting to talk about those things brought even more, healing for myself, I think, in the process too.
Well, the book is out and available wherever you can get books. And again, it is nice. This hard copy, this first one, the first print is just a really cool collectible item, and it's just take your time to get in there. There really is very few topics that are not covered. That God's kept you around long enough and shown you enough things, you were able to fill up a pretty nice-sized book there.
Yeah,
enjoy that, grab it, tell the guys there at Fox and Friends we said hello, all kidding aside, and looking forward to what God's going to do through this book, and thank you for what he's already done through your life to this point. Appreciate it.
Guys, thank y'all.
All right, take care.
Thank you, brother.
Stephen Curtis Chapman, Between Heaven and the Real World, My Story, available everywhere books are sold. Also, we got his website and show notes today, StephenCurtisChapman.com.
We sing about beauty and we sing about truth. At $10,000 a show, that's right. We take all kind of pills, they give us all kind of thrills. But the thrill we've never known is a thrill that'll get you.
The gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number, and we're thankful that you are here. We start this hour with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Hopefully, you're aware of a little something called the Kickoff Hour. The Kickoff Hour happens prior to all of us joining together as Team Rick and Bubba. It's hosted by Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, who has returned today. So we'll check in with Adler as he has got back in his little room in there. There he is, ready to go. Also, we've got the Wheel of Meat still in play. Read Across America today. Teachers, are you ready to go? For the world's largest classroom, we'll read Green Eggs and Ham on the live show today at 8:20, 9:20 Eastern Time, 8:20 Central Time. Your options to be there when we do that, live on the YouTube channel, live on your Rick and Bubba affiliate, live on our TuneIn app. If you're not going to go live, then we also have the archive options on the YouTube channel and on our podcast channel. So there you go, teachers. Be sure and tag us on all the social media at Rick and Bubba and photos of your class being involved as we read across America. Will be awesome. We've had a great time with this over the years, so send that stuff to us, and we'll be looking for it. And also, Wednesday Bible Study returns live to the YouTube channel today, Genesis chapter 9. It'll be at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern, and then archived soon after. Across the way, there he sits, a silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, and fellow Americans. Welcome to the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Yep.
Sometimes you see bare-knuckle boxing where only the strong survive.
That's right. Well, I was sleeping with a loaded gun. Ain't no doubt about it. It's a story as old as time, isn't it?
Boy, it is.
I found the bottom from the top somehow.
A lot of people dealing with that right now.
That's a story as old as time. Just be careful. Sometimes you keep asking for something. You better be the kind of person that can handle it if it's given to you.
That's right. Yeah. Well, we
didn't know what I was asking for.
We've got a busy show today. Read Across America.
Yep.
We want to invite classrooms near and far to join in on that and put a picture of all that going on online for us. Tag it at rickandbubba.com.
Just
at Rick and Bubba.
Rickandbubba.com is our website.
Yeah, tag it. Just however you tag it. At Rick and Bubba.
You're a hit.
And then we'll probably show some of those maybe at rickandbubba.com.
Right. Now, don't poke us. Just tag us.
That's right.
Probably won't show them at rickandbubba.com.
Yeah, no. Just settle.
Everything's all right.
Comment. Just look.
We'll repost, reshare.
Yeah,
it's all fine. That good
it's
stuff.
Fine.
We'll
all
use social media.
Just get online, put a picture.
Yeah.
Get a line. And,
everybody text Bubba your class.
Yeah.
We're kind of looking at this. If you want us to continue to do it, show us that you're enjoying it.
Oh, look, there's nothing worse than to be doing something only to find out nobody cared about it.
That's
right.
I
mean,
it's one. We really. I mean, feedback for us. If we just for remotely think there's something going on, and we're like, was anybody really into this? And if they're not, buddy, you talk about now. You know, Burge will put an end date on something in a second.
Yeah. Especially if you're not that into it.
Well, I mean, I'm. You know what makes me into it? That it's a big deal and everybody's fired up.
People are
yeah.
into it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, let's face it. If you're backstage and you got your guitar, I'll use an Adler analogy. You're backstage, you got a guitar, and you're going to a place to play. And we've worked on a set list. You're ready like that, and somebody walks back and says, "Hey, man, there's like 4 people out there," and you go, "Wow!" So nobody really cares whether I go out and do this or not, and I've worked real hard at it. Or if somebody comes to say, "Hey, it's packed," hey, there's energy in the room, and there's people fired up, and you think, "Okay, so people care about this." So
that's something you want to keep doing.
Yeah. So then it really fires you up and motivates you to go.
Sure,
yeah. Now there's some things you do just for the love of it. And you don't care if anybody cares about it or not, But then there's things that's what drives it, and it fires you up.
Yeah.
Look, I'll be honest with you.
So we're kind of watching that one today.
Look, I quit football because I ended up at a school that didn't pack out the stadium. I was like, well, I don't know if anybody even cares about all this we putting into it. Now, but you come on the field where that stadium's packed, and you're like, hey, here's the payoff. It's worth it.
Here you go.
So we got that. That's coming up. And we also, as I mentioned, Wheel of Meat could spin today, tomorrow, or Friday. We know that'll happen one of those days. And I just will tell y'all straight up when we start unpacking the stories of the day, I did not watch the State of the Union. I've had plenty of friends texting. Speedy, those out there who have secondhand embarrassment. I actually had your cohort, Andy Blanks, who says he has secondhand embarrassment, maybe more, even at a higher level than you do. Even he said he made it about anywhere from 8 to 10 minutes. He said his walk away, he couldn't stay any longer, is when the president either straight up called the Ukrainians Iranians, or he combined Ukraine with Iran and went Uranians.
Oh wow!
And he said
that's a whole nother group.
Yeah, I think he combined. I think he combined Uranian, which are people who live on Uranus, of course. And so
which is not easy.
So Kamala Harris mouthing something after his mess up is priceless too.
Yeah.
We'll look at that.
He said Uranians was when he said I walked. He said I started getting hot. My face started getting hot.
There was
I didn't even turn it on. I couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
There was a couple of things that I thought the president said that I actually agreed with. We'll look at those. But Rick, his plan for getting inflation down is going to carry us right back to the 70s. It's absolutely the wrong thing to do to get inflation down.
It's a good time to hold up this. I'm holding up our big coffee cup that has on one side the logo, other side common sense is a superpower. Because what you told me he said about inflation, he's lacking this. He's lacking this gift.
He there's no real world experience since he's never had to make payroll for anybody. So, we'll cover that, and Rick, this is not like it's a mystery that we don't have a blueprint for. We went through this in the 70s, and we got out of it, and there's a way to do it. We know how to do it.
Yep.
But what I heard last night won't do it.
So we obviously will do any updates on the invasion of Ukraine as well, and your phone calls. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba. Rolling Stone. Wanna see my picture on the cover? Cover of the Rolling Stone.
Well, there's a couple of them here, and we'll get to. Let me get this one out of the way first, because the picture of this man is so perfect. I can see him. I can't say his name either. First name Carl, 74.
I know 8 people that look exactly like
I do
him.
too, and a lot of them. You saw a lot of them at Hamfest, didn't you?
Absolutely.
Carl, 74. He is done with the Kardashians, and I would have to agree with Carl on this. Let me tell you how done he is. He went into a Barnes & Noble, and he noticed that Kim Kardashian has a book that is nothing but selfies, and he began to destroy them. How about this? He had enough of this bizarre Kim Kardashian bunch, and he poured red liquid on them because he disliked the celebrity and people like her, he said. The surveillance video sadly captured him. As it was in Connecticut, which, by the way, him doing that in Connecticut is kind of gives me a little hope.
I've worked for 2 guys that looked exactly like
absolutely.
Yeah.
And he said that he just he could not stand what he called the social media vixen. And he said, it just crossed the line with me that you would actually not just take selfies, but have a book filled with selfies. And he said that was just the breaking point for him, and he could not take it anymore. And it's supposed to be a coffee table book of Kim Kardashian's selfies, and he could not take it, so he tried to destroy them. And he looks exactly like you think he does.
Yep.
I mean,
He don't play no games.
He's got the button-down shirt on that has checks on it. He's got his hair, exactly like you like it. He's got his glasses on. Wait a minute, my gosh,
You're describing me, Rick.
I know, Bubba.
Okay, please.
But and probably Bubba, as you will attest, most likely taught shop. Don't you think?
Yeah.
All right, moving on to one of our favorite movies, Elf. Now,
The actor, and I don't know how you say his first name, Faison. How did you say it a minute ago?
Faison or Fazan?
Faison Love. He's a comedian. But he's best known for being in the movie Elf. And no, he's not the little guy. He's actually
That's not Miles Finch.
Yeah, he was the guy who was. I kid you not. When I first saw this, I thought it was.
Please
Miles
let it be.
I thought
Please
that's
let
who
it
it was going to be.
Yeah.
He was the guy who was over the department where they all worked. Remember?
Yes. Hey, it's obvious somebody's gunning for my job.
Now
remember the code word is Santa's got a brand new bag. He's the one that Will Ferrell's character was supposed to be working for, doing the Santa deal, and there he is right there. There he is.
Now, he was arrested Tuesday night at the John Glenn Columbus International Airport when a argument over a bill turned violent. As a matter of fact, he got into a fight with a valet, Rick. He said that there was a disagreement. He said the valet tried to spit on him, according to him, and said he couldn't take that. He said, and I will quote him, "I wish I could say sorry or that I feel remorse, but sometimes somebody just got to get their A whipped."
He just said, "Look, there comes a time you just have to whip somebody." And he said, "Spitting on me is where," he said, "he spit at me," and I thought to myself, "Hey, And then he said, "Take my side. How about that?" And so then
she's in the news today too.
Take my side. How about that?
Yeah, but you can see on the footage from the airport that we're rolling now, you can see him at the counter talking, and then he walks around, and there's 3 workers, and he's confronting one of them, and he says when he turns, that's when the guy tried to spit on him, and he missed him, and then that's when he said, "Oh, no."
He basically said,
"Oh, heck no."
He slings him around pretty good.
There it is.
Too.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
he throws him
hey,
around.
wow, he did.
I mean,
wow. Wow.
He grabbed him like a bear would take a little animal and sling it through the woods.
Now there's a couple of things.
Now he's fighting all the valets and really holding his own.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Rick, he looks pretty stout. He's got a low center of gravity.
Right.
Means he's, kind of wide.
Right. He's
pyramid base.
Right. Look, now they're trying to break it up.
There's a couple of things I'd like to mention, if you don't mind, that I've watched, because I've watched this about 20 times.
I bet you have, because this is good surveillance video. By the way.
It really is.
I would like for you, and we're going to put this in show notes, so I'd like for y'all to look around right here, okay, around 10 o'clock
it's
here.
It's laid in that airport.
It looks like Just John comes right through here, somebody that visits the show every now and then, and like he's going to come over there and do something, then he starts to back up like he's scared. And then there's a security guard or somebody with authority that comes right here and stops. See why?
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. So, State of the Union, as far as our news stories today, and also what's going on in Ukraine. We'll update you there. And then we'll check in with Adler since he is back with us today. And yesterday he and his family had we'll talk about what the combination was like as they went and did a memorial service and a funeral for his grandfather. It sounds like it'll be a very interesting conversation, and we'll ask him how that went, and we'll take your phone calls on topics you want to talk about today, and then we'll do Read Across America coming up. And if you're talking about live show, you're talking about 8:20 Central, 9:20 Eastern. If you catch an archive, then you just kind of play that out as that'd be a live hour number 4, if you count the kickoff hour. So anyway, all right. So Bubba, we have plenty of audio and video here of various things, but I know that you said that you wanted to first take on this lack of common sense when it comes to inflation, and the thing that you find out when dealing with politicians is that like you'll find out with what he said about the police. It's like they will say one thing if they think it'll garner votes, and then when they actually get elected and what they were saying is disastrous, they realize that everybody sees the disaster of it, so they just change and act like they're on the opposite end of it now because that's the current thing everybody wants.
We'll have several
there's
clips
no
of that.
conviction. There's no scruples. There's no. It's just now. What do you think I should be for right now?
Well, the big point last night, and he was trying to cheerlead on this, was we want to cut cost, not wages.
Mm-hmm.
And all that sounds good. I don't know exactly what that means, but here's the thing.
He doesn't either. By the way.
Here's the thing. Inflation happens in a very simple formula.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, lots of money floating around, very little supply floating around. Okay, for whatever reason, whatever causes that scenario, that causes the few that have the supply to charge higher prices for it. Okay, and that can be in the marketplace, or it can be because their cost of making it goes up. So you have various ways we get there. Well, last night I heard the president say that one of the ways that he was going to cut inflation was to increase wages of workers. He wants a $15 minimum wage national passed, and he wants a 15% tax on all corporations minimum amount. And part of the wage increase, he wanted to make it easier for smaller businesses to unionize and their workers have that ability to negotiate as a package deal. Which will be higher cost to the people who are making the products or services.
Correct.
So again, you're seeing right opposite. You're telling the business, whoever it is, or corporation, whatever you want to call it, to push their costs down. So make your prices go down of your product, but you're going to raise their cost of making it.
Correct.
So I don't see how you think that is going to work unless you just think that somehow magically that corporations or small businesses, and this is what a lot of them think, especially the socialist bunch, that they're making so much money they don't know what to do with it all.
Right.
And they ought to share that with everybody else, which is not the case.
Right.
If you've ever been in a small business or owned a small business or run a small business, you are scratching and clawing to make the bottom line. But it has been said, and it is true, corporations don't pay taxes. Now, what do you mean? Everybody has to pay taxes. They pass that along to the consumer. That is the part of the cost of doing business. Mm-hmm. So, in just a simple scenario, say you have a bicycle shop, and they sell bicycles. It costs them $100 to make it, and they sell it for $150. Mm-hmm. Just we'll use a real basic example. That's a $50 markup or 50%. Mm-hmm. So, but in the real world, when you go back and you figure in taxes that they will pay, and you look at other operational costs and commission on salespeople that sell the product and discounts by volume and all this, in a lot of cases, a lot of small businesses are lucky to make a 20% margin when everything is said and done. So if you turn around and slap a 15% minimum tax on them, you have cut into what that business owner is going to take home by 75%. I mean, he went from, taking $20 home to now he's only going to take $5. Well, then he has to cut what he's doing. He has to cut services that he hires and all that, or he passes that along to the consumer so he can stay at where he was at, or part of it along to the consumer. Mm-hmm. So that causes the price to go up. I mean, what's difficult about that to understand?
Well, it's not difficult, but he.
But if you're wanting to get prices down, that is not the way to do it. What we heard last night. I'm sorry,
but remember, Bubba, and I have been as guilty of this as well at parts of my life. But people don't really understand anymore, especially people who are far to the left. They don't understand where things come from.
No, they don't.
And so
because
if
most of them have never done it.
So if I stand up in my bully pulpit and I say, you need to be paying less for the products. If you're working though, you need to be paid more, and we need more taxes. Well, then everybody cheers because they heard you say. Now they don't know that those three things can't work together.
Right.
They have no idea.
Right.
They just heard, minimum wage $15. So he thinks that stuff costs too much. So he's going to get more taxes from these evil business owners. Yay! But what you don't understand is when the cost of doing business goes up, it affects everybody. Cost of doing business can't go up and price go down. That doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
I mean, that won't happen.
And see, that's how they always approach it.
Right.
They want the workers to make more, which everybody's for workers making more.
Here's an idea. Be a worker that's so sought after, people try to pay you more money so you'll stay with them and not go somewhere else. There's a concept.
Yeah.
Maybe earn it on merit.
But the government always wants the workers to make more because that sounds good in speeches, and they'll get more tax money off of it. But yet they make it impossible for businesses to hire people. And again, Biden says, hey, we want to bring medicines and chips and all that back to the U.S. shore. I agree. That would be great.
I agree.
But you can't do it and jack the cost of it up so high that, I mean, and Tim Cook and Apple, who, by the way, are not selling any products to Russia anymore, and I applaud them on that, has said, look, we can make iPhones in the United States, but they run close to $1,000 now, some of them. It would be $4,000 or $5,000 for an iPhone.
Yeah, that goes back to...
You can't pay union wage, corporate tax, do it in America with all the other overrides we've got on everything, and make it so that it would be affordable. You just can't do it.
Well, I'll simplify it. If I've left a place because I didn't like the way things were done at that place, you can't just say come back, but nothing changed. Well, no, I'll come back when you change the way it is because I'm not coming back to the same situation. Why do they not understand that?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Watch. Look, he sees
you
him,
see the guy there,
and
yeah.
then now he's backing up. Like, whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm not
too sure about that.
I thought about I was getting involved in that. I don't think I am.
And now I got my hands in my pocket. Now this guy here,
what's he supposed to be doing?
A walkie-talkie. He's two-way. He's just standing there. He's like, I don't want to get in this. I'm not sure what's going on.
Is he any help to anybody? I think he said into his walkie-talkie, Santa's got a brand new bag.
Yeah.
Santa's got a brand new bag. Santa's got a brand new bag.
Yeah. Also, Love slams him into the counter right here, head first. Right here.
Wow.
And there's the guy who's calling for help. He's trying to get over here quicker.
His jacket's over his head too. Let
me tell you, wheelchair guy's no help.
No, he's just standing there.
He's pushing a wheelchair.
Now he is in the way.
He ain't
from
giving
the
a
video.
wheelchair. Yeah, I wish he'd move where I could see better, but that's about all he's doing.
Yeah,
but
he's getting his camera out. Look, he's videoing it with his camera.
Well, the
he's
actor,
holding it up. We need that footage. Where's that footage at?
The actor comedian says, "I'm sorry, this guy crossed the line and deserved what he got."
Mm-hmm.
No apology.
Ain't no need to spit on anybody now. Ain't no
now
need for that.
you couldn't tell that from the video.
Right.
You couldn't see if that was going on. So who knows?
You know what that was? That's the version. And then look, no need to put your hands on me. That's not necessary.
It escalated quick, didn't it?
As you mentioned, the Cash Me Outside girl had police come to her house in Florida on Tuesday to break up a fight between her and her mother.
Oh, really?
Shocking, isn't it?
Touch my outside, how about that?
Yeah, I mean, that's what a little. I mean, I think I would. How would you like to spend 10 minutes with her?
Pleasure.
You talk about it.
Also,
she was trying to clean her image up. She did a photo shoot where they had her all fixed up. Did you see that yesterday? So she was trying to do this. Set it
This
back
won't help.
again. Yeah.
Well, what's so sad too is a week earlier, she had gotten in a brawl outside a restaurant, and
She's
I
a
think
brawler.
and part of that
She is a brawler.
part of that was to kind of help her image out to where she tried to charge somebody $10 for taking a picture with them.
I got to tell you, I'd like to see her fight Faison Love.
Yeah, I'd like to see that too.
Catch me outside, how about that?
Touch my outside, how about that?
Catch me outside, how about that?
Touch my outside, how about that?
Do you know that this will tell you where we are as a country? All right, so you got Cash Me Outside, okay? 7.5 million Instagram followers.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me at all. Look, we just had an old man that burned books. You know what they are? Pictures of selfies. By the way, also, last celebrity note here. You know when these celebrity couples start, and some of them you think, where will this take America?
Yeah.
Jennifer Lopez and A-Rod have been dating, and looks like they're a couple now. A-Rod and Jennifer Lopez. I tell you, Jennifer Lopez.
He seems a little old for her.
All right, a couple of things out of the TV world. All right, I think, even though I have a reputation for this, and I actually had somebody tell me yesterday they'd like to thank the caller who called in, not me, not Bubba, the caller who called in and told everybody the end of the movie Logan. But anyway,
just blurted it out.
I mean, a guy, Logan.
What's that?
That's Wolverine. Thing.
Wolverine,
You were
another
gone when we
Wolverine
first-
movie.
Monday. Yeah.
You know, I don't do the X-Men
Well, I hate
thing.
you ruined the end of the X-Men.
Well, but if
movie,
you're those people, Greg, I mean, that's like saying you ruined a Star Wars movie.
Oh, you're
Okay. In
good
that
point.
world,
Good
it's
point.
big. So anyway,
No offense, Twiggy.
well, a minute ago, I think that Helmsy just had a TV show ruined by Bubba.
He did, and
Yeah.
he wasn't happy
And y'all
about it.
know, I don't.
Right here is Clueless. Just,
I don't do that
it's
usually,
unbelievable.
but the
Doesn't it?
I usually don't give the plot away. But we were in a conversation.
He goes,
See,
yep, he pretty much.
I'm kind of new to the what was it? This Is Us.
This is us.
Betty watches it. It would not be my choice.
That's a good show.
I don't think there's. I don't like it. I don't think it's a good
Well, it's
show.
got,
at
it's
all.
got
Well,
flashbacks and all that.
I
in
think
for it.
it's one of the most.
It
well
hurts
written.
my
It's-
brain to watch it, and
Well, you
it
got- if
appears
you
we're,
didn't-
you got.
we're going nowhere in
look,
a hurry with it, and
you-
there's
if
no
you're
time
more-
travel.
You're
nothing.
more
Little
more
bit.
Goldberg's middle. I get that.
Oh,
This
the
thing is
Goldbergs
well
is
written,
gold.
and it's not like this is something on Netflix that everybody's catching up on.
Right.
He comes out. The plot.
And don't forget, he don't even watch it and still run it for you.
That probably bothered me. The fact that he
didn't
said
know.
he doesn't like it and he's just kind of
Didn't have
watching
any
it with
skin in it.
Betty.
Oh, you talking about
That's
that show?
probably what rubbed me the wrong way.
Well, see, Helms was talking about what. Can we? Should we even mention?
can I
this
say
now?
this?
'Cause
I know
apparently it's thin ice.
What
here.
I'm about to say is
Doesn't
going
matter
to
to me
sound
now.
is going to sound completely bizarre. May
But-
I
but
try to
didn't
get
you
us through
see
this
that
without
coming?
giving anything away?
Yeah.
Now, me saying that is
I
crazy.
give you that.
What
Correct.
we're saying is because you clarify. Because at first I thought, well, what's the big deal? And you clarified. This show gives you the current state of the family, and it keeps flashing back to how the family started.
Right.
So we all know because of the current state of the family that the father they're flashing back to is no longer with us.
That's right.
So
Correct.
I thought that's all Bubba had
Because
told you. 35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big's our number. SimplySafeBubba.com. Our sponsor, talking about security. Now more than ever, you want to be sure your place is secure, or your business, whatever the case may be. SimplySafeBubba.com has everything you need, from entry and motion sensors to indoor and outdoor cameras and more, and it's all monitored 24/7 by professionals ready to dispatch police, firefighters, or EMTs, God forbid, but if you need them. And best of all, it costs less than $1 a day to set it up in about 30 minutes, and there's no long-term contract. You're not going to deal with any kind of, wait a minute, can't get out of this thing. No commitments. You can customize the perfect system in just about a half hour at SimplySafeBubba.com. Go there and claim a free indoor security camera, plus save 20% with interactive monitoring. SimplySafeBubba.com. There's also a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. That's been a great partnership with them, and boy, are you giving us good feedback on those systems. It's just the way to do it now. All right, so let's jump in to the State of the Union last night. I didn't see it, just couldn't make myself do it, and I had a great evening going, and I just said I'm not going to do anything to mess it up. So, so here we go. This is the kind of stuff we just talked about. We're going to be told by a sitting president after he got elected one thing, and then you're going to see a flashback of what he was saying when he thought that was the thing to say. Mm-hmm. Now, that means that there's not conviction here. This means this is just, for those of you that are learning about how these things work, this means whatever I need to say in the given moment is what I say. Mm-hmm. And if I've been at that government trough as long as this fella, I'm pretty good. I know how this all works. So here he is now last night in the State of the Union talking about, now remember what we all heard, that he's going to tell us we should all agree that not funding or defunding the police is not the way to go. All right, so let's hear that. Here he goes.
We should all agree the answer is not to defund the police. It's to fund the police. Fund them. Fund them.
He's wondering why everybody's clapping, so he keeps saying it like a kid. You know when a kid gets
resources and training. Resources and training they need to protect our communities.
That's the complete opposite.
I ask Democrats and Republicans alike to pass my budget and keep our neighborhoods safe.
All right, so now we're gonna
complete opposite.
Now Greg, we're gonna flash back.
Tahita Rashid, she probably didn't care for that, did she?
By the way, I don't miss that analogy I was making. You know, when you have a little kid and they say something and everybody laughs, and they just keep saying
when
it.
they clap, everybody goes. They just keep clapping hard.
Yeah, they just keep doing it. I mean, they'll keep doing whatever keeps getting that response. Fund them.
Yeah.
And but unfortunately, if you remember, the Democrats, they were all about defunding. I mean, they I guess they just think we forgot that. But so here
they do know there's video out there, right?
Well, here comes one with the president right here. Here's a flashback of what he said in the past.
So you'd be able to track this as surplus military equipment for law enforcement. They don't need that. The last thing you need is an up-armored Humvee coming into a neighborhood. It's like the military invading. They don't know anybody. They become the enemy. They're supposed to be protecting these people. So my generic point is
But
that...
do we agree that we can redirect some of the funding?
Yes, absolutely. And one of the things that we also need to be doing is fundamentally changing the way, and I've been pushing it for years, changing the way we deal with our prison system. It should be a rehabilitation system, not a punishment system.
He just said, when asked by the interviewer, so don't you think we should redirect some of the funding that goes to the police? And he said yes.
Oh, yeah.
Which is defunding.
Well, now he's talking about funding, Rick, because he's getting a good cheer.
Well, Greg, did you follow all the Democrats with all their hashtags, defund the police?
Oh, yeah.
And all,
A lot of that, Rick.
And now he just walks up with the State of the Union like we've all forgotten that. I think we all agree the answer is not defunding. Fund them. Fund them. Where'd this come from?
You know why? Because we've seen such a horrendous rise in crime across the country. And it just makes no sense. It doesn't work.
Well, and it doesn't poll either. I mean, they see that the American
closer we
people
are to the election, the more you see Joe move to the middle.
And here is 7 minutes. We're not going to watch 7 minutes, but he just has a number of Democrats saying defund the police. A lot of them standing up and clapping last night after what he said.
Right.
Yeah,
that we ask police to do, like mental health issues or policing in schools and all the rest, that perhaps we can shuffle some of that money around.
Suck it up. Defunding the police has to happen. We need to defund the police.
Mayor Eric Garcetti saying, take some of the money from policing, about $150 million.
I applaud Eric Garcetti for doing what he's done.
Not only do we need to disinvest in police, but we need to completely dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department.
So yes, defund your butts. Defund you.
Yes, I support the reallocation of resources from NYPD.
We will be moving funding from the NYPD to youth initiatives and social services.
They are talking about reducing the allocation of resources to that department. And I think every single city in this country ought to be thinking about the same thing.
It's unbelievable.
And it goes on, by the way, for 7 whole minutes.
Yeah.
So just understand that those same people, including the president, last night said fund the police. And they all stood up and clapped for it. Now, do you here's where I would have respect.
Wow.
Here's where I would have respect. Okay. Notice I said I would have, meaning it would have to happen. That these Democrats or any politician to sit down and say, you know, I got on the defund the police thing because I was mad about some things that happened, and I just got frustrated, and I foolishly got emotional and went through the throw the baby out with the bathwater. Looking back, I realized that we need to just deal with people who are in this line of work that obviously shouldn't be there and punish them if they've done something wrong. Take every case and let it stand on its own merit. And just like with any organization, there's bad apples and everything, but that really doesn't represent the majority of those that are out there working. And to defund them was a foolish idea, and I now stand and realize we really can't do that. We need to fund them and just have better training available to them, and they need our support. We don't need to be enemies of law enforcement. And I would go, man, wow! Thank you for that. But that they don't do that. They just change to a new narrative and just hope you're chump enough not to notice it.
You know, sometimes it takes time for these things to work out, and I know that's not something that we're blessed with. And
Right.
I mean, patience here in our country now, but so many of these cases that were high profile that brought a lot of this on have been through the court system now, and the people who were involved in it have been convicted and went to jail.
All right, yeah, and some of them, should have, because once we got the facts, they did not handle the responsibility they were given, and they broke laws and unnecessarily killed people or hurt them.
Right.
But that's not always the case, and we certainly don't defund law enforcement. And the people who are against it the most, which is why you saw this last night, are people who live in a lot of Democratic-controlled cities in some of the most dangerous neighborhoods in the country, and they didn't like this defund the police thing. And it did not poll well, and they're trying to change it. Not just – they couldn't care less what we think about it, but they don't like that people that normally vote for them care about it, and so they've changed. Yep. And if that's okay with y'all, you don't care how they change, that's fine. But I'd take a note of it. All right. So do we want to get into the next deal about the transgender thing he said last night? Because I definitely want to get into him calling the Ukrainian people Iranian people.
Yeah, I'll just go into that.
Yeah,
some of it's...
and because and you see Kamala in the audience, saying that. Correcting him with
she's mouthing behind him.
We also had one of the members that caused a little bit of a commotion when Joe Biden was talking about the leaving of Afghanistan and fails to mention the people who were left behind in it. So.
Yeah, can I tell you one person that's not going to forget that is one Sean Hannity.
Yeah,
every single day he's keeping a tally of how many days we left people in Afghanistan. Yeah. We were at 190 something now, and every single day he will not leave it. And he said, "I know that everybody else has moved on this, but I'm not moving on."
Wow.
If this was a Republican president, we'd have the countdown on everything.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back and we'll continue with some of the highlights from the State of the Union last night.
Rick, we also have to show the blunder by a local TV station that put President Biden's picture up at an inopportune moment.
I'll take that all day long.
God, that's good.
And we'll hear Kamala Harris explain the war in Ukraine on a radio station. All that still to come. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The wife
and this is what I don't get. She's married to the guy that was on Castle.
Right.
So, I mean,
who's her husband's friend?
All right, so stop. So here's the thing. Here's the thing, Bubba.
We all admit
He's
that?
Jody.
Y'all
Bubba.
stop. Here, listen. There have probably been at least 6 episodes where you know that he is eventually going to pass away. You do. But
yeah, when
they leave you hanging. How does it happen?
Yeah.
So every episode you watch, you think, well, this is where they're going to tell us. This is when they're going to tell us. Okay, this is when and they still haven't. Up until Bubba just told me about 20 minutes ago.
They haven't officially signed off on that, but they insinuate.
They insinuate.
But you haven't seen the episode, they insinuate.
And see, that's what I mentioned.
Which is the latest.
That's what I mentioned because I thought he'd already
watched
watched
people forget that. And I'll
Bubba,
give Bubba,
it was Monday night.
I'll back Bubba on this. And I learned Helms watches it later than it comes on. So I don't
a lot of people can't get to the TV during that time.
They've insinuated it probably means that's not what happened. They're leading us on to give us a twist.
Is this where you're trying to help? And I appreciate
that.
No,
I mean that's usually what they do. It's it's been so obvious that can't be what really happened.
Yeah, you just came
the fact
in.
He's dead. We know that.
You just came in and just kicked stuff over in the room and left. That's what you did.
But the best part is Bubba don't even watch the show. And he goes, "Oh yeah, that what they talking about the other night."
I can't stand that show. I tell you, I'm pretty much done.
and Helms just
Betty doesn't think, and I didn't really pick up on this, that some of the kid actors look enough like the grown-up actors it couldn't really be them, and she's mad about that.
Okay.
I gotta say, I'm with Bubba on this. I'm not a fan of the show, guys. I gotta say, I'm not a fan of the show.
But that's a shocker.
Yeah, I don't. Nothing.
What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
Well, I mean, it requires.
Oh, I'm fat. I'm trying to lose the weight. Oh, you're gonna make me do this pregnant dance for you again? Where did my life go wrong? Give me a break.
No, you didn't see the first episode. You got to watch the first episode.
I could do without the fat couple.
I couldn't get through the first episode.
They're my least favorite story.
Can I tell you that Terry is all about this?
but every time it's on, I keep walking through because I haven't seen it. And she says, "No, you got to go back to the beginning. You
Yeah.
can't sit down and know.
you
You ain't got a clue.
If you
what's
haven't
going
seen
on.
the first episode, don't watch it.
So I haven't.
I mean, you can't even.
I didn't even go as far as say you can't talk about it.
I couldn't get through it.
If you
So
notice,
I guess I
haven't.
can't talk about
No,
it.
you can't.
You can't.
This is us. More like this sucks.
All right. Hey, Adler.
Well, he's Hank the Hound again.
Yes, he was Hank the Hound.
Hey, speaking of ruining shows, I ruined Sons of Anarchy for Adler. You remember that?
6 seasons. I watched 6 seasons of that, and Greg's like, "Can you believe when they blah 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 blah?" 6 seasons.
6 seasons.
He was 6 seasons deep, and I ruined it.
Yeah, I
You
was.
ought to see his face. He was like,
I was into this show and then left it, and I haven't come back.
Well, see, you
that's a
brought
good
up
show. I love
something,
it.
Rick, that you didn't like the reason you left it, but I think I joined it after that because I didn't know that.
Right,
What you
yeah,
talking about.
yeah. We
No, I
finally
enjoyed it.
we had one little. Well, we had one little episode, the one you saw. We were referring back to it because we were talking about all the people he impacted. You probably saw that.
Yeah, I
'Cause
saw the
the-
mailman crying
Yeah,
about him dying.
I saw the but I just
You
I
should
mean,
always talk to your mailman. Everybody knows
right.
that.
William used to talk to him all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, who didn't like William we saw at the end? I mean, he was nice to everybody.
Well, I like the major dad when he shows up, the doctor that delivered the baby.
Yeah.
You know, that was cool. I like
Has he
him.
died off yet?
And then Greg. And then
No.
and then I like the flashbacks, I think, more than I like the current.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. I agree.
Did you like
But
when
it's well written. I
It
just
is.
don't like some of the agendas in it. So I
Did
bet-
you
And,
like-
and to help you out, Rick, they've completely went away from that.
Well, I may
So-
return.
Did you like when they flashed back when they were playing football when they were little kids and they got in a fight
Two
on the
different
field?
schools. Yeah,
Yeah, I
playing
saw
against
that.
each other.
Yeah, I saw that one.
I hope.
And they were,
Bubba, you're
they were
watching it
fighting in Times Square.
You're watching it in pieces.
Yeah, he is.
No, I'm watching it when Betty.
Hey,
I
he
would
watched
not,
an important piece.
listen,
I know that.
I would never go home and go, I got to watch This Is Us.
It is my
Whatever.
number one show right
Which
now.
makes it worse if you just ruined that for him.
Yeah, I know.
Well, they painted this picture the
What are
whole
the shows
way.
you like? I'm gonna start watching them and ruin
The
them.
Bachelor,
The Bachelor.
Goldberg.
The
Okay.
Goldbergs, The Middle,
And The Bachelor.
and The Mysteries of Laura. That's a good one. Y'all watching that one?
No, I don't even know what that is.
Maker and a shot caller. In case you didn't know, I got T-Bowed. He shattered the mold, and all he does is win. All he does is win. Yeah, listen. I got T-Bowed. He shattered the mold, and all he does is win. All he does is win.
Tebow.
Tim Tebow.
Let him go. Let him play. Turn him loose.
Tim Tebow update.
Okay. On Sunday.
Unleash Tim Tebow.
Let him go. Let him play. Turn him loose.
Let him play.
I'm going to church Sunday.
Run pass option. I think that's my game.
I can't see you that.
I'm no Don Elway.
He's rewriting the book. Week in and week out.
He's a unique
football player. That's what Tim Tebow's all about.
He's a gamer. He's a baller. Playmaker. Shot
Are you
caller.
sad that
He's a
Skip's
gamer.
not
He's a
together with
baller.
this partner?
I'm
Playmaker. Shot
crushed
caller.
by it, Rick.
Unleash
Crushed.
Let him go.
It's time.
It's not the same.
Let him play. Let him play.
Did you start watching the new one?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Coming up, reading across America, which also means happy birthday, Greg, to our sister Angie today.
Angie, happy birthday.
Sissy got a birthday. So happy birthday, Sissy.
She's 35.
I wish you'd seen Dad's face yesterday when we did run the numbers on her age. He goes, "What?
That ain't right.
my little baby girl's what?" And he looked at Mom and said, "Man, that means we must be old." So anyway, happy birthday, sis. Let's go to a little more from last night, then we'll get into some other stuff. This is the one that the secondhand embarrassment people that I know said, "This is when I was out." When and by the way, I don't think the president, and I got more of this too, I think it's impossible for him now to look any more like the puppet Walter.
Yeah,
from
squinted
Jeff
eyes is what's
he
got it.
looks like that puppet so much now. I mean, he's becoming that puppet.
It's the eyes.
But anyway,
he's squinting.
so here he is, and he wants to talk about the Ukrainian people, obviously. But it comes into some kind of
the Ukrainian.
I don't know if he says Iranian or he says Uranian, but he doesn't get it right. So here it is.
We stand with you. Putin may circle Kyiv with tanks, but he'll never gain the hearts and souls of the Iranian people.
I think it was Uranian.
He'll never extinguish their love of freedom, and he will never, never weaken the resolve of the free world.
Did he say Uranian or Iranian?
Uranium.
Yeah.
Uranium people. Is that uranium 235 or 238?
Yeah, let that K out.
Now watch Kamala Harris mouth the correct way.
This is B-roll here. Look, check this out.
Watch her behind him.
She said Ukrainian.
Yeah.
She's like, oh boy.
You know, I'm a pretty good lip reader.
That's one of your talents.
Yeah. She did. You see her. Oh boy. Yeah.
She even shifted in her seat, embarrassed.
Yeah, everybody get ready for
her to be embarrassed. That's a lot.
Well, yeah. Greg, I have never in my life, and it's your analogy you've used. I've never, of all the people I've ever seen being handed a job that they were not ready for.
Oh my goodness!
You talk about she's got that. Y'all toss me the keys.
She does. That's a look like what? I'm so Rick. I'm in over my head.
Wait a minute. I kept saying I wanted to be here. I wasn't serious.
Hang on, y'all.
Did y'all put me here?
Did y'all not see
Wait a minute. I thought I was in last place in the primary.
Yeah. Did y'all not see that?
How did I end up here?
I don't even like this guy.
Well,
I called him a racist. He paired me up with him.
It's going to get worse when you hear her try to explain the Russian invasion here in a minute. Yeah, it's just it's funny. Also, Rick, the fact that and I laughed when I saw the headline. Ted Cruz says it's a State of the Union miracle that right before the State of the Union, the Biden administration has lifted the mask mandate in Congress.
Oh yeah.
That's funny.
And he did
State of the Union miracle.
And Biden did this weird thing walking in. You know how they all come parading in, and he leans up on what looks to be, I don't know who it is actually, and starts headbutting them, like headbutting them like they're like he's a ram.
Yeah,
you know,
he'll do
like,
that.
He leans into like
it's kind of like his greeting. Sometimes he'll lean in and rub heads.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just saying
serious.
with no
I'm
mask
serious.
on or anything, he's just in there headbutting people.
That's his thing. He does, by the way.
He leans in with his head.
Greg, why don't you and Bubba try it?
Oh my goodness! Why would he do that? And why would she?
Oh my goodness!
Let him. That's bizarre.
Yeah, I've seen him do that before. That's kind of his thing.
Well, it doesn't need to be.
No, it doesn't. Especially to women. What are we doing?
Bubba, you and Greg try that real quick.
No.
I mean, they were like touching noses.
Our two heads hit together, something's gonna get broken.
Let me tell you what; those two foreheads touch. Man, we don't know what kind of arc it might cause.
We can't.
The friction alone, nobody knows.
All right. So, do we want to see this weird move that Nancy Pelosi makes about?
Oh yeah, she's doing this little.
And the thing she's responding to is toxic smoke from burn pits.
Yeah,
that's what she's fired up about.
What? Y'all can't be serious.
It makes many dangers. One being stationed at bases breathing in toxic smoke from burn pits. Many of you have been there.
What is she doing?
I've been in and out of a face.
I don't know what that is. Was the knuckle rub? What was the knuckle rub?
Toxic burn pits. What's that? What is she doing? What does that even mean?
Is that?
Look at her face.
Toxic burn pits.
Are her hands like sore from clapping?
She's giddy or something.
She thought everybody else was going to clap and nobody else.
She's handcuffed.
Yeah.
See there? See there?
That's what look at her face. She thought everybody else was going to clap and they didn't, and she was like, "Oh, this is awful."
Greg, that should have. Greg, you know what it is?
Like you waved and they didn't look, so you had to do something. Yeah.
Greg. Yeah. So
I'm telling you, she thought everybody was going to erupt with her.
She should have already used that when during the fund the police.
Arrest us.
Yeah.
I'm a come me. I'm gonna chew my lip and do this.
Yo, she is out to lunch.
Wow, y'all, these people are running the free world.
Sure.
All right, so
Rick, we got to see cut 5 too. This is where the congresswoman shouted out from the audience.
Oh, really? What did she say?
Well, it's about the people left behind in the Ukraine.
Oh, really? Somebody went there out of the
Afghanistan.
Yeah.
All right, here it is. This is
And they come home. Many of the world's fittest and best trained warriors in the world. Never the same. Headaches, numbness, dizziness. A cancer that would put them in a flag-draped coffin. I know. One of those.
13 of them.
Yeah, and then he says one of those was my son. You know, and that's how he finished that.
Yeah, he was talking about his son and the congresswoman wanted to remind him about the 13 that were killed in Afghanistan because of carelessness and the evacuation.
And the ones also, by the way, that are still there that we won't get out.
Yep.
But,
They booed her a little bit.
Well, you know what? I understand if one of those 13 was yours, you wouldn't be happy.
You can boo me all you want to.
Yeah, so bring out the boo birds. I couldn't care less what a bunch of politicians boo or don't boo.
Exactly. Rick, and we've got to see cut 6, Adler, if you can get this. President Biden's picture popped up during just bad timing with a local newscast.
Boy, let me tell you. this is awful.
Doesn't get any worse.
Had Terry Wilburn laughing hard yesterday.
Yeah, I haven't seen this one yet, so
really?
I get a first time reaction.
Okay, enjoy.
It's not clear what may have been taken, and no arrests have been made.
A 71-year-old man is accused of inappropriately touching a 12-year-old girl at the Walmart in West Mifflin Sunday afternoon.
Those of you that can't see a picture of Biden comes up.
And no arrests have been made.
A 71-year-old man is accused of inappropriately touching a 12-year-old girl at the Walmart in West Mifflin.
Did you see whoever did it?
Look, now it's complete panic trying to get it down.
And no arrests have been made.
A 71-year-old man is accused of inappropriately touching a 12-year-old girl at the Walmart in West Mifflin.
Guys, we're not laughing at the story.
No, the story's
Joe
horrible.
Biden's picture's behind her while she's telling.
Look at this guy. He's like, you tell me you just didn't put the president up there.
I mean, they couldn't have gotten up there. Any 71-year-old picture.
I mean, it looked just like he is the person being accused. I mean, it looked just like it of something horrifying.
Right.
And the fact that he's got a little history. Not anything to do with children.
Come find out he was headbutting.
Hey, he's handsy.
He is, but I mean, this.
Well, he sticks his forehead on people's
He
foreheads.
does.
71-year-old man accused of headbutting strangers.
That's bizarre.
Oh, gracious.
Iranians. We got to help the Iranians. They love each other. They love each other. So
Come here, headbutt me.
Joey, when we come back,
Joey, baby.
Vice President Kamala Harris explains the war in Ukraine.
Like she
Break it down.
Yep.
Look, she ended up in this position. It's what she gets for being a minority female. You know, that's what he was looking for. He turned around, so here's one. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, if you're with us today watching the State of the Union, you probably are beginning to ask some difficult questions. One, have I got any options to live somewhere else? Well, you do. The folks at International Living have been talking to a lot of our fellow Americans about retiring to Panama. Okay, all right, Rick, you've got my attention. So why? Well, one's real straightforward. Whatever money you have for retirement, you could take that and multiply that by 10. You'd be 10 times richer if you were living in Panama right now. And it's a high-income nation. This is not some third-world country set up at all. It's beautiful. They use the U.S. dollar as their currency, yet every dollar in the bank account in Panama is 10 times more than it is in our country. I mean, that's a sad reality, but it's true. So I want you to look at your savings and picture how much that would be. If you're a fan of this show and you'd like to consider this, I mean, you're talking about living on beautiful beaches, and just get this free guide. It's the American's Guide to Living and Retiring in Panama. We'll also give you 4 videos for free if you want to invest and retire in Panama and consider that. Here's all you got to do. Go to this website, buypanamanow.com/Rick Bubba. Buypanamanow.com/Rick Bubba. Again, this is free. All they're going to do is just send you the information. Buypanamanow.com/Rick Bubba to get your copy today. Buypanamanow.com/Rick Bubba.
Him and Shannon Sharp.
One more day, one more win.
All he does is win.
Let's all sing it together. It don't rain on Tim Tebow. It Tim Tebow's on the rain.
Stephen and Skip had it, Rick. They had it.
It don't rain on Tim Tebow. and Tim Tebow's on the range. Well, Tim Tebow endured, they're saying, Bubba, a humiliating debut with the New York Mets. Is this Grapefruit League times that we're doing? And said that he had a very, very tough outing. Of course, it's a sport of failure. You can have tough outings. But because he's Tim Tebow, the spotlight is on him. And not only did he strike out twice, I see he was even doubled off first base.
Yeah, it was a line drive. That's tough.
Hey, Tim, you got to freeze the line, buddy.
Right.
And look, Tim, if you go down swinging, that's one thing. You're taking third strike calls.
Ooh. He took it looked like a curveball third strike, and then kind of gave the umpire a nasty look.
Did he really?
Pushed him. Even Tim Tebow doesn't like umpires. I mean, that's all I can deduct.
Well, the good news for the umpire, Tim Tebow is a man of faith, and he will eventually have to forgive you.
Yeah.
But let's.
Do we have video of it, Speedy? I saw one. There was the video of the strikeout with him just standing there glaring at the umpire.
The umpire rung him up. I mean, it was a good rung up.
I thought his country song it ain't for a minute.
Yeah.
Now, you all know in sports world, we talk about the coaches that we played for that could not coach today. They'd be in jail.
Mm-hmm.
And they really had a much tougher point of view. One of them, where we're from, is a legendary coach who has gone on into glory. And I love to talk to the people, and you guys played for Rudy, we should talk about same type of stuff.
Yeah.
But he was talking about how this coach said, I cannot tolerate fastballs taken for strikes. I mean, he despised it. So a player on the team, which they said was probably the best pure hitter that they had on that team and may have had in that program ever. I mean, and was batting, around 400. And they're in a game, the first pitch of the game. Ha! He watched a fastball. Out of the dugout comes this legendary baseball coach and says, "You're done."
Yeah.
Okay, and then told him to go outside the field and run for the entire game for taking the first pitch of the game, fastball down the middle for a strike, and removed him from the lineup, and he ran the entire game. And then they said, of course, now he never took a strike like that again.
Yeah.
But see, they would take things like one time his team did not hustle out get to their positions, and they did a practice for 3 hours where all they did was get in the dugout and run to their position, go back and run to their position for hours. But you know what? They solved it.
They ran to their position, did they?
Yeah, they did.
You been talking to Gorosky again?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
How about the first pitch of the game and you're done? Wow. The best player on the team.
Let's look at this pitch. So, looking at it in real speed, it doesn't look like a curveball now.
No, it's not.
It's fastball.
It's not.
Watch where it is, though. Let's
It's just
see.
blowing away.
It's a pretty good spot. I mean, it may be a little bit off the plate, but
that's where you want it.
Again, you got 2 strikes. If it's anywhere close, swing it back. Choke up, put the lumber on it, Tim. Come on.
We learned that in Little League.
Put it in play.
Let's see. Y'all,
Look, gripping the bat like he's about to hit a 3-0 pitch.
By the way, that is a strike, by the way.
Yeah.
On 2 strikes.
Did I see them having a discussion of making the strike zone back what it was supposed to be this year?
For Tebow?
No,
okay.
Just in general.
That's so funny.
It's actually not going to be from the belt to above the knees. It's actually going to be knees to mid chest.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, it's turned into they've just got a bucket up there.
So those of you that know baseball and you follow it, I mean, is this going anywhere? I mean, I know it's early.
I wish it would, but
what I'm talking for baseball, they kind of need it to, don't they?
It would be a great story that would spur interest, and
a lot of baseball people don't like this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the fans would.
But would it bring some people on the outskirts?
Temporarily,
yes, it would.
Temporarily,
they're not purist.
Temporarily, it would.
I mean, if he was like owning it, yeah,
well, that's what I mean. If he pulls it off. It is 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. Coming to you from a studio that is without a name, but is starting to develop some personality. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and the return of Eddie Van Adler. As we all move forward, Read Across America coming next hour. Wednesday Bible study also back today. Read Across America will be, if your teachers, you want to catch that live, and you can tag us on social media so we can see what you're doing. Just tag us Rick and Bubba. And also don't forget that that'll happen at 8:20 Central Time 9:20 Eastern, if you want to catch it live. If not, you can use the archive options. Wednesday Bible study today, Genesis chapter 9, live on our YouTube channel at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, and archived soon after. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, Bus.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day.
So we're going over. We went over the State of the Union. There was more, and we can get into some of that with your phone calls a little later. But we have to play this other clip that we have. This is our Vice President, Kamala Harris. She is on I guess a local radio station. I'm not sure what city she's talking to, but
the Morning Hustle.
The Morning Hustle, and she is going to explain the war in Ukraine. So I'll go ahead and get something queued up over here for me because I'm sure I'm going to need to use it. Mm-hmm. We got that ready. All right, so Adler, let's have a look and a listen here. Here is the Vice President explaining the war in Ukraine.
If you're watching any level of news, even social media, you're seeing everything that's going on right now in the Ukraine. Break it down in layman's terms for people who don't understand what's going on and how can this directly affect the people of the United States.
So Ukraine is a country in Europe. It exists next to another country called Russia. Russia is a bigger country. Russia is a powerful country. Russia decided to invade a smaller country called Ukraine. So basically, that's wrong.
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps.
Well, I've heard of simplifying it. That was simplifying.
Basically, that's wrong.
So, I mean, there's like grown people listening to that, right? I'm not sure you have to speak to us like you just walked into.
It's a big country, and then there's a little smaller one.
Is this pre-K? I mean,
what in the world?
What are we talking about? I mean, so you got one country. It's called Ukraine. It's like I have to think European country. And then there's a bigger country next to it. It's called Russia. And the big country went in the smaller country, and that's just not right.
Thank you. Number 2 in charge.
I'll tell you what, that's a call now.
Right. I'll tell you, if I don't get you good.
So anyway, that's kind of where we are. We do have stuff with Ukraine too, some other video and audio to go with that too, but we can get into that a little later if you want to.
Well, Rick, no leadway so far on baseball, so the first week of the baseball season has been canceled now too.
Yep, I heard that coming in. They said basically they extended it to 5 p.m. yesterday, and the word was unproductive and gridlock.
Yeah,
and so opening day out. And a few of the early games out.
6 games off the schedule. If we can get it down to 100, that's when I want them to get the negotiations settled.
Maybe we can get Vice President Harris to explain what's going on.
She can mediate a difference.
But
she could give us a report.
You have big markets and you have small markets.
And they don't.
That's actually too smart.
Yeah,
that's too intelligent. We have big teams and we have small teams.
The bigger teams are bullying the smaller teams.
The bigger teams have more money.
First of all,
money is cash or credit, or
they get to buy more players.
And their players make more money than the smaller teams.
First of all, first of all, can you say baseball? Do you understand? Have you ever heard of baseball? It's a game. There's a bat. You try to hit the ball, and the pitcher tries to throw it past you, and ultimately you're trying to get home. You're trying to get home. And when you get home, you get a point.
And that's right.
And the team that gets the most homes wins.
The most homes.
And they call points runs.
For some reason. Yes.
Right. Which is kind of how you're probably feeling right now. You want to run.
Yeah. And never look back.
Right. And go to Panama if you just heard Rick Spot.
Yes.
Where your dollar's worth 10 times more. But anyway, so.
I really do think the USFL are hijacking these, Rick. I think they're intervening and cutting phone lines and making demands, just anything to get them to stage this spring.
Well, it's if you heard, I mean, the term I heard was gridlock and not productive yesterday.
Rick,
So,
I'll carry that offer over to the other office.
right.
Yeah.
Throw it out. So, meanwhile, people are watching college baseball and getting ready for spring football.
Oh yeah.
So anyway, but that's not going anywhere.
How do you think when this is delayed and it looks like they're not really that close because you have millionaires arguing with billionaires over a few $100,000 in pay? How is this going to? What will be the public perception of this? You think?
Well, if I remember and I hope it doesn't go like it is, and I don't think it will, like it did the bad one. But when the last time that Major League Baseball went on strike, and frankly, when the NFL went on strike, and the replacement teams and all that, the fans, the ones I'm talking about, that this is appointment television for them. This is money they save to go see a game live, or if you're a season ticket holder or something like that. These people get really, really upset, but because and rightfully so. Even no matter how much you try to explain the situation, and I'm not saying this part is right or wrong. No matter how much you try to explain to the hardworking American, and these athletes, by the way, are hardworking too.
Yeah, they are,
and we forget that.
Yeah.
Now, but I'm not talking about the reality of it. I'm talking about how it's perceived.
Yeah,
the perception is they're living this life of luxury, and they're getting paid tons of money to play a game, and I'm busting my tail out here trying to make ends meet. What problems could they possibly have? They need to play ball. Now I'm not saying that's a simple attitude, but it
may not be accurate, but it does.
But that's how the fans usually react to this.
Well,
kind of stuff.
and I agree with that 100%. I do think the norm these days is to go after the owners.
Right.
That's where the angriness comes from, or if you're going to reach out and be mad at somebody or frustrated at somebody, they tend to go owners and commissioner. They love to get on a commissioner in a minute. And so that's where a lot of at this point, you're not hearing you're going to hear
they're not
it.
turning on the players.
You're not going to you're not going to hear it on social media because that's a fake world, but a lot of what I'm hearing from even players is it's all about I'm frustrated with ownerships, and the commissioner Manfred's taking a bunch of heat on this.
Because think about it, as fans, because that was going to be my next point. But the good news always is if they go back to start playing, fans just drift back to them again.
Correct.
Because you know why? And some people look at that as a sellout, and I get that. I think there's also some people love it too much. But I also think it's one of those things where people go, well, that's like you saying that you like to enjoy fried chicken with some mashed potatoes and gravy, and you got mad at it for a little while. Yeah. But that's something you enjoy. So if you can find a way to drift back to it, you will.
But they took a hit on it last time.
They did.
It took them years to get back to the numbers they were at.
Yeah, but back to Helmsley's point, it's easier to hate the commissioner and the owners because deep down they still kind of love the players.
Yeah. Right. And now we have access.
They don't break up with them as easy.
Well, and today, because of technology, we have access to things we didn't have back then either. Right. It was easy to go, what's the players, and they're selfish because that was the end thing to do because that's the information we have, and that's not the case anymore.
No, and
we get a real look under the hood of what's going on.
You're right,
and our frustration is pointed towards other things.
The ones that I feel for in this are like our friend Kendall Graveman, who's got a new deal, and can't get going.
Or Freddie Freeman, who's sitting there, and you still don't know where he's playing.
Yeah.
Is he an Atlanta Brave or not?
Right. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Actually,
yeah.
I mean,
I'd like to see him do it. I mean, I think it's a phenomenal story.
Right.
You said there's a ton of people in the seats.
Right.
People are out there watching, which that was the first goal. We didn't admit it, but that was the first.
And sell some jerseys.
But I'm not some baseball expert by any stretch, but I've been around enough to know it is a game of failure. Is this that big a deal?
It's one game. No, absolutely not.
Right.
No, it's just
you can
look. Get the attention.
Matter of fact, you could probably go through their lineup card yesterday. Kids have been playing since they were 4, never stopped, and had the same type of day.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
What?
Now, but
do
again,
y'all like that number 97 on him? That looks weird.
It's spring training. That's what they have to do.
But I mean, numbers that high look weird on baseball.
Oh, they do.
Oh,
it's terrible.
I just never liked.
I mean, what are you, a defensive end?
Yeah. I mean, what are you gonna line up at tackle after you strike out?
Well, there's guys that wear it.
I know, but it looks weird. I've always thought it looked weird on baseball.
It does.
Let me ask you this: did on the line drive? and we all know you're supposed to freeze. Was he a little slow getting back to first?
I don't know. And here's the thing:
he didn't dive. He just tried to step on it. And
when
they
the
beat
pitcher, whether you freeze or not, it's still as hard as they hit line drives. And with you getting your secondary lead, it's hard to get back anyway. Yeah. As quick as those guys are to get it to first base, it probably wouldn't have mattered if he had took off running. It would have been the same result. It is that quick. It's bam, bam.
But if you're in his situation,
so I don't know if he made a mistake or not. I can't.
Should he have dove back? Is what I was saying, to get back a little quicker because he knew it was going to be close. He went back to step on it, and hey, the guy was already there with the ball. Boom, as you said, very quick.
Yeah, it's difficult. So Tebow right now, not a good day, and everything he does, rightfully, that's part of it.
If baseball does not work out, will he cave and go back and try football at another position?
He says he won't. He actually answered that question in an interview on ESPN. He said that
imagine him as a fullback for the Patriots.
I've heard ice hockey. I've heard ice hockey.
I believe in
ice hockey.
Yeah,
that's
skate. Yeah, that's what I've heard is next, hockey. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, I know we need to, cut a video for some of the new items. It's getting closer and closer to spring. We're, springing forward. Hey, don't forget to spring forward this weekend. I'd love to. Please, I'm begging. No one say that to me. So we have some items that are starting to trickle into the store. Though Helmsley's updated me today. A couple of the new items are already there, aren't they? So that we talked about the Rick and Bubba socks.
I was getting somebody a link. This is how I found out. I was getting somebody a link to the How to Be a Man book.
Mm-hmm.
It come across the socks. Got all excited.
Yeah, and then
that's all I had.
Wow, we do.
And is the make
look at that?
Is
the Make Radio Great Again hat?
Bubba, the Make Radio Great Again hat.
It's in there.
Is in there
That's
as well.
Funny.
There's the Rick and Bubba socks with the logo on it. And
it's a good-looking sock, by the way. Looks comfy.
The Make Rick Radio Great Again hat. We're playing to really, if you voted for Trump, you need this hat.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Because
you need it in the collection.
Right.
And
and
you
so
got your other one. You need to set this one on top of the refrigerator right
and
next to
it's got an American flag on it, and it's just got the net backing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It has the
mesh.
Yeah.
And that's the part that's
the American flag.
Yeah.
And then on the front, there it is. Look at that baby. You think that baby's not ready to go?
I got to tell you, the more I look at it, at first glance, I'll be honest, I didn't like it. Kind of made fun of it.
Sure.
The more I look at it, the more I want one.
Yeah,
That's a little weird.
I'm about to order one online.
Rick
right
and
now.
Bubba Make Radio Great Again. And the reason why, Helmsley, there was not more of a I'm waiting on some other things to be ready, and I kind of want to launch all of our new items at one time, but they're trickling. So if those two are trickling out there, we might as well let people know.
On the socks, are they coming in that one color, that white?
I think. Okay. I think so. But anyway, you have to look at it.
Yeah, the meeting was about 3 weeks ago.
We talked about that in the meeting,
it.
but I don't recall what we said. But anyway, that's there. I think yes to that. And the other thing is still to come. Don't be mad with me. That shirt is coming, and they can't have nothing. So those are all coming. I mean, you can't even. And the can't have nothing will be like a hunter's orange undershirt with Team Rick and Bubba on the front and can't have nothing on the back, written as if it was bark off a tree. I mean, you can't even. So those, and then there were some other. Is that it? And there may be some other items that are coming too. I'd forgotten about. But anyway, so when we get them all, Bubba and I'll cut a video and put them on the store site too, and then they'll be there. But those two items are there, and I think the Make Radio Great Again hat is going to be a big mover. And
it should.
Yeah. So we'll see. And I think we're trying to develop also a hat that, that black hat that's been around for a long time, it's kind of moving out. And then we're going to add maybe another version of that same hat with Common Sense as a Superpower on the back, maybe.
Okay.
So a hat version of that, too. And I do know we do have this coming. I do know that we also have coming the Rick and Bubba softball jerseys, the classic.
Like
we call them sleeves, those undershirt sleeves. Where now we've had the white one with the black sleeves for a long time. We're about to come out with the Rick and Bubba show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Things going on this week, and I got a funny email about one of them, and then we'll check in with Adler since he's returned. And so tomorrow night, straightforward, Lord willing, we'll be in Jonesboro, Arkansas, Central Baptist Church, Beast Feast, and I'm excited to be there with Team Man Church for that event and with those men, and that's going to be a blast. The weather looks fantastic, and looking forward to being there with you guys. So we did have to make a change just because Wingo is not feeling well. But Scott Dawson has stepped in for the Man Church One Day that's going on this Saturday, March the 5th. And I got a funny email about this. So this is Old Friendship Baptist Church, and when we say a Man Church One Day, that means there will be breakfast in the morning. Then we'll have a morning session, and that'll be Brian Gunn or Scott Dawson now. Then they'll do a lunch, and then the afternoon session that will feature the other speaker. They need you to RSVP on this by tomorrow. So obviously because they're planning food, you'll be out by 1 o'clock. But a guy we've been, when I saw Finger, Tennessee, I was like, I don't know that I've. And then of course I was told, well, it's near Henderson, and that's where Hank came from, right? The guy, the Puget Spell guy, and
Hendersonville.
But So that's Hendersonville. This is just Henderson,
correct? Right.
So anyway, but a guy said, hey, just so you know, and I think about us with all of our Southern stuff. If you want to endear yourself to the people here, it's Finger, Tennessee, not Finger.
Right.
Even though it's spelled Finger, everybody says Finger.
All right.
Yeah, he said, so if you want to endear yourself, hey, tell them you're coming to Finger, Tennessee. So anyway, that's going on this Saturday. So let them know. And you say, well, where do I let them know? We'll go to themanchurch.com and look at the link there, and we'll link you right to the church, and it'll show you how you get your ticket and you RSVP, so they'll know that you're coming this Saturday.
Finger, Tennessee.
Finger, Tennessee. Also going on this Saturday as well is we offer a video option for me to do a kickoff message for you, and we got one of those coming up Saturday as well. That'll be in Billingsley, Alabama. They're also doing a morning event. It'll be kind of a breakfast gathering, and I'll be there via video giving you your first message to kick off, and you'll dive into the curriculum. So you can do that this Saturday as well. Find those details at rickandbubba.com if it involves any members of the show. If it's just involving the guys from the Man Church team, just go to themanchurch.com, and remember O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. So, Adler, welcome back to the show today. And I know that you and your family, you guys were celebrating and mourning the earthly death of your grandfather, and it sounded like it was a combination of a lot of different emotions, but a really cool day.
Yeah.
There he
is.
Yeah.
That was uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So, yes, it was amazing, guys. We, my grandfather has been struggling with a lot of pain and physical problems for a long time in his life, and we celebrated that life. Yesterday, I drove out to Asheville, North Carolina after the show on Monday and got there at night and hung out with everybody, and it was great. The funny thing that happened, I'll tell some funny stories.
Yeah.
I get there, and I'm checking in with Erin. Erin's at home, and she had to stay home and work and take care of the baby and all that. And I'm walking into the hotel with my brother Luke, and we've got our bags and stuff, and Erin says to me, did you mean to leave your suit on the door hook here?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I said, no, I didn't mean to do that, and you're the first person to tell me that.
Oh no.
There's no suit in my bag that's on my backpack right now. There's no suit in there, and this is news to me. So
and the distance by car is about 5 hours. Isn't it?
5.5. 5.5 hours with no traffic. I went a couple weekends ago with Luke and his son Charlie, my granddad's great grandson. And we got to say goodbye to my grandpa in the hospital, so that was a huge trip. But that trip actually took 8 hours.
Because of Atlanta.
Because of Atlanta and Chattanooga, Knoxville. That stretch right there was real bad. So this time around it was good, 5.5 hours. We got there and back. But this is like 8 o'clock at night, and I'm wearing a wolf shirt. I have a shirt.
You have that shirt on has the wolf face on it?
Yes, that's what I'm wearing.
Do you think that's how you're going to remember your granddaddy with a wolf shirt on?
What am I going to do for the service tomorrow morning? We got sound check at 9, we got the visitation at 10, and we got the service at 11. And my brother looks at me, he goes, dude, I actually have an extra shirt and I have an extra blazer. And I had like kind of nice jeans on, so, and I brought I did have my dress shoes.
Okay.
So we pieced together an outfit at 8:30 at the hotel for the funeral the next morning.
Can I say something here? And I know your brother may not have said it, but just someone who's out here looking. Do you think it's just a coincidence that he brought those things?
It was. I don't think it was a coincidence.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't you think he said, know Chris pretty well.
My creative brother has a high risk of forgetting it.
Right, let me throw a little something in here just in case. You know it. Well, I'm glad you had some nice jeans on, though.
I did, yeah. Wore my dress jeans on the trip, so that was good. But I'm going to show you guys a picture here.
Okay.
This is this is at the service.
See, now this is how the Adlers remember family members.
That's it. We got, I said a dozen, but it's only 9 Adlers on the stage.
9 Adlers and how many songs?
9 Adlers on the stage. We did 9 songs at my grandfather's funeral.
Oh,
and it was
that was a concert.
It was a concert, yeah. We do things a little bit different in the Adler family, and it was just amazing to have our family up on stage. I had my uncle and my cousins and my aunt and my mom and my dad and my brothers, and we just sang songs about our peace being in Jesus.
Amen.
Our hope is in Jesus.
Amen.
And my grandma was on the front row praising God, and it was just a huge thing to see her having the strength to stand. And she spoke for 10 minutes at her own husband's funeral.
Wow.
And it was amazing. I told some funny stories, too. We all talked about hunting with our grandfather and fishing with him, catching pike that were bigger than we were.
Right.
I mean, it was just amazing to be able to sit back and reminisce about that. He was in the Marines, so there was quite a few Marines there. There was probably 50 people or so at the funeral, which is big for somebody in their 80s. You know, it's hard for people to get around at that age.
Well, and plus you've outlived so many.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well,
it's
true. And you said it as that the redeemed. It's a different situation when you're saying goodbye for just a time to the redeemed, and you said that mixture of when the redeemed are being laid down of laughter and crying.
Yeah.
You know, you get both in that situation.
Yeah, we cried a lot. I said that this morning to you guys. We cried a lot over the day or so, but we laughed a lot together too.
Yeah.
And it was just amazing to be able to celebrate that life. And I got up there and I did talk during the funeral. And I didn't try to stop talking and gather myself so that I wouldn't cry while I was talking, because I didn't want to waste people's time and cry. So I just cried while talking and just thanked my grandma and my grandfather for being an example of what it means to put Jesus in the center of the relationship.
Yes.
And there was my dad, and there was his brother, and there was his wife, and there was my brother, and there was me, and we have our children, and that legacy echoes through all of that. So, Howard Adler, a life well lived, and he will be missed. And thanks, guys, for giving me the opportunity to do that.
Amen. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Red one and a blue one.
Okay.
It has that same
different material too.
That same logo on the front and a more comfortable material. So those are all coming too. Yeah, they look good, look sharp. So just keep watching the store there at rickandbubba.com for new items as they start coming out. We're at that time of year where new items are going to be the norm. So look for those coming out. We were talking a good bit about some of these things that have been going on with airlines. And, you know, Bubba, you and I have always kind of had this feeling that to frustrate your clients cannot be a really great way to do business.
No, I would recommend against it in most industries.
And you have talked often on the program about the great law of diminishing returns.
Yes. Anybody who's ever run a lawnmower knows about that. Too rich, too lean.
Right. Yeah. And you got to find that balance. We had an issue. A flight from Las Vegas to Honolulu was diverted to Los Angeles after a passenger started threatening the crew because the crew was saying, if you want a blanket, that'll be $12.
Ooh, really?
To which the person said, I ain't paying $12 for a blanket after what I've paid to be on this plane. Once again, keep catching these ages, like the man who tore up the selfie book. 66-year-old man was being unruly. He wanted a blanket because he was cold, and now he got the blanket and then was told that'll be $12. He then got upset, demanded to speak to a corporate representative from the airline. During the flight, he allegedly said, I would like to take someone behind the woodshed for this. Once again, 66. And the pilot deemed that to be threatening behavior because now we've
There
got
wasn't a woodshed up there.
Well, Greg, keep in mind, we've got a man from an era that was common talk.
Yes, Rick.
Dealing with a pilot that's from the new generation that thinks everything hurts their feelings or, they panic at the
Are you
first sign.
threatening me? Are you threatening me?
Are you that's threatening talk there, mister.
That's how they sound, by the way.
Yeah, exactly like that, by the way. I told you I had some kid pop off at me the other day. Some kid.
Punk.
And I said, let me tell you what you don't know. You wouldn't be talking to a grown man.
Punk don't speak to adults.
I don't need to hear from you. But anyway, so police and the FBI agents met with the passenger and crew. The plane landed in Los Angeles. They questioned both sides. They don't think any crime had been committed. Now, this is how soft we've gotten as a society. We've landed and diverted a plane over a man simply saying, I ain't paying $12 for a blanket. I'd love to take somebody behind the woodshed for that.
And we
Wow.
wow.
And we're going to land the plane somewhere else and all that over that? How about this? Well, then you can't have a blanket. Sorry you feel that way. Write a letter to customer service.
Have a seat, pal.
It is a
Come
little
on,
ridiculous.
man.
$12 for a blanket.
It is, but I mean, I don't know if we land.
But look, I don't want anybody, right or wrong, fighting on an airplane. I want airplane to go from point A to point B safely, and I don't want any distractions. I don't want anybody goofing with the pilot or the staff. Let's just sit there, button it, and get where you're going. And then y'all can fuss on the ground. On the tarmac, man, y'all can slap each other. Who cares?
Right.
You know?
Yeah. But anyway, so the man, one of the guys investigating, said the man voluntarily abandoned this flight when they landed in Los Angeles, got on another one. He said, the FBI guy said, I've been called to a lot of things. This probably is one of the oddest. He said, but if I was a passenger on board the plane, I probably would have come up with $12 on behalf of the man so we could have just kept rolling to a wire.
Amen.
Yeah.
Got that right.
I think that's wise.
Yeah. Where was that person? $12. I got it.
I got it. Sit down,
hey,
Pop.
Hey, it's unreasonable, Pops. I got you. But I'm going to go ahead and pay this money, and let's just keep on rolling.
Yeah, because I want to land on time.
Last time I checked, we're going to Honolulu, and I'm pretty excited about it. Can we just keep rolling?
If I'm going to Hawaii, I don't want to be distracted by a blanket.
Yes, he kept. He's got the world, and I think
Adler's cousin, the original
he came
drummer.
out and played on the last tour. He come out in a couple of shows and played like 2 songs, and then they put the other.
But he's not able to really do
it. He claims he is. I heard an interview with him the other day. They just were like, "No, we're going to let you play a couple."
Right.
That'll do it.
Okay. So
that'll do it.
It's Axel's show, basically.
Right. Well, and I'm just
calls.
surprised that so far so good. That's very surprising.
Yes, he kept. Yeah, he's got the original bass player, and then of course Slash, and then the rest are guys that had been in his version of. Guns
Are they
N' Roses.
meeting our criteria to still be the band? I think they are.
There's 3 of them,
and they've got 3, and they're 3 biggies.
Yeah.
So
three
what is the criteria again?
You must have at least 3 original members.
Yes.
Now, is
And
it
if
based on how many total members you had, or just 3?
Just. "35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. If you want to come on in right now, it's time. We got lines available for you. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. Anything else, though, bring it in, and we'll chat with you. LinkedIn.com/Bubba is here to help. Got a hiring? Hey, got a hiring? Get with LinkedIn.com/Bubba and let them put it out there in front of the a little over 40 million people a week that go to LinkedIn.com and to look around, looking for opportunities, maybe to make a move. You'll get some screening questions. Put those together with them so they get an idea of what you do and what you're looking for and the requirements you got to have for them to even be considered. And then they'll weed out anybody that really didn't have a chance in the beginning because they don't meet the basic requirements. And then when you start interviewing people, you're only interviewing the best of the best. Saves you a lot of hassle, a lot of wasted time. Let's face it, you run into business, you ain't got time to waste. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Your first job post, if you use our URL, will be for free. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so let's go to, let's start with John in Gadsden.
Yeah, John.
Johnny was a schoolboy, and he's listening to us on Z93. John, go ahead. You got 30 seconds.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. I'll keep it real quick.
Okay.
First-time caller from
Thanks for the
Gadsden, Alabama.
Thanks for the call.
I've listened to you since you started in Gadsden.
Thank you.
My wife and I have COVID for the second time, and my wife is a kidney recipient of less than a year. And I could go on about a lot of things last night that our president said, but when they removed the mask mandate and they were hugging and spitting on each other, 2 days earlier they tell the Ukrainian people to put on a mask if they are sheltering in place, and these people are sheltering for their lives. This is getting out of hand, and the only thing that's going to save us, and y'all know this, is God. And I am encouraging everyone listening to this show today to pray to God. Please don't turn away from him and pray to him, because this is not right. And the only thing that's going to change it is for these people to be voted out of office in 2022 and 2024. I love you guys. God bless you all on that show. And keep up the good work, and I'll be listening from the Coosa River. God bless you.
Hey, thank you, buddy.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate that very much.
And I hope y'all are doing well. Your wife, I know, with the suppressed immune system there, that's can be a little risky. So, y'all take care of yourself.
That's one of those calls you just go, I got nothing to add to that.
Yeah, I know. He covered it all, didn't he?
Thank you, buddy. Let's go to Courtney. Courtney, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, I want to double down on John's message. Wow, way to bring it. But also, I wanted to tell Adler, so sorry to hear about your granddad. And then thank you for what you're doing, Adler, on the YouTube during the commercial break. That is some of the most entertaining parts of my day. Like, the show is great, obviously, guys, but the things he's doing during the commercials on YouTube is just hilarious. Absolutely hilarious, entertaining, great work there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Adler, that little YouTube world and all the tricks we have to do and things because of all the different copyright, they just won't simplify it. What he has to go through to get this to you guys.
It's amazing.
It's amazing. So I appreciate you letting him know that it doesn't go unnoticed. Really, when you think about the stuff that goes on in the YouTube breaks, it's kind of like, I know the Eagles are doing this tour thing now where they do the Hotel California, like in the order of the cuts.
Mm-hmm.
That's the live show.
Right.
Okay. But then they come back out and play all the hits. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's kind of the second phase of the concert.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the stuff in the break is.
Right.
Not sure why I chose the Eagles for my analogy, but
you know what?
I think it's a pretty
home.
good one.
Yeah.
Let's go to Craig in Mississippi. Craig. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
It seems like the president wants to get everything from the United States except for oil and energy. And the real reason I called is 31 years ago, God gave me my greatest earthly treasure in my wife, and 31 years today, guys.
Hey, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. I will say, too, it was interesting. If you're going to start this, bring everything back to America, well, hey, we had oil. We had natural gas. We had energy in America, and you sent it back out.
Yeah.
How about bring that back?
Hey, nice baseline by Speedy on that, by the way.
Really was.
Really made it.
You're welcome. It's almost like we stood on top of it like a foreign foundation. Let's go to Wade in Alabama. Wade, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I just a couple of quick things. One, I take my little girl to school every morning, and we listen to Rick and Bubba, and we laugh and comment, and she gets a very good education before she goes to public school here in Madison.
Boy, that's a good dad right there.
I was flipping through Instagram this morning, and I wanted to give credit to Greg. I was flipping through, and they were asking what my thoughts were on the State of the Union, and my
doggone. The sweet part is what ate up most of the 30.
Yeah.
But I appreciated the sweet part.
I used my time out already.
Yeah. Let's go. Yeah, there's only one. We're down to one now. Let's go to Larry in Alabama. Larry, go ahead. 30 seconds. Larry.
Good morning, gentlemen.
How about it?
Hey, was irony, it wasn't missed on me, but did you notice Biden's talking about how great the Ukrainian, and he didn't mean to say Iranian, but Ukrainian people were fighting, and they're handing out rifles over there, and here in America, all he talked about was taking away our rights, taking away our guns.
Yeah,
legislation.
You're right. That was I didn't think that immediately, but you make a great point. when he's telling the people of Ukraine they must rise up and fight back against the Russians. Well, they had to put a special permission out there for the people to actually arm themselves.
Yeah, and then pass them out.
Yeah. So if you get your way and you take away our Second Amendment, say we won't be able to arm ourselves either.
Isn't that amazing how the forefathers of this country had that vision 200 and 40-something years, whatever it is, ago, that they knew that a well-armed country would be very hard to be overthrown or taken away by an over-oppressive government.
Yeah. Bud in Alabama. Bud, go ahead, 30 seconds.
I was wanting to see if y'all noticed, especially Bubba, since you said you watched it last night. I forgot exactly what Biden was saying, and then one of the senators on TV, just you could read it, said, "What the F?"
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, I didn't see all of it. I just saw a part of it, and then I went to Castle reruns.
Yeah, I don't know how anybody could have got through all of it.
Well,
I mean,
Rick, it's at some point you just go, I just can't sit through. I can't support this presentation because it's a joke.
Sean in Alabama. Sean, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I was just wondering, look, I was paying close attention last night to Kamala Harris, and I noticed something about her. You know, all that trans talk only started coming up after they got in office. It looked like her Adam's apple has been removed, and she's got a very manly jawline. Y'all think she's a trans?
She has never said that, so I'm gonna take her word for it. Let's go.
I think Willie Brown made it clear she's all woman.
And there it is.
Well, did he or not?
There it is.
Gracious. Alive.
Richard.
I should have used my timeout.
Richard in Florence. WLAY. Richard, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey,
I just want to thank you, Rick. I was helping us out to Beast Feast in Underwood Baptist Church last Saturday night.
Oh, yeah.
Getting Mark Garnett sent our way. It was a godsend.
Yeah, I've heard great.
He was
great things.
Awesome, man. I mean,
thank you.
Decisions were made.
Yeah.
And God just worked in all that.
Yeah, I got a great. Mark is a really, really, really. I mean, I know he cuts up a lot. He's like us. He's definitely got a cut up side to him. But when it comes to opening the Word of God and unpacking it, he's very, very well versed and has a great story, great testimony, and that was one of those things where Wingo, like I say, is a little under the weather, and he's like, "Hey, man, can you find somebody to go?" And I asked all my friends. Mark was more than willing to fill in and got there, and they said that it was the best one they've done. This is the 10th year they've done it at that church, and said it was the best one they ever had. So you see how sometimes God's working. What are y'all wringing your hands about? Y'all trying to do a plan that wasn't my plan anyway.
Yeah.
Let's go to Justin in Texas. Justin, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
So, last night, I hear a sweet little voice from upstairs. My daughter, 4th grade, says, "Hey, Daddy, in school today, my teacher was asking for double negative examples." And she said, "My example was, I ain't never been nowhere."
Oh, those times as a parent where you realize my job is done here. Oh, that's great. Passing that stuff along. All right, we'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We're hearing a lot of kids getting raised right, aren't we?
Makes me feel good.
It really does. All right, we'll come back. We'll keep unpacking the stories of the day. Read Across America teachers coming next hour. If you want to be part of that, let us know. Tag us on social media. See your class getting ready to go, and let us see it after we're done. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Because if you just had 3 from, say, Earth, Wind, and Fire, you'd hardly know it.
You may have to get a special ruling on
Yeah,
that.
might get a special ruling on Funk Band.
Definitely, no doubt about it. Don't bring P-Funk All-Stars out. If you bring the P-Funk All-Stars out, you got like 20 guys.
Yeah, when the mothership landed, people just jumped off that airplane. I mean, off that spaceship. I mean, couldn't. Oh my goodness,
a little windy out there.
But anyway,
but see, in my mind, Axl Rose, although he owns the Guns N' Roses logo, I mean, it's his. He owns the brand. He's been touring for over 10 years as Guns N' Roses without any of them. In my mind, it was just Axl Rose.
But we didn't
It was the
acknowledge
Axl
that.
Rose band.
We didn't
it
acknowledge
wasn't
that.
Guns N'
Until he
Roses.
went and got Slash, we didn't take him serious.
That's right.
But anyway, and I think the ruling was if you lose your lead singer, then you have to have 4 original members.
Yeah, you're right.
Right. Because the lead singer's big.
Big.
Yeah, big.
So anyway, we'll do Andy Andrews coming up next hour.
Excited about having Andy.
Well, we are, and
we love Andy.
Yeah, funny guy has done a lot. I mean, I was just it's amazing the things that Andy has done, and we will talk to him about that. He is, he's released several books, and his new one is called The Little Things,
and it's kind of a little book.
Yeah,
in size. That's kind of cool, isn't it?
And he, of course, he's going completely against the grain. Why you really should sweat the small stuff. So
there is a saying: the devil's in the details.
By the way, he has an analogy in here about when he's talking about don't do things the way it's always been done, and he uses the example of how we eat a banana. You know how I'm about making sure that's all done correctly.
Yeah.
Are there any pictures? Are there any pictures in there?
No, I'm sorry, Bubba. There's no pictures.
I like just 1 or 2 pictures in the middle.
Well, that's what gave you hope on Stephen Curtis Chapman's book.
Oh man,
earlier. Now, he's got like a photo album in there.
Man,
so
that thing is that's a big old book.
Right, everybody. I mean, he's serious about that.
I don't think I can get through all that.
No, but there's some good pictures in there. You might love.
Yeah.
Look, looking at this week at Stephen Curtis Chapman, who was on the show yesterday, was it?
Yeah.
When you look at his pictures with him in a mullet alone, it's worth the look.
Yeah.
You know,
his look has changed over the years.
It has. So anyway, Andy Andrews coming up next hour, and much to cover around the world, and with you at 866 We Be Big today too, before Andy and after. So we look forward to taking the journey, as I said, as we kick off the hour with you today, kind of see where we go. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming your way right after the break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Looking at new items to consider for when we roll out the Rick and Bubba new spring line of items. And we have a new hat that I brought in today, and I gave it to one to you and one to Helmsy, and I think we may have to call this hat the Mac Helms. This may
we call it the Mac Daddy.
This may be the Mac Daddy right here, because I'm gonna tell you what I thought of Helmsy's dad. That when this thing rolled off the press, I said I got to take one to Daddy Mac, and I'm talking about now. I mean, you think he won't wear that?
You don't think he'll rock this on the deck boat on the Coosa River? You crazy?
Oh my goodness!
Huh?
It is.
You kidding me?
It is your classic. It has the mesh in the back. The mesh is the American flag, and then the front is camo, and on the front of it says Rick and Bubba making radio great again. I mean, if that right there, if you can get the American flag and camo in the same hat, and by golly, we've done it. And
He's gonna love it, and I'll see him tomorrow. So I will put it in his hands tomorrow.
Right, and because I'm gonna tell you what, really, I want you.
Can we get a picture of him wearing it?
Yeah, please.
Oh yeah, and he's gonna smile too.
Yeah,
I'm gonna force him to smile.
Yeah,
that toothless wonder.
Yeah, and he's gonna look. Right now, I mean, that may be one of the finest things you've ever brought your father.
Yeah,
you know it because I mean.
Now let me ask you this, Speedy: is it gonna? I mean, because look at this. He's gonna show up at a ball game with this on.
Right.
You all right with that?
That's it.
Yeah. Right. There it is.
Oh, of course. Yeah,
All
this is good. This is good.
Yep.
Good.
Those are now available at rickandbubba.com. Hey, let me tell you, if you every single Trump supporter needs one.
Oh yeah.
Rick and Bubba making radio great again. American flag and camo.
That's
it sends a very strong message. Is what it does.
It does.
It takes out any question about where you stand.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. How about you're right. There's nothing left on the table with that hat. You know what I mean? I love my country. I love to hunt. Think of all the people you're offending with that hat.
I know.
I wish the whole crew of the USS Carl Vinson was wearing them today.
I do too.
I will say this: schools will likely ban that hat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Why they ain't banning that
may
hat?
get put on
What's
the offensive
there?
list.
Because it might be offensive.
Yeah.
What's
Does it
offensive?
say boy
It's
on it?
patriotic. It has hunting in it, and Rick and Bubba. My gosh, there's a lot of stuff going on there.
Yeah.
You know how controversial we are.
Oh, I know.
Heck, we don't even like the shack.
Rick, you can't mention this is a shack.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
zone.
Do we need to announce that today? We're declaring the show a shack-free zone. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us today. Next hour, Read Across America. We'll read Green Eggs and Ham. We've been doing that a lot of years. And we're doing it a little different this time because The others kind of outdated. So social media, tagging us on all your social media, and we'll, whatever. What are those things you said yesterday, Helms? What we'll do with it?
Well, Twitter will retweet it.
Okay.
And on Instagram, we'll repost it.
Got it.
And on Facebook, we'll share it.
Okay. That's good. Thank you, buddy.
Well, that put me on the spot, Rick.
Yeah, well, you
appreciate
got it.
that.
That's good. Well, that's it's your area. I mean, you kind of.
You talking about the one thing that everybody has something they don't like about their job.
Yeah.
Even professional athletes. If you have, I think about it when I was in college and just living the dream. There were still things I didn't like.
Yeah.
So that's everybody.
Yeah.
This is the one thing I can't stand about my job is social media.
Yeah, but you
got to do it because it's part of it.
People get information from there. They find out about things. I remember the first time that I saw people packed out at an event that I didn't even know. How did everybody know about this? And they were like, "Well, we put it out on social media, and we sent it around, and we did this, and we blasted over here, and we locked over here, and we did this over here, and
shared it and posted it, and loved it, and liked it,
put it on the website,
sure." And so anyway. So we put our stuff out for you to be able to know what's going on if you don't hear us talking about it on the show. It all works together. All right, so some things we do have. One of the callers kind of referenced it. We do have some COVID updates here. Pandemic me. Well, finally, Hawaii has come around just in time for the State of the Union last night. Now the polling seems to be that we all need to maybe end the hysteria about the pandemic, and of the 50 states, we had Hawaii as our big holdout.
Yeah, they almost were kind of acting like they were their own country. Of course, they're an island and they're way out there. But when you travel there, you had to quarantine for 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's
they didn't shut down travel completely, but you had to quarantine for 2 weeks before you could come out into public. And I don't know, most people, I don't know that they could afford a vacation much longer than that to Hawaii. It is kind of expensive.
No, they're proud of their islands. I'll tell you that. They are proud of them.
So somebody, I don't know who it was I was talking to the other day, I cannot remember, and they told me they were going to Hawaii. And they knew they were just about to drop the, all the 2 weeks that you had to sit out of the game. And because I was asking, I said, "Well, wow, how long are you going?" And they said, "Well, they're going to drop that." They told us so.
Yeah, travelers no longer need to show proof of COVID-19 vaccine or get a negative COVID-19 test to bypass what you were talking about, the mandatory quarantine. So, and that's the biggest hassle because right now. And, man, I'm hoping that, of course, it's getting close. I mean, we're leaving in 2 weeks now, or less than 2 weeks. I guess it's about 10 days now, 11 days. We're trying to go to the Bahamas on a family trip to celebrate the upcoming graduation of one Brooks Big Love Burgess. And right now we still have to get a negative test going in and all that mess. So I'm hoping the Bahamas will follow suit and lift all that.
I don't know.
But it's got to happen pretty quick for us.
I don't have any reason for saying this, but it just doesn't seem to me like the Bahamas would be that strict. You know what I mean?
It was shocking to me
because everything else is kind of hey man. You know what I mean?
Right.
So why not hey man this?
Right.
You know?
Hey man.
I had a friend of mine that said,
"Hey man, let's go to the beach."
That they wanted to do a getaway. Now this was now months ago, and he said, "Look, I'm so sick and tired of this." I went to the travel agent and I sat down. And I said, "We're going somewhere, and the place we're going has dropped all this garbage." And he said, "So find me a place where I don't have to have a card, I don't have to do any testing, I ain't got to wear a mask." And she came back and sat down and said, "Well, how's Mexico sound to you?" and so they went to like Cancun or I don't know which one, Cozumel somewhere. I said, "Right there, you can come on in and go out just like nothing ever happened."
That's good.
And he said, "Well, that's where I'm going. I'm not doing traveling is miserable enough as it is. I ain't doing all that."
Now, granted, the airport could be overtaken by drug lords any
day.
Yeah.
But I just thought the Bohemians would be a little more laid back.
I did too.
Yeah,
I did too.
Now, where's the CDC guidelines on?
Now that they've changed that, I should say, where are airlines and cruise ships now? The cruise industry and
I have
and
not heard
airlines.
the airlines are making any move to take masks off.
Well, I heard yesterday.
And that's what's causing all these people to fight and act like idiots.
If I can just tell you, the airlines out there, or I don't know who, is the government mandated? This is lunacy. You got people walking around airports still with these masks halfway on, halfway off, and I can get on the plane where we had the guy at Southwest say you're probably safer on an airplane with the recycled air than you would almost like being outside.
Yeah, it's some of the best filtered air you're ever going to breathe.
And now I'm over there with the mask police, seeing how long I'm going to eat my peanuts or pretzels. Because now,
put it up between bites.
Yeah. I mean, this is insanity. Okay, you're already overpriced. You already are not a luxurious experience anymore. Drop the mask thing. The way airports and flights are running is ridiculous. I mean, drop this lunacy. There's nothing that supports this anymore.
No. Yesterday, trying to do a little bit better. A couple of treadmills down from me was someone running with an N95 mask on. Running.
That's not smart.
And that lasted about a minute and a half, and that N95 was hanging on the ear. It was off.
Yeah.
Couldn't breathe.
No, that's why they work.
Yeah, it's like having a bag over your head.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough.
Right. Well, it's just
Couldn't
like
believe it.
And the thing that I never got past, people just would not listen. And we didn't do a good job of messaging on this. The research, the science, all this y'all wanted us to follow, had basically come back and said, and there's so much proof of it, the spread of it outdoors is almost zero. I mean, almost zero.
Right.
If you're outdoors, your chances of getting it and passing it are practically zero. And people out there riding bikes with masks on. I mean, I was like, what are we doing? I mean,
but look,
because remember at the beginning, everybody was like, why? How's all these people gathering on the beach and we're not having some outbreak? Here's everybody in stadiums. We're not really seeing much impact on this, and the reason why was the science was saying, well, passing it outside is it's not real likely.
And look, if you want to wear one, that's your thing. It makes you feel better. Have at it. I just don't want it to be mandated.
That's right.
Amen.
Yeah. Same thing on the vaccines. I mean, if you think that's your best option of treatment, you have the right to do that. Be glad it's available, but you can't force people to do that. And this thing that we've done to small children, we're going to be held accountable for that.
We haven't seen the full repercussions of that yet.
You parents who have terrified your small children, terrified them unnecessarily, that's terrible. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. And some of the things, strapping these masks on them and forcing these vaccines on them, and it's all been pretty clear.
Well, we just had to report yesterday the Pfizer vaccine is only 12% effective on these real young kids, and their chances of getting it and having any kind of symptoms to amount to anything are down in the decimal points. I mean, it's crazy.
It's
hey, if it was 95% effective, a different ball game.
Yeah,
a
child shouldn't have to live in some propaganda hysteria. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
We've been asked about the shack so much that finally yesterday I finally got pushed to just finally tell you where I am on the shack. And so then we're declaring no more questions about the shack.
And I have absolutely no opinion on it because I hadn't read the book, hadn't seen the movie. I'm just tired of being asked about it.
Right. The how about I'm in a.
I thought they were talking about Shaquille O'Neal for the longest. I was like, is he back?
I thought they were talking about that poor guy who's making fun of.
I thought Blue Chips 2 had come out.
Good movie, by the way.
Yeah, they didn't do a sequel to that.
I made some headway though with some people yesterday that started out, saying.
For some reason, I got caught up in some of those emails.
Yeah, well, it's a shack free zone. So
what about Yickety Yak?
Matter of fact,
don't talk back.
When we said
that's so good.
My favorite was because what I love is when people will do. They can't just say they have to start out with some statement because everybody's bold on email.
Sure, they are.
Twitter.
Yeah, Rick.
And I said it appears you've made as many assumptions about me as you have about God. But anyway, so we got it all worked out. It was fine.
Sure.
And usually,
so is that if someone brings up
it's
that
a buzzer.
Word? Should we scream yickety yak? What did you say?
Yickety yak.
Yickety yak. And that means so because I don't want to have to say this is a no zone.
Because I was willing to say
Yickety-yak.
I was willing to say yickety yak. We don't talk shack. but if
you know what, I think that worked.
Okay. So the Rick and Bubba show is
yickety yak, no shack.
That's right. We are a shack free zone.
Yeah.
So we're that.
Well, I mean, it's because and we're just. It's not that we were coming out and saying. People kept calling and asking.
I've never
Every
had
other call we had yesterday was that.
Well, this happened to me, like I said on there yesterday, 9 years ago when I've already had to walk through this once, and I'm just not going to walk through it again.
Right.
And we've said what need to be said, and it's done. And everybody don't have to agree on that. That's fine.
You know what it reminded me of, and it's completely two different topics, but we went down the same path with everybody calling in wanting to know about 50 Shades of Grey. When all that happened and came out, it was like we were hey, we got to hear what Rick and Bubba think about it.
And you know what? How about I'm honored by that because I do think on this show we've put ourselves in that position and we have a platform, and so there's certainly nothing wrong with someone saying, "Hey, I'm struggling on this," and I'm honored that anybody would care what we would think about it.
Yeah.
But we've said it, and I've just never seen the avalanche of it, and to me this one at least is a little. Listen to the term I'm about to use. This one at least has a little more. I can understand a discussion.
Yeah.
Anybody that was justifying 50 Shades of Grey, as far as someone who's supposed to be people of faith, I don't know where y'all were coming from.
And when asked,
now this one at least you can have a discussion about. Yeah.
That's why I said completely different topic.
I am honored when someone wants to know my opinion on something, but I also try to be wise enough. A lot of times, I don't. If I don't know, I'll tell you I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in this case, I knew more about it. I was just trying not to go there because I was like, I don't know if I'm going to weigh in on this.
Yickety yak.
And then I realized, like I said yesterday, I was being asked about it so many times. I started thinking in my spirit, am I now being disobedient? So I finally said what I thought personally I felt led to say, and then I don't have anything else to add to that.
So are you saying you feel like, not that I'm talking about it, but it is
there you go.
It's a version. It's a version of something similar to what JFK, that Oliver Stone did to history.
Well, yes, yeah.
In other words, it's deceptive in the presentation.
It makes people think they're getting the truth when they're not. It needs to be clear that it's not the truth.
Now, if you declare, hey, this is fiction, just enjoy it for what it's worth, maybe that's a whole different topic. If JFK. It was, but people didn't understand it because it was done like a documentary.
You're really onto something here. If Oliver Stone had simply said, "This has no historical basis whatsoever. This is a theory I've got, and it's totally fiction. I've done a fictional movie about an actual historical event."
Right.
You know what I mean?
I wish they'd said that about The Blind Side too.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Oh, here we go.
But what I'm saying is this: the problem is
it all goes back to The Blind Side with Greg.
Well, you know why? Because I watched it again.
The problem is the adversary wants us to believe in a version of God that isn't true. And don't miss, the author of this book is a universalist. He's in many ways that he thinks everybody's going to heaven.
I think some of the stories, because I think I sent you one of them I was reading yesterday that I got when you see the interviews with him and other writings that he has made would be very contrary to our views.
Well, I have one guy. I mean, we actually worked it all out. It was fine. He and I ended on a good note. We're actually working with each other, and it was friendly. But when he said begin with, well, one of the people didn't like it was Al Mohler, and he's a Calvinist. I said, hey, we're not. Hey, I can sit down and talk with a hyper Calvinist more than I can a universalist. Are you kidding me? You know what I mean? I think when it comes to who God is, a Calvinist is not going to be in a place like a universalist would be. Are you kidding me? No. And I said so anyway. But yeah, the author is a universalist, and that really ought to be the main problem right out of the gate, because his point of view of who God is and the Trinity is going to be a real problem.
Yeah, I mean, some of the other things were scary.
Yeah, and like I say, the reason why I knew something about it, and with good intentions, let me be very clear. A lot of people were trying to rush that book to me back when Bronner went to heaven with good intentions. Please understand me.
Right.
And as I started investigating it, thinking it was going to be a book of comfort, I started like, wait a minute.
A little bizarre.
Yeah. Now, but the problem is, if you don't know, if you can't discern, which is one thing we're told in the Bible, when we become a person of faith and you become a person who says, I'm going to now be a disciple of Jesus Christ, the Scriptures clearly say then we should get to the point we must be able to discern false teaching. Matter of fact, the Bible says it's the will of the Father. 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio. You got Rick and Bubba, 28 years, still standing. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. As Team Rick and Bubba moves forward in a brand new hour, we thank you for being with us. Coming up this hour, the Rick and Bubba world's largest classroom, as we will read Green Eggs and Ham on Dr. Seuss's birthday week and read across America. So that'll be coming up 20 minutes past this hour. So teachers, if you want to go live, that's how you get it. The archives are available to you soon after that. All right. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey. How you doing, buddy?
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for making the Rick and Bubba Show part of your daily routine.
So in kind of a weird twist today, over the next 24 hours, we're going to have a lot of things going on in personal lives, too. And in a strange deal, my son, James Broderick Burgess, young Broderick, the Tasmo, he, unlike his sister and his brothers, he jumped out into, I'm working full-time, I'm in my field, I'm doing my thing.
Right.
At such a young age, it's almost like it's you forget. Like, I keep thinking he's older, and my wife keeps having to remind me that he's only 20. And so he's been given some responsibility. And so in a weird deal, Speedy comes to me the other day and says, by the way, I'm involved in a meeting this week, and I mean I'm having to sit down with your son.
You talking about Mr. Burgess?
Yeah, as really, for lack of a better term, my boss. And I said, what? And he was like, he said, yeah, the department at the church that he's over, I'm volunteering. Because that's hey, when you get out there in the church world, you got to have a lot of volunteers.
Yeah.
And so for young Broderick, who kind of oversees the streaming and the recording, and then because they had some people that, and maybe they're looking to take this out of his department at some point, he's now also over the sound and lighting of the service and all this stuff. He's always hanging lights and moving stuff, and so Speedy and his wife attend. I don't know, how do you describe this? It's not a church plant. It's like a sister church, a church that had gone through tough times, and then our church kind of adopted the church, but yet it's its own church. It's not a campus. That's what I'm looking for. It's not
right. It's not an extension.
It's not a campus. It's its own church, and it's been revitalized. I mean, people have responded, and this is the community you live in. They were like, "Hey, this community is growing. This church needs some help." I mean, the people, and a lot of people were leaving their own community to go to church somewhere else, and so even people from our church that are from your community said, we were like encouraging them, man, this is your church. I mean, this is it. And so anyway, so I guess until further notice, they're Valleydale, where I go, they're kind of sharing staff and people with the new church until they kind of get all those roles filled, I guess. Right. So young Broderick is in charge of being sure that church has its sound people, and he asked me one day, he said, Dad, you think Speedy would volunteer to, the greatest club DJ of all time,
different deal
to run sound,
it's a different talent.
Yeah,
but
yeah. Well, look, all the things we once did for the devil, we're doing for the Lord now, and so I mean, Speedy's mixing sound for the Lord now. So anyway,
and there's a lot of at church. There's a lot of bringing in the professionals, whatever. And I'm like, no, I'm really not.
I'm a pro.
And two guys
might have heard of me.
Jason and Rusty are the two that have been tag teaming it and taking Sundays, and they haven't. It's just the two of them. And so, I mean, you need more volunteers to spread out the commitment, and so I've been shadowing them for a couple of weekends for about a month, I guess. And so Sunday, it's all on me, and so the challenge every week is, anytime you're in a situation where you're upgrading or are doing some things to the sanctuary, and you're having to have a makeshift set up church into the gym, and you're breaking down, setting up, breaking down, setting up, breaking down, setting up. Knobs can get turned, and so sometimes the board is not the way you left it the week prior.
I want to say this, and this is where I want you to step up. And every pastor all across this land is saying amen to this.
Yeah.
I know sometimes it's on the pastor. Sometimes.
Right.
Okay. But, guys, how are we always caught off guard by the first thing the pastor says?
Right.
Can we not get the mic live?
I know.
I mean, especially if he stands up and does that first comment. He hadn't got to his message yet. The first time he's wanting to tell us,
like where he says good morning.
Yeah.
Right.
They don't ever get that right.
Yeah. Well, a lot of this.
It's like, this is always it. Okay, so hey, if y'all got me up,
what's going on?
All right, there it is.
Never
Hey
right.
this is mission week.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, can we not get does no sound person ever get that right?
Do you know that's a conversation that in the back when we're whispering, "Hey, where's Pastor Josh?" Is he sitting? Is that you got the worship team and they're on our little makeshift stage that we take down and put back up every week.
And you're ready to get into the full-time room.
Right. And so the sound crew in the back is on the same level as the sanctuary. And so when he stands up, you can't see him. And so you're trying to protect the pastor by not having a live mic while he's sitting down, even though the pastor turns on and off. But Nick Gunn run that for everybody.
Right. I always leave it on mute, no matter what. I don't trust the booth.
Exactly.
I always put it on mute.
Right, and he does too, but you still want to fly cover for him.
Well,
and
what
so
happens,
sometimes he stands up and you can't see him, and so you're trying to unmute on the board, and you miss the first word, like you're saying.
Well, and a lot of times they'll maybe there was somebody singing, and they'll shake their hand and like say something to them, and you don't want to broadcast that.
Right.
So you leave it down to they are right walking into that microphone.
Listen what happened to me. You think of all the obvious ones about bathrooms and all that. Yeah. But this is one that's never talked about, and it happened to me. Okay. Hey, Rick, we got you. I tell you what, just leave it on. We'll mute you up here at the board. And I'm like, so that way when you go up, there's none of that. I'm like, I don't know. And they're like, no, just leave it on. It'll be fine. We won't pot you up. And I think, well, I've been to the bathroom, so I don't have to worry about that. So I get on the front row.
Okay.
I'm down there ready. Got my headset on. And also I sit there and they're like singing "Great is Our Lord." Also I go, "Great." And I'm like, and I hear me singing.
Oh no!
I mean, I'm so great, and I'm like, "Whoa, I don't." And I'm like that.
Now you're part of the worship
team. Suddenly I'm singing now. Nobody needs to hear that.
Right. Yeah. So you have the responsibilities of the board, and again, I'm just coming along. There's guys that have been doing this, and I've been shadowing, but it's on me now. So, and I told them the staff can't do anything without something happening. So just be praying for me Sunday. But sound check starts really early. I know, dang it. But not only that, but you're also responsible for uploading the streaming side of things, because a lot of folks that can't make it, there's streaming options. Yep. And so, and Brody and Josh Pike is involved with as well. They are in charge of getting all that uploaded and all this kind of stuff. And so some of the staff is like, well, no, Mr. Burgess will come through here, and then he'll take
too speedy, Mr. Burgess, talking about 20-year-old robots.
And I just kind of started giggling.
You have to have a meeting with him today?
Yes, I have to have lunch with the two of them today. And I know what it is, probably because Sunday is my first day to be by myself.
We got to go over it.
And it's probably a little bit of, hey, are you good? But
a little hand check.
Yeah. So I've got to have a lunch with Mr. Burgess and Mr. Pike.
Am I bad that I hope something goes wrong?
I know.
Nothing major.
Let me just say this: yes.
I mean, nothing major.
Not major.
Right.
Just some kind of little handle.
Like the story, though, come out of it.
But I'm not a professional. I mean, I work in radio and all that, but that doesn't mean I can run a
different skill set.
A 20-channel board and all that.
And a lot of times they put everybody in groups.
Yeah.
And so I'd almost rather just have everybody on a pod.
I agree. I agree.
The group will get you lost.
Yeah. By the way, order the Mighty Meaty today.
Okay.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That you are able to discern false teaching. And when you send in people in there that are either baby Christians or people who are searching, and they buy into this thing, get 25 million books a pop, and they think this is the truth and this is biblical, now you've got a real problem. A couple things we need to talk about Tony Romo.
Did you see Tony Romo's video he released yesterday?
I did not. I did not see it.
He basically was thanking fans. You could tell he was distressed. He said the last 48 hours had been crazy, and it looks like he is headed to being a free agent. He's going to be released by the Cowboys. Now, Rick, this is kind of odd, too. He will leave the Cowboys as an odd combination of statistical productivity and postseason emptiness. He is the franchise's all-time leading passer, but yet has fewer playoff wins than Troy Aikman had Super Bowl wins.
He also didn't have Emmitt Smith, meaning he had to throw the ball more.
Oh,
but,
absolutely.
But we have to always remember those kind of things.
Right.
I mean,
right.
none of us are prepared to say.
He only had 2 playoff wins,
right.
according to this story.
I mean, is there anybody
And Aikman had 3 Super Bowl wins.
Right. Is there anybody in this room that's prepared to say that Tony Romo was a better quarterback than Troy Aikman?
I don't know. I wouldn't go that far.
I mean, absolutely.
But Troy Aikman played on a better Cowboy team.
That's what I mean. Which means the individual stats would be altered because you have more people also. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So these individual stats in football.
I like when they compare quarterbacks beat each other. No, they didn't. They beat the other one's defense.
Right.
They didn't beat each other.
They're not playing against each other.
He beat him, and they went head to head. Brady and Manning.
Yeah, because she's like, well, let me take one quarterback, let him throw against the same defense the other one was going to get.
Yeah, it's hard to compare.
Football and individual stats to me is the sport that they mean the least. Because there's so many factors.
Which leads to the question: where will Romo end up? It looks like Houston is a high.
Oh, staying in the state of Texas
is a high possibility, and also here's his little video yesterday.
I'm gonna tell you, it's been a crazy 48 hours here, and me and my family felt the outpouring of support and love from all of you. It's been overwhelming, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So I want to say thank you, and we have a lot to think about here going forward, but we'll see what happens. Till then, I'm just going to keep listening to Bob Dylan.
Hey, enough. What the hell is it?
That's my wife. She just loves me unconditionally.
So there he goes.
Well, wherever he did that on his, I got to say that wasn't heartfelt.
No, he did that on his Instagram.
I thought he was going to be squalling.
I did too.
I thought he set that up.
I thought he was.
I thought he was going to take the squall.
Rick, y'all give me a minute. I got a lump in my throat.
It almost sounded like he was kind of cutting up about it.
He was.
Because he's playing Bob Dylan.
He was more serious. I thought that, and most of the reports are calling it heartfelt.
Missing you was playing in the background.
Yeah, normally I play Bob Dylan.
And I staged my wife walking behind me with a little quilt.
What did she say? I didn't hear that.
More ammunition or something. I don't know.
He no matter where he goes, he's going to be either hurt in preseason or the first couple weeks of the year anyway. I mean, he can't help it. I nothing against the guy, but let's just call it. He's injury prone.
So I think she's getting a little choked up right there.
He's grinning.
He's not grinning yet.
He's got a hat on backwards.
I want to say thank you, and we have
I
a
want
lot
to hear
to
what his
think about
wife
here
says.
going
I can't figure
forward,
it out.
but we'll see what happens. Till then, I'm just going to keep listening to Bob Dylan.
Hey, enough. What the hell is it?
I can't figure out what she said.
She just loves me unconditionally.
You know, Rick, that reminds me of Ricky Schroeder in The Champ.
Wake up, champ! Wake up, champ! I hadn't been this shook since Old Yeller.
Well, I know you're trying to do this to make fun of me, but you can go read all the articles today about it. They say the same thing.
How about this? I'll say this. Whomever said that was an emotional goodbye, all of them are wrong.
I didn't credit you with that.
So I know you just read that, but I'm talking about you got bad information on that.
Well, I saw it too. I thought he was being sincere. I mean, you could tell he was struggling for the words. He's been a Cowboy a long time.
I'll do it, Mama.
It was really hard.
It wasn't Brian's song. It wasn't Ricky and the Champ. Okay, it wasn't Old Yeller. And not in that league.
Don't be mad with me.
You know, Rick, it reminds me of Bruce Willis in Armageddon when he was talking to his daughter. When he knew he wasn't coming back.
Well, I do get choked up with that.
That is tough.
That's tough.
Yeah, it's not. I thought the end of the Notebook was rough.
Wow.
That was bad. Wow.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings
20
me to
minutes
my knees.
past the hour. And hello and welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show, and we say that not just to those that are watching and listening to the show today as normal, but all the teachers and the classes that are now joining us for Rick and Bubba's World's Largest Classroom. So if you teachers and students are with us, welcome. We're glad you're here. It's Read Across America today, Bubba.
It is, and Rick, I think this has been a great event that we've had over the years.
Yep.
We've seen the classes, and we want to continue that. And if you're doing that today, take a picture, post it, and tag us in it, and we'll all get to see that, and that fires us up.
It really does. So if you want to be part of that, it's at Rick and Bubba. With your participation photos, teachers, or you know what, if you're like a lot of us, you may ask the students to show you how to post it because they'll know. And as you are part of the world's largest classroom, so Read Across America today, and we're going to read, and we've done this for many years, a classic, Green Eggs and Ham from Dr. Seuss.
Oh, it is a classic.
Yes. So, and if you are watching on our YouTube channel, Mr. Adler, he'll be turning pages for you. Teachers, you may have a copy of it there in the room. Bub, I see you have your copy in front of you.
I do have my copy.
Yeah, and what there's a lot of lessons to learn in this. Perseverance is one.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe don't be afraid to try new things.
Right.
All right. So
how about that, Dr. Seuss?
He's a character. All right. So here we go. Green Eggs and Ham for the world's largest classroom on Read Across America 2022. Here we go. I am Sam. Just right out of the gate, just straight, we're establishing who Sam is. And he goes past the guy, and he says, still got a sign, I am Sam. Oh. And then he comes back, see him working his way back in front of the guy, Sam, I am. So we've established that this is Sam, and this poor gentleman here is about to deal with Sam.
Have we ever really clarified what they are exactly?
There's some kind of Dr. Seuss character. I don't know.
Furry
dog and
yeah.
And what's this thing he's riding here?
Yeah, that's Dr. Seuss has a name for it, Bubba, but I can't pronounce it. There seems to be higher levels of these creatures versus lower level.
Right.
And here's the thing I've never picked up on all the times we've read this. Apparently, this guy knows Sam.
Right.
Let's watch what he says next. That's Sam I am. That's Sam I am. I do not like that Sam I am. So there's been something, some encounter in the past. He didn't care for him,
and he's basically running through his living room.
He really is
because he didn't knock on the door.
And Bubba sadly riding some sort of animal.
Yeah, I don't know what that thing.
And look at this next.
Looks harmless.
Look at this next thing he's got. Do you like green eggs and ham? So Sam I am brings this apparatus back.
Social distancing.
Yeah, he's social distancing. He's now presenting green eggs and ham and asking if he likes them. And the guy's already made a decision on this. I do not like them, Sam I am. I do not like green eggs and ham. So,
but I could see initially why he would feel that way.
Well,
the
you know
color,
what?
It's kind of.
Well, don't give up, because if you're just thinking common sense here, it's over. I presented to you something. You said you don't like it, but Sam's not going to let that go.
Right.
And this is the one thing that all salespeople need to learn. And a lot of you, let me tell you this, kids, if you can sell, you'll always have a job.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
Notice that Sam just acts like that he didn't get that answer. He's already telling the guy he's committed to it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Oh, yeah, he's not giving up.
That's a brilliant move.
It's actually how I got a wife.
Right. It really was. But that's another lesson for another classroom day. Would you like them here or there? See, he didn't hear the I don't like them. Right. He's just saying, so where do you want them? Mm-hmm. Do you want them here? Well, I said I didn't like them. Where you want them over here? Would you like them here or there? Trying to clarify. I would not like them here or there. I would not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. Clarifying again.
Mm-hmm.
Sam is, it doesn't even move him. Would you like them in a house? Would you like them with a mouse? I do not like them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I don't like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. Wow. But listen, Sam. I mean, he's going to go radical now. Would you eat them in a box? Mm-hmm. Would you eat them with a fox? Not in a box, not with a fox, not in a house, not with a mouse. I would not eat them here or there. I would not eat them anywhere. I would not eat green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am.
I don't know that it's wise to eat anything with a fox.
No, or a mouse. No. Definitely not with a mouse and not with a fox. Would you, could you in a car eat them? Here they are. I would not, could not in a car. You may like them, you will see. You may like them in a tree.
In a tree?
Would not suggest this either.
Nope, that's bad driving.
I would not, could not in a tree, not in a car. You let me be. I would not like them in a box. I would not like them with a fox. I do not like them in a house, and I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I don't like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam, I am. Is anybody gray on this? The guy didn't want them. He didn't like them. Now, he's saying he likes them, but we'll find out. Does he really know? A train? A train. Could you, would you on a train?
Okay.
Not on a train, not in a tree, not in a car. Sam, let me be. I would not, could not in a box, and I could not, would not with a fox. I will not eat them with a mouse. I will not eat them in a house. I will not eat them here or there. I will not eat them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam, I am. Say, in the dark. Here, in the dark. Would you, could you, in the dark? I would not, could not. In the dark. Would you, could you, in the rain? I would not, could not in the rain, not in the dark, not on the train, not in a car, not in a tree. I do not like them, Sam. You see, not in a house, not in a box, not with a mouse, not with a fox. I will not eat them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. And this is the part I love when Sam he goes loco.
Mm-hmm.
You do not like green eggs in it?
Look at his face. He's finally having a little letdown there.
I do not like them, Sam, I am. You think at this point maybe some mercy could be shown. Mm. Could you, would you with a goat? I would not, could not with a goat. Would you, could you on a boat? That's a nice boat, by the way.
Okay.
I could not, would not on the boat. I will not with a goat. I will not eat them in the train. I will not eat them in the rain. I will not eat them on the train, not in the dark, not in the tree, not in the car. You let me be. I do not like them in a box. I do not like them with a fox. I will not eat them in a house. I do not like them with a mouse. I do not like them here or there. I do not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam, I am. You do not like them, so you say. Try them, and you may. Try them, and you may, I say. Sam, if you will let me be, I will try them, and you will see.
He's beat down.
Look, he's looking. He's like, okay, I'm going to take a shot at this. And he takes a bite, and he enjoys it. Say, I like green eggs and ham. I do. I like them, Sam, I am. I would eat them in a boat, and I would eat them with a goat, and I will eat them in the rain and in the dark and on the train and in a car and in a tree. They're so good, you see. So I will eat them in a box, and I will eat them with a fox. I will eat them in a house, and I will eat them with a mouse. I will eat them here and there. Say, I will eat them anywhere. Wow. He likes them. I do so like green eggs and ham. Thank you, Sam, I am.
All right.
There you go. The reading of Green Eggs and Ham, Read Across America. Thanks, kids, for joining us. Thank you, teachers, for including us. Now, y'all discuss amongst yourselves the lessons learned from Green Eggs and Ham.
You wish it'd been ice cream or something?
Yeah. I've never
Book
tried.
wouldn't have been that long.
No, it really wouldn't. No, you start with ice cream. You get buyers real quick. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But you remember growing up. He's been assigned $multi-million for somewhere else. Well, it'd be hard to not grin.
It's a business, y'all.
Yeah. Probably not even going to have to leave the state either.
Yeah. And like I say, he'll get a big contract, get hurt, and get his money, not have to play anyway.
I hate to bring this up because he's happily married, and he is, and so I hate to bring it up. But, we've always talked about how, the Kardashians ruin anybody that come anywhere.
I know where you're going with this.
Can we blame Jessica Simpson for that's when it all started coming apart.
When he fumbled the snap on the field goal.
Right.
I've got to ask a question.
He got rid of her quick after that.
It looks like he's wearing purple in this. It looks like
Ravens.
Could that be a little shot that he might be going to the Vikings, Bub?
Or do you think it's just a bad video?
The Vikings
it's actually
have got
blue?
so many quarterbacks on payroll. I mean, good night.
Does anybody know what his wife said when she went by?
Yeah, she said full moon at night.
Speaking of the Vikings, I saw a story the other day that said Teddy Bridgewater's not recuperating at the pace they wanted.
You know,
to.
they said that injury was severe.
Ooh, I got
it. Was going to be a long way back.
But they've got Bradford still.
I guess.
And
yeah.
hey, did Matt Castle ever leave? Is he still
still
there?
there?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, you talking about a guy who he hit the lotto too. Remember, everybody made a big deal because he had one good game and he got that big contract from the Chiefs. Tank.
He had that
just like
season.
Osweiler, same thing.
Well, didn't I see where Osweiler's going to the Browns?
Yes.
Well, let's see the fact that Houston got rid of him. That
the Browns may be trading.
May
him.
mean they've already got a deal with Romo.
Yeah.
So that's
clear
what
up a little cap
speculating.
room.
Yeah. So yeah.
But Castle had that one good year with the Patriots, but
He had like one good few games. You know,
well, didn't Brady go out like the first
He was
game of
hurt.
the year? He didn't Kansas City. Didn't he break his
of course,
leg
the
or
problem, but he was quarterbacking the Patriots.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
here's
you remember he never even started a game in college.
I think
he
I
played
could-
behind the liner the whole time.
This might be what Bubba's
pretty
talking about, Rick, right here.
Tony Romo saying goodbye to Cowboy fans.
y'all, I'm about to give y'all a term here.
Yeah. What is that, Jim? Jim, wake up.
May God have mercy on your soul.
Right there, there you go.
They went to Green
Then they went to Green Mile for some reason. All right. Well,
I don't know why.
Let me say
when I was
this.
a kid, the Brian song,
Oh,
that
yeah.
No
Bubba.
Yellow was the worst.
When Brian's song would go off, the room would be silent. We'd all be like,
Hey, let me say this. After watching that Romo goodbye, hey, nobody let him be alone.
yeah. Rick, we'll be back after we gather ourselves.
You know, now I will tell you this: just in general, I'm not a big grapefruit guy. In general, but I mean,
But I'll give it a shot.
Or a juicer guy.
But maybe his grapefruits are the kind that I will overcome.
Right.
If
I
you're
thought
just
you were a
joining us.
juicer at one time, Bubba.
Yeah.
I quickly learned that wasn't for me.
Well, remember he turned orange.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Too much carrot.
No, it didn't. It didn't turn me orange. I had a friend that turned orange one time, but I've
Made your urine look funny.
well, it speeds up a lot of things.
Well,
So
did
does
you,
yams.
Matthew in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Matthew, go ahead.
Morning, gentlemen. Can y'all hear me well?
We're doing great, buddy. I hope you're okay.
I'm doing well. Green Acres, gentlemen.
Oh, well, good. Hope you have a great day. So what's the deal?
I was just calling because I listened to the video a couple times, and I actually think I have a good guess on what the wife said in the back of Tony Romo's video.
You think you know what Tony Romo's wife says as she walks through the video that nobody can understand? You think you have it?
I think I do. I want to take a stab at it.
All right.
I'm thinking that she said, "Babe, enough with the sad music."
She said what?
What did you say?
Your
Babe, babe, enough with the sad music.
Okay, you think she says, "Babe, enough with the sad music"?
What song is that?
Is he
that Bob Dylan? Because that may be part of the message he's
Yeah,
sending.
where he's going.
Well, what I'm saying is the message.
Greg, you don't know. That's your area.
I don't know. I'm not a Bob Dylan guy.
May I just speculate because I don't know his catalog as well. I probably know it better than Greg.
Let's hear it again.
But I think could it be Times They Are Changing?
Oh,
That's
Bubba, it is so heartfelt. I don't know that I can handle it again.
That could be. Yeah, Bubba,
Yeah,
come on.
y'all-
I'm just now over.
Speedy, roll it. All of y'all look
Oh, it's
away.
been rolling,
Look
yeah.
away.
Thank you, and we have a lot to think about here going forward, but we'll see what happens.
You're right.
I think it's Times They Are Changing.
Yeah, it is.
Past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, thank you for being with us. And hopefully you were able to participate and enjoy the annual reading of Green Eggs and Ham for Read Across America. And you can follow us on social media. We'll show you some of the classes that we're participating. MyPillow.com/Bubba. MyPillow.com/Bubba. You want to make purchases that mean something. Spending your hard-earned money. It's something you take serious, and the folks at MyPillow do too. And you also want to make your life a lot more comfortable, and they do that at MyPillow. They deliver style, comfort. These are American products and a great American company. and they want to earn your business by doing a good job. There's a concept that we've kind of lost here in the old country. What about maybe doing things by merit? So anyway, MyPillow right now, they're really stepping up. We got with them and got a new URL to kind of make it easier. You just go straight to our stuff. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Giza Dream bed sheets and flannel sheets, 60% off. About the $39.99 now. MyPillow slippers, I love these, 50% off. Women's sleepwear or loungewear, 50% off. They're outstanding luxury hotel quality towel sets, $39.99. That saves you $70. And all the MyPillows have been reduced to $19.98. So this is all happening by you simply going to MyPillow.com/Bubba. While you're there at MyPillow.com/Bubba, you might want to check out Mike Lindell's new project called My Store. This is a kind of looking for an alternative to Amazon, where he's trying to help some of these American businesses and entrepreneurs get their products to us. So it's a great place to shop. So check that out at My Store when you go to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Excuse me. All right, so a couple things we need to discuss. I'm sure this is going to
You out there, Rick?
Yeah, well, it's one of those things where know what it is. I mean, the tiniest particle.
Yeah.
The tiniest particle
Goes
from
down that
breakfast.
lung.
And if it goes over and lands on like your tonsils over there,
there it is.
It keeps making you
A little
cough.
tickle.
Yeah, a little tickle. But so we have a situation that is coming our way tomorrow that I know y'all are looking forward to, and that is, when worlds collide. I have my wife's world, my church's world, and Gary all colliding tomorrow.
That'll be good.
And there's only so much I can do about it because I can't get there until everything's already underway.
Yeah.
And then I have to leave before it's finished. So those two ends of the spectrum for me, so now I can't be a problem solver. I can't run interference. Now let's also
does the term international incident mean anything?
Just like we know Speedy's running sound this Sunday is going to give something on Monday. There's no way I don't come back Friday with stories.
No way.
Yeah.
Because here's what's happening. So we won't be done with work till 11:15 because we do Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, on Thursday. So about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning local time, 17 missionaries and 6 missionary children will arrive at the farm. Sherry will be there, but Gary will also be there to kind of help to be sure that everything is ready to go. So Gary, Sherry, missionaries know me. And so then I'll arrive and run interference. Gary will leave. But then I have to go to Jonesboro, Arkansas. So I'll have to leave before it's done.
Yep.
And Gary said he's going to come back and help Sherry, put four-wheelers and all that stuff back up and help clean everything up. And I just don't feel good about it. I mean, first of all, there's the whole Gary-Sherry dynamic. And the fact their names rhyme is funny too. That could be its own reality show.
Just having Gary involved.
Yeah, and then Gary not just dealing with Sherry, but now he's near missionaries again.
Yeah,
and you remember that time?
Yeah.
Not. Sometimes Gary not really clear on where the line is on things.
Oh, Bubba, that's the understatement of our show so far.
Yeah.
Rick, you need to get over and get that tree cleared up before the guests get there. You need to tell them to do that. Go trim some limbs over by the house.
Something.
Yeah.
Please. hey, I thought you said these people's Africans. Remember that one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very uncomfortable.
Where are these missionaries going to be from?
Everywhere.
I was going to ask you.
They're everywhere, all over the world.
So this group that's coming, it's not just
it's not one
just
team.
A, B, or C.
It's not one team.
It's mixed up.
13 different areas.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness,
man!
Hey, let me just tell y'all welcome. I'm just my gosh.
Who's going to translate?
And what is
Gary's?
what are they going to be doing there, Rick? What's the purpose of this? Just to get out and
the purpose is
get fresh air and
for them to have a chance while they're here to relax a little bit, to have a good lunch, to enjoy the Lord's outdoors, to have some time to be prayed over there and relax and let their kids play and just have some R&R. But it's not going to go that way.
It's hard to relax around Gary if you know Gary. Now, the fact that they don't know him may help.
I'm thinking about
Rick. You got to watch where you step. It's going to be really warm tomorrow.
I know.
It's that time of year.
And then I picture 6 little children running and screaming. I hear something in the woods. I see that.
Right. Yeah.
You know, and Gary back there with the dun bull and just pulling on it.
Who's going to work the fishing poles, Rick?
You going to wear them fake teeth?
That'll follow me by the time I get there. I'll have fishing rods from one end of that pond to the other. I'll be taking fish off left and right, and my old hands will be so beat up by the time it's over. I'll have so many hooks in me, and so
now who's gonna fry them up?
Nobody. Don't add that to it.
Hey, if you want me to, we can do a little fish fry.
No, I'm good.
Well, you know, Jesus served fish to his disciples.
I know, buddy, but I don't think of Jesus much when I think of you. So it's just gonna and then don't forget. Just think about how many dynamics are in play here. Just my history with trying to keep up with missionaries. Yeah. That alone. Yeah. I mean, if it was just that.
You've misplaced a few of them.
I look out their food. Yeah. I left one at the airport. Remember that?
Yeah. Ate one of them's food.
Ate one of them's food.
You did?
Lost one poor couple we lost. They never came back.
Not sure where they're at.
That's true.
They left mission work.
Well, I don't know about that, but they I tell you what, they didn't take an invite to come back to the church that lost them. You know what I mean? And
not listening.
There's just so many dynamics in play here. And you ready for this one? The elephant in the room. It's this church's first experience with us.
Oh, no.
We're brand new.
Oh, that's right.
That's true.
It's a new crew.
See, Shades Mountain, they would know things not to do. You know, they've been here 20 years. There's certain things you don't put them. I mean, now, can you imagine? It's usually just one group, 17 different representations.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be beautiful weather. And,
it is.
Hey, let me tell you, it's going to be pretty.
I know, Gary. Thanks.
You want me to go ahead and let them get fishing before you get here?
No, just wait. Let me handle that.
Well, I mean, what all you want me to do?
Just nothing, really. If you'll just open everything up.
I'm just glad they're going to beat the pollen season.
Yeah, make sure everything's cranked and everything. You really don't.
What time's little Sherry going to get here?
But she's I don't know, Gary.
Well, I'll just open everything up, and then I'll just kind of get out of the way.
Yes, that's what I want.
I don't know, Rick. Yes. You let him start wandering around. That's where he's going to get into something.
How quick will a missionary? How quick will a missionary scream at a fake snake in a bucket?
Oh yeah.
No, something's going to happen.
I got
fake rat.
Please don't prank the missionaries, Gary. We're not going to do that.
But you knowing him and how to head things off, and now that's not there.
I'm not here.
Yeah,
I'm not there.
No, and that's going to drive you crazy.
Can't get there. Then got to leave.
How hard is it going to be to go down that dirt road, leave?
The key.
I know you want to go where you're going, but leaving that.
No, here's the thing. Y'all all know this. Anytime there's something that could potentially be dramatic, you think about this. I mean, we all know this. Could be a family member.
Yeah.
Could be whatever. There's this thing where your phone's just sitting there.
Yeah.
And I heard somebody describe this yesterday who's dealing with family member that tends to keep causing drama. Says there's times they'll hear their phone like vibrate, knowing they got something, and they'll look and they'll be thankful it's an ad.
Right.
It's an attempt to sell him something. He said, I've never felt so good about an ad. Oh, thank God it's just an ad. You know, and you just don't want to look down and see, hey, we need you. You know, you don't want to see that. So I'm sure it'll be fine.
So when are you going to give Gary the pregame speech and sit him down?
Today.
Okay,
that's today.
I'm about to say some prep work today.
There's going to be the do's and the don'ts. We really, I'm almost willing to cancel the beginning part. Don't even go over there till it's over.
Oh, okay.
But he.
Well, I mean, don't little Sherry need help getting everything out and get everything opened up?
Well,
little Sherry.
I don't know.
I'm going to tell you something now. I ain't going to cross her. You remember what happened?
I do, vividly.
Hey, I had to get me a new pair of britches. She ate the hind end out of these.
Yeah, that's that combination of those two. It's better for everybody to work.
Yeah.
I just hate John Thomas is not going to get to come and ride the four-wheeler.
He's not back this year. Rick, I was wondering. Tell me who is Gary? Yeah. 15 minutes to the top. Someone says we hear Bigfoot off in the distance. More Rick and Bubba now.
Rick and
Bubba.
Hey,
That's it. That's
enough of the sad music.
Enough with the sad music. Very good, Matthew.
I thought you said it's enough of the heavy S.
I thought she said, don't be
S
mad
word.
with me.
Listen, that's
Hey,
enough of
everyone.
the heavy.
I just wanted to
What it sounds like.
come and tell you it's
Only
been
you
a
would
crazy
hear
48
that.
hours
Listen.
here. And me and my family have felt the outpouring of support and love from all of you. It's been overwhelming, and
That's your right on the song.
it doesn't go unnoticed. So I want to say thank you, and we have a lot to think about here going forward, but we'll see what happens. Till then, I'm just going to keep listening to Bob Dylan.
Hey, enough with the sad music.
No, sad music.
Sad music.
What I say, it sounds just like you.
Greg, only you heard that.
Well
But you're
done.
right. It is time.
Well done by the caller.
Greg's kind of wishing
Well
that's
done.
what you said.
Right, yeah, because I was with her.
In times they are.
I'm so sad.
So, hey, Art could be all on the watchtower, and you know what that tells us? No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, Rick.
Good song, though.
It is.
Well, I'd rather hear Jimi Hendrix.
Well, yes, Rick.
than Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan's one of those people, you like his songs, you just rather have other people sing.
Oh, yeah.
We continue.
I just never been.
I know.
on that wagon.
It's one of those things you know what, doggone, you don't really understand all the hype.
And you know his boy.
I really can't.
His boy, his voice is similar, but he actually sounds okay.
Yeah. Is he still doing anything?
Oh no, but he had a couple songs on.
Wallflowers.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were pretty.
Sixth
good.
Avenue Heartache's a great song.
It is.
That's a really good song.
Yeah, they were a decent band. They kind of went away. My gosh, I just saw Andy Andrews, and he does have a juicer.
Andy's got on Rick. It's unreal.
Yeah.
Andy is
What
ready.
you doing with the juicer?
That's not a juicer. That's a Mr. Fusion for the
Is it?
car.
All right, we continue. Let's go to Kyle in Trustful. Kyle, go ahead.
Hey guys, I can't believe y'all missed this. She looked at the camera and she said, "It's all my fault. Don't be mad with me."
I actually thought that's what the previous caller was setting us up for.
What would we have done?
Y'all stop.
If we'd have rolled up this highly emotional video of Tony Romo, barely be able to contain himself. What if all of a sudden
slinging snot.
What if he would have looked in the camera and he goes, full moon at night.
That would have been gold.
Oh, my God.
It's 100 Sprite.
We continue. Roger in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Roger, go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
I've got the Ricky Schroeder comment, or the Ricky Schroeder clip really tears me up. But
it's horrible.
I don't know if Greg's familiar with the movie The Earthling. It'll kill you. Ricky watches his whole family roll off a cliff in an RV.
What? Why
Is he
Ricky,
grown in that
Why
one,
is
or
Ricky
is he a
Schroeder
kid in that, or is he grown?
Do they go to him for tragedy?
Right. Kid or grown?
He was a kid.
Well, I tell you, he could act like a kid being traumatized.
Man, I'm going to tell you what. By the way, I got a Ricky Schroeder story in the break. Okay. Huh?
Really?
Well, that's the problem when people share something with you. Now you can't get that out of your mind.
Yeah, I know it.
Isn't that terrible?
Like Lee Greenwood.
Oh, exactly. I told you about that. Sherry was playing Lee Greenwood the other day, and I said, "I'm so glad Greg's not here." She's like, "Why?" And I told her, she was like, "Well, why'd you tell me that?"
See, you ruined it.
866
Proud
we
to
be
be
big. Patrick and Coleman. Patrick, go ahead.
Hey, Green Acres, fellas.
Hey, thanks for calling. So what's going on?
I have not looked at individual statistics, but as far as team statistics goes and consistency, he may not have as many Super Bowl wins or as many playoff wins, but I think Drew Brees is one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL right now.
Yeah,
he's a good quarterback.
He's a tough competitor.
No doubt about that. I'm glad this guy's bringing this up. I was going to ask you about this too. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, I won.
Tim? Go ahead. You're on, buddy.
Sounds like the Mr. Allen intro.
All right, what he was bringing
And
up.
you said you were glad that he was
Well, let me tell you why he's topping. I obviously wasn't glad he called, but
Yeah,
I was
he had speakerphone.
Right, I wish he could have been heard, but who's he think he is? Tony Romo's wife? But what I'm saying is this: when we take these brands in movies and we just keep going back to them, do we need another King Kong movie?
I know it.
I mean, we're doing we're doing King Kong again.
I know.
Yeah.
And of course, it's that computer crap that looks like a video game.
I know, but guys,
they're starting all over with this one.
Listen,
right?
haven't we done?
How many times are we going to watch?
We've done that. We've gone back to Skull Island before.
I know.
Jeff,
I mean,
the one with Jessica
Jack,
Lange and Jeff Bridges, the old one.
What about Jack Black? The one they did.
I forgot all about
They went
that.
back to Skull Island.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, it was on Skull Island for about half the movie.
How many King Kong movies do we have?
Do we need another King Kong movie? Samuel L. Jackson this time.
Well, I mean, we've done Spider-Man, we've done Batman.
We stopped at 2 on Mighty Joe Young.
Right.
The second one's pretty good.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without a brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we make our way back. 866 We Be Big. We'll do some of your phone calls here momentarily. Read Across America is done. Wheel of Meat still in play. Could happen today, tomorrow, or Friday. But Bubba, did you see this wacky world with the chicken fat truck? Have you seen this?
I heard a little bit about it.
All right, let's look around the wacky world here.
And local.
Local.
We've seen this curve many times.
Yeah, we have.
It's making me crazy. It's making me crazy.
Every time.
I look around that wacky world. Every time I look around.
Let's go. The headline, and this is up for debate right now because we got an update. But the headline said 45,000 pounds of chicken fat spill on Birmingham Interstate when 18-wheeler overturns on Dead Man's Curve. And we know where that is. Yeah, that's a.
They give you plenty of warning.
You have to kind of wonder though. Whoever is laying that interstate out.
You're right. That was quite a turn.
I mean, we're headed right into a graveyard. So the only thing you can do is make a hard turn, right?
I guess
we
you're
didn't
right.
see that coming.
Yeah.
Couldn't we have eased it over maybe a mile or two back?
And I get that, but also this.
Rick,
you
I'm
got
not
plenty of warning what's ahead of you.
Yeah, I'm not.
And it even gives a rumble strip. You know,
yeah, it's one of those.
Yeah, Rick. I mean, I'm not an interstate designer or anything. Okay, I don't want to play one here on the radio, but
it's a tight turn.
It just seems like
really
that could have been straightened out.
Yeah,
a long time ago.
How about our grandparents are buried in that graveyard?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so we have a reporter that tried to report on this. What is this?
Well, this
Rick?
is just a little bit of audio. No, don't worry, Ad. I got it coming out of my channel. This was a reporter that was, I guess, on the scene, and here's a little bit about what they reported.
Dead Man's Curve, but the road is still unfortunately closed more than 5 hours after this started. 40,000 pounds of chicken fat just spilled all over the road here when an 18-wheeler overturned.
Now we got an email.
Got reports.
I'm gonna try to jump in here.
Emphasize chicken fat.
Yeah.
And after that, the trucker stuck the landing.
Back from the Winter Olympics.
Local reporter probably listens, watches.
Probably loves the show.
Well, that's good.
He
chicken fat everywhere.
That's what was reported, and that's what's being printed in all the stories.
Well, yeah.
However, we briefly discussed this during the kickoff hour. We actually probably spend a little time on it. And someone emailed and said, I actually worked for the company who worked the wreck, and the news exaggerated. It was actually diesel fuel out of a truck that was carrying chicken fat.
Chicken fat stayed
So
in the
we're not
tank,
sure, was it chicken fat all over the place, or was it diesel fuel?
Well,
I don't
according
know.
to
But it's been
Sergio Dip, it was.
but
He
it was
clearly says chicken fat is everywhere.
Yeah, but it was a mess. It was obviously a mess. It's been cleared now, but
So you're saying
how about that? How about we pull up on
whatever it
that?
was.
That's diesel.
Diesel, chicken fat.
Maybe. As
Whatever
Rick walks
it-
to the TV.
Look, whatever it is, that's probably not a good place to have it, is
Yeah.
it?
I just don't.
I mean,
We
the curve is bad enough without it being slick down there, you know.
But
We need y'all to have a
this
laser
guy's never
finder.
been through this area or something.
Yeah,
But again, Greg, like you said, there's so many warnings. There's speed bumps.
It
there's
lets
more.
you-
There's more lights than a landed street.
Oh yeah, it's
you
starting
know.
letting you know way back. And like I say, in the corner itself, it's lit up like a Christmas tree.
So that's.
Hey,
And then you hear.
did you hear the reporter saying it's been 5 hours and it's still shut down?
Right.
Boy, that's a bad day.
Well, that's a hard
You
thing to
can't
clean up
even
when you
have-
have a 18-wheeler over on its side, you can't just set it back up.
Yeah, how do they detour people? Is there somebody out going,
Chicken fat, chicken fat.
Stay back, chicken fat.
and point over to the exit?
You have to go
Stop,
back.
chicken fat, chicken fat.
You got to go back and exit and get everybody off the interstate.
I guarantee you this: if you hit some chicken fat in the vehicle, you're gonna spin.
That's what I'm saying. That's at the worst possible place.
Yes.
That's right in the dirt.
Don't do that. We got chicken fat.
Oh boy, here you go.
Don't be mad with me.
That's the driver. That's what you heard right before you hit the.
I assume no injuries.
Yeah.
In all that.
The chicken fat.
Oh,
didn't
wait a
fare
minute.
well.
Here it is.
Other than chicken.
Here's the driver.
Don't be mad with me.
But you know that diesel fuel, when it starts raining, it's going to be slick as chicken fat.
Oh, buddy.
Greg, you can't whisper. You're horrible at whispering.
The smell is putrid.
You know what my theory is for this putrid smell? People that are overweight, wanting to lose weight, come down here. You won't eat for a week.
You know that gets funnier.
Hank from Hendersonville.
I love Hank from Hendersonville.
Are you sure that's not Old Gray?
I'm sorry I
Blue.
spilled it, Mr. Allen. The curb came up on me, Mr. Allen. No, don't you.
So, what do you think it smells like down there?
Doo-doo.
No,
Rick, no. I just hope there's not a wood pile there.
Oh, wow. There we go. Get them all in.
That's what I
Smell
hope.
is so bad it'd make a man want to go back to his ex-wife.
Okay.
That's tough.
That's so good. Look at that right there.
Yeah, there's Old Blue. Bubba, here's Old Blue.
Bubba called him Old Gray.
No, he did not.
To start with, they're not correcting it. He is funny.
He does have a gray beard.
So, did we spill chicken fat or not?
But if you hear Old Blue talk and you hear the Hank talk, they're the same person.
guy.
They are.
Yeah, yeah.
The old putrid smell.
Just spill everywhere.
So
Won't eat for a month. Or a week. I don't remember which one it is.
Wait a minute. But who is this? I see they got some on. But who is it?
Hey, this is Rudy. I'm the real Rudy.
The real Rudy. I love chicken fat.
Wait a minute. There's a famous coach. He must be on his way to a radio show.
Why do you want that? We're not going to do that.
This is Tom Landry. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
It always ends up here, doesn't it?
That's the best one.
It's
the best one.
This is Tom Landry. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
And y'all had to go, got it, Coach. That sounds good.
Thank you very much, Coach. Enjoyed it. Hope we can talk again.
Legendary.
We're a little scared of him to correct him.
Well, no,
No,
you
thank
can't
you.
correct.
That's it.
I mean,
The
even
man's
though
gone
he
on
destroyed
in.
it.
Yeah.
The man's going on in. Can we stop playing that?
I'm Rudy, the real Rudy, from the movie Rudy that also had a book called Rudy.
Is that your favorite? Rudy?
Oh, Rudy and Tom Landry together. They have to travel together.
That's your favorite.
Yes.
Okay. There it is.
I'm the real Rudy from the book Rudy.
He didn't say from the book.
I know.
The lawnmower and he attacked me, knocked me down in the wood pile, tried to stomp on me. If I'd had my gun on me at the time, he wouldn't have gotten over. I usually carry it.
That's my favorite.
That
line.
is a good
It's
one.
the last line. You know,
Got my beard and made me eat it.
Because he's on it. Because he's on himself.
Normally carry
Because he's on himself. I normally carry it. Dadgummit.
He was shot down on it.
I could have shot a llama. What an opportunity.
Got me down
Yeah.
the wood pile.
All right.
So that reporter might be accurate, but a worker said it wasn't chicken fat, but we don't know.
All right.
So we have
We don't
conflicting
know.
reports.
We don't know.
We see the diesel, and we see something else over there. It's the top of the hour. If you leave us, have a big day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All come out in the 30s.
Do you realize how many times we've done King Kong?
33.
Oh, I know.
Here and had
It's
that
a
puppet
lot.
on that building.
Are y'all drawn to another King Kong movie at all?
I wasn't drawn to the first one.
No, I
Much less another one.
I will say this: I'll watch a King Kong movie.
Really?
I will.
I probably will too.
it'd have to be on. I don't know that, you know.
Remember, I said I would stay away from Tarzan, but I went.
Yeah.
I watched it. It was on TV. I just happened to catch it on the movie
And?
channel.
And
the same as the Forest. It's a video game. That I don't like the green screen, whatever it's called. I don't like the computer image. I don't like it.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah.
It looks like you're watching a cartoon.
Do you remember? I remember we used to get that weekly reader. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
When that King Kong movie came out when we were kids, and they were showing how they made King Kong.
And the big arm coming here.
And what they used and all that kind of stuff.
I just don't like the look of it. It looks like you're a video game.
Andy Andrews.
Oh, boy.
You know what's happening. You know why we don't like, Greg doesn't like computer animated. He's noticing the little things. We'll talk about it when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba Bush.
How about it?
There he is.
Man, I am pumped up, Rick.
I am too. Andy Andrews has returned to the Rick and Bubba show, and he's toting Alabama-grown grapefruit.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Who does that?
He's already
This is
juiced
the best. I mean, I pulled them off the tree as I pulled out of the driveway.
So you talking about this today or yesterday?
Yesterday.
Okay, I was about to say, no way you drove from there today.
24 hours off the tree, man. And these are, and a lot of people don't think we can grow them in Alabama, but we got, man, I mean, we have 2 trees that we got 1,700 grapefruits off of this year.
Wow. Well, that's productive.
That's a lot of grapefruits.
It is. Well, you know, at March, you know, grapefruits and citrus aren't like your regular vegetable stuff.
Right.
When they get ripe, they stay ripe. People don't really know that because they see the big orchards pick all at once, and they think they're like a tomato. If you leave them on, they'll rot.
Right.
But they don't. So you can pick them, use them as you need. But when it gets to be March and it's going to bloom again, you got to get them all off the tree. So the boys and I went to the other side of the trees the other day and went, oh my gosh, we've been picking and giving them away off this side, and we picked 905 more to get them off the tree.
How big is a grapefruit tree to have that many on it?
It's it's probably 20 feet tall.
How many trees you got?
We have 46 trees in our yard, but those are 2 ruby reds. We have some Thompson pinks. We have some navel oranges. We have satsumas.
What'd you bring today? What'd you bring today?
Ruby reds for you.
Yeah. I'm not a huge grapefruit guy, but I like ruby red.
Well, you know, it's one of those kind of things. Once you have them like this, because most of the grapefruits you eat in the grocery store, they pick them before they're ripe, and they put them in a dark room and add nitrogen so that this, all the skin turns beautifully yellow and all. But these have stayed on the tree. They're kind of brown on the outside. It's organic, no pesticides, and so the skin is sunburned. But inside, man, these are sweet.
Well, I look forward to. Thank you, Andy. That was very
Absolutely.
kind of you.
And I brought a juicer for you.
So, are you going to juice us some
I
today?
am a servant.
I can't wait.
You are.
And Rick, of course, we put him in the floor to do the juicing because our table broke.
Right. Sorry about
But I got you. I bought glass. I stopped by Walmart and got a juicer, got glasses. I mean, nothing is too good. I'm so excited to be here with you guys. I haven't seen you in a while.
You know, it's the little things that matter.
It is. It is.
You know,
gosh, that reminds me.
Yeah. Well, you. What a horrible, very, very, very obvious transition that was. But
Andy, we're just trying to get on your schedule because
Yeah.
I know that you and a lot of other radio shows are very close. I won't call anybody named Dave Ramsey, but
right.
And you're busy a lot of the time.
You know, I'm kind of glad that somebody makes Dave Ramsey feel the way he makes all the rest of us feel. You know what I mean? It's one of those.
He's tough, isn't he?
Well, you know what? Like I said, I know exactly what he's saying is true. I'm just not willing to do it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I had to balance the savings that I would have if I followed his system versus a divorce, and it just didn't work out. The math just didn't work out.
Well, I told him one time, I said, I always love to mess with him. The first time I talk to him, I tell him that I just
He's easy to mess with because he's pretty serious.
Well, I tell him, I said, man, I'm so excited. I just leased a new truck and bought some whole life insurance. and then I just sit back and watch him go. So anyway.
Last time I saw him, he patted me down for credit cards like a TSA agent.
I know.
You know, I was like,
I'm still hiding my American Express from him. I won't let it go. Now I told him I'm done with anything else, but I got a debit card and American Express. I'm sorry, Dave, you can't have it.
See, I do too. I pay them off.
Pay it off every month.
Yeah.
So but it helps me just manage things.
Exactly.
So you're in the same boat. All right. So you've written many books, and we've covered most of them, but this one, the little things, and of course you don't waste any time going against the grain and saying when people tell you not to sweat the little stuff, that's absolutely wrong.
It's absolutely wrong. There's so many things in our conventional wisdom that is not just a little off kilter. Sometimes conventional wisdom is not even true. And
you're not going to talk about the banana, are you?
I could.
That banana thing. I went into our kitchen and looked at bananas after I read that, and I'm like, oh man. Andy's messed up my whole banana
I know,
experience.
it made you do it, didn't it?
Yeah, why'd you do that?
Well, it's
Tell us
because
about the banana.
Well, the
Andy.
banana thing is such a great example of something that everybody believes, because you look at a banana and it has that big long stem on the end, and that's where we open it. That's where, because it's such an obvious opening point. That's where we open
like a
it.
handle.
Right. But if you go to the ape house at the zoo or look at how they do it, they always open it from the other end. Now, to us, that doesn't make any sense. But when you think about how God made the banana and how it grows, well, the banana grows upside down.
Did y'all know this?
And so that banana grows in a bunch and it grows up. And so when you see them hanging in the grocery store, that's hanging upside down, actually. So they grow the other way. And so as that banana gets bigger and heavier, that stem, that big stem, gets stiffer and more dense. And so in essence, what we are doing, we're taking
feeling like this. So we start a brand new hour, and we thank you for being with us. Things that you need to know. Wednesday Bible study back today. We will be walking through Genesis 9 as we continue the walk through the book of Genesis. Noon, it's live, Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern, on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. It'll be archived soon after for you to grab it either audio only or video and audio on your own time. The gang's all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. We're honored and privileged to get to do this every day, and thank you for being a part of it.
So we were discussing in the break a number of things. Bubba, I didn't realize that you had to pay a debt to society.
Well, Rick, this weekend there I was being a menace to society.
Yeah.
And I want to apologize for that. That's I try not to be a menace to society when I can.
Law and order, baby.
So I got.
I heard you a little out of control.
I got caught hot-footing it there a little bit through one of our local communities.
Did you really?
And,
so to take a sobriety
I
test.
want to apologize to all the good citizens there of Childersburg, Alabama, for hot-footing it through there.
So you went right there and said it.
Well, it's a great town. I go through there a lot.
Yeah,
and,
a big old truck just go. You know,
we
call it Seaburg.
Seaburg for sure.
Yeah, we headed to DeSoto Caverns.
Or
some people call it Chillisburg.
The nice officer, and he was very nice. Said, you in a big hurry? I said, no, not really. I didn't even know. I didn't realize I was speeding.
Just kind of enjoying the day.
He's got a big truck.
It's a chamber. It's a chamber of commerce week here in our little state.
I really didn't think I was going that fast.
Right.
Now he clearly I was, because he said I was.
Well, yeah.
And
did he ask you what John Dutton was doing, letting you borrow his truck?
Yeah.
And
see, I don't know who John Dutton is, so I don't get that joke. Y'all refer to John Dutton.
I'm starting to be concerned because we've told you who he is a lot.
Did you ask him
every day?
Bubba, did you ask him when the last time he had that radar calibrated? Make sure it's actually right.
Yeah, you fighting it?
No.
You going to driver school?
No, I've already paid it, and glad to
driver school.
Pay my debt to society.
Right.
And,
did you have to get out and walk a straight line or anything?
No, none of that. What was funny though, when I saw his lights behind me, and I was in the left-hand lane. I thought, well, he's after somebody. So I got over in the turn lane to try to let him go by, and he got in behind me.
That's a terrible feeling.
I thought,
wow.
Oh my, he's looking for me.
Yes, he is.
I hate that feeling.
So I guess I didn't gear down there quick enough coming into town.
Well, no, I mean, what you need to do is obey the laws of the land.
I know.
Good thing you didn't have an open container pink Newcastle in it.
Oh my God!
How'd you shoot this footage, Greg?
Some footage.
I tell you, the comedians here.
Yeah.
There's too much.
Well,
so anyway, that's been paid.
Have you learned your lesson?
Well, you've already paid it.
I have. I'm. I was even looking at making my speedometer a little more predominant on my display.
A lot of time them big tires though.
They'll throw it off a couple
Throw it
miles.
off. Yeah.
I wasn't looking at it. I didn't feel like I was passing a lot of traffic, but apparently I was.
What's
in
a ticket
violation.
run these days, Bob?
No.
Well, it's
300
a week.
No, not quite that much.
225.
175.
Speedy's on it there.
225.
Plus a little carrying charge.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, a little hammer.
Good.
So,
But yeah, I was.
I usually try to sit right on it. I mean, people about be running over me, so I just wasn't. The only thing I can think of,
You need to get out of that left lane.
I was actually on the phone talking to Betty.
No.
And we were having a conversation about painting. And I think
Your
I
foot
may.
just kept getting
I
heavier.
think I just got 10.
I think you're right. I get it. I think you're right. Absolutely.
I think you take that to court, you win. If you tell
I do too.
I do. I think that the judge will go, I know what you're talking about. Buddy.
You think he'll buy the, hey, I was talking to my
Yes.
wife and I tensed up?
Case dismissed.
Get him out of here.
Get out of here. Get back to your life. I
want to apologize. I didn't mean to.
I
be
was told if
acting so reckless.
If you have a lift kit, that if you don't have it calibrated right, your speedometer is off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I don't think this.
I've tried to use that one.
I don't think this was a speedometer issue. I think we were beyond the tolerance.
Well,
and all that, so.
I had a very, very kind officer that serves our community well, and I'm not for defunding anybody that's in law enforcement.
Right.
And
I'd say add to.
Yeah,
you did. You funded it a little bit.
He pulled me over and brought up the lift kit thing, and I said, "Yeah, I didn't know that."
Yeah.
And but then that second time he pulled me over, the second time he pulled me over, he goes, "We're gonna do the lift kit thing again." And I'm like, "Nah, I think we've established that I have a hard time staying on the speed limit now." And then he goes, "We're gonna have to." I got to help you.
You know, I did notice, like on my
same exact guy
on my navigation my navigation map, it has a it'll tell you what the speed is down in the corner. It's kind of small, but I think in the setup that it'll beep if you're going faster than that. Isn't there an option you can do that on some of them? If it is, I need to check that box.
Well, too, you got to be careful now because. You can't in our state. You can't stay in the left lane, but
right.
If there's room to get over, if you have room to get over, you can only go a certain distance, and they'll get you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we were in town. I mean, that really doesn't apply in town.
You're right.
Were you nervous when you rolled the window down?
No, not really.
Were you riding dirty?
I did exactly what I tell my kids to do. I rolled the windows down and put both hands on the steering wheel. I was not going to give him any reason to be nervous about this.
What if they had Bubba pinned down on the pavement? He didn't even do anything.
I need help over here. He did ask me.
Had you hit the drive-through yet?
No.
I take it he's not a fan of the show.
Didn't mention that. But
sometimes it does work against you.
He did ask me to roll all of my windows down because I've got 10 on there. It came with it. I didn't tint it, and
you want to see if any?
I guess make sure. And I don't mind that.
See
either.
if you smelled any marijuana.
But he did ask me if I had any weapons in the car and where they were at, and I wanted to see my concealed carry permit.
Those are all very important questions.
Well, I've never had that asked before that I remember. But that's fine. It's legal. So
there it is, pal.
You must make sure nobody's in that back seat. You can't see.
Yeah, well, look, I don't listen. I don't envy them having to make traffic stops because that's very dangerous. Not in my case.
I think you're trying to hand him a 50 was a little much.
Do you know who I am?
No, I just yes sir, no sir, and took my violation and paid it this week. So
did you say did you might have been profiled when he saw you? He thought, I bet that guy's got donuts.
Oh, Rick! Hey, Rick Burgess. Hey, officers, that was Rick, not Bubba. That was Rick, not Bubba. Because I
bet this guy's just.
Because I gotta go back through there today.
Bubba was just a little out of control.
Yeah, you're driving a little bit dirty.
A little hot.
It's coming into the Berg a little hot. Take that off there, Mr. Dutton.
I might have missed this. Did he ask you why you were speeding?
He asked me if he was in a hurry.
Okay,
what the hurry was? I said, well, I'm really not in one.
No way to the hospital.
He's on this road.
Sometimes I've been in a hurry and
a big truck,
and I'll say yes, but sometimes I've been like you, Bubba. No, I really couldn't. I just always like to make good time. I mean,
I wasn't even really in a hurry to get anywhere to do anything.
I've done that. Look down and you're going, why am I going
so fast? Where's the fire? I'll ask myself, where's the fire?
I told you, I think I'll try to make good time if I was going to be beheaded.
I know.
I think I'd take a shortcut.
Speed going to that.
I'd get out right before my death and go, y'all see that time I'm in?
You know one of the problems I think.
And 10 minutes to spare.
They paved the road through there not too long ago, and it just drives so good you don't realize you're going.
I love to make good time. I love to make good time.
Well, yeah,
me too.
Rick?
I just love it.
I love to defeat traffic.
I'm not going to be in that big a hurry, though.
Nope. I tell you what you need to stay is inside the laws of the land.
I do.
And if you don't, then you pay your fine, you say, I'm sorry, and you go back to business.
That's what I've done. I wanted to do it publicly, too, because I don't want to be a menace to society.
I feel so tiny after getting pulled over.
I do too.
I'll just sit there with no music on and just kind of look out. And
I
go
feel
10 miles below the speed limit.
What am I doing?
Right.
What am I doing?
Yeah. The first thing I think of, where's my helpers? Nobody gave me a heads up.
Rick, buddy, you need to go to break.
Yeah, Rick, I asked for a smoking report back to Southern California.
Greg, I just asked the 10 man. I look back over his shoulder.
Yeah, he said all clear.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The hardest part of the banana to open the banana from, and that's where we try. Because if you turn that thing around and open it from the other end, man, it'll open in a heartbeat.
Y'all know that?
I did not.
Never opened
and
one
I'm going to
from
try
other.
that today.
Yeah.
Well, see, there are a lot of things like this that I looked at.
Which end are the spiders on? Do you know? The eggs.
Don't get me started on this.
Whatever.
See, Rick
Don't get me
takes half
started
the
on
banana and throws it away.
Don't get me started on banana
See,
spider.
I just
Please
eat
tell
it.
me that you take the tip off before you eat it.
Oh, of course.
Okay. So
Everybody knows
do you see how quickly he's
No,
like,
I
everybody
just
knows
eat,
that.
I just eat it regular.
Do you?
I roll the dice.
See, you got something coming out.
But what you're saying is just because things have always been done a certain way, we buy in, well, that must be the way to do it.
Yeah, in America today, we compete the same way. Everybody competes the same way. And so for me to actually make a living, a few years ago, I looked at what we laughingly refer to as my career, and for me to make a living, I've got to have results because I have no celebrity. I don't have a Super Bowl ring. I don't have a gold medal. I wasn't the hero of some national disaster we all remember. I'm just a husband and a dad and a friend. And so when I go in to speak or when I write something, it's got to work because there's no celebrity cachet there, and so
nobody gives you a pass.
Right.
Yeah.
And so a couple of years ago, I realized we were having some unbelievable results with some clients and some teams and coaches that I work with. Truly just stunning, crazy stuff. And I broke into a cold sweat when I realized that most of the ways we had done it, I hadn't written it down. And I thought, man, I'm an old dad. I'm 57. I got a 17-year-old and a 14-year-old. And if I croak, my boys will grow up and never know how this happened or how it works. And so I started writing this down. And I was shocked to see how opposite the real and see, I'm not talking about just little results, because you can get normal 15% growth in your company. You can get that doing what everybody does because everybody competes the same way. You go to an insurance guy and say, we're shopping insurance on a car. Tell us. And he'll tell you the price, the product, the service. He'll tell you the history of the company. Go to another guy, and if you listen, you'll realize he's saying the same thing.
Right.
They're all
doing it the same way.
Not a football coach in America who at one time during the season doesn't say a version of, I want everything you got today. From the snap to the whistle, give me everything. From the snap to the whistle. Well, that's true. You do have to do that. And you got to be good at the fundamentals. But the problem is the coach on the other sidelines just said the same thing. And so even if you are better than they are at the fundamentals, the best you can usually hope to do is beat them by a little bit. But if you can figure out how to legitimately compete, not just from the snap to the whistle, but from the whistle to the next snap, while everybody else is just standing around, you'll run them off the field.
Yeah.
And so what I do is I help people compete in a way that their competition doesn't know there's a game going on.
All right, we'll come back. The book is called...
I'm getting fired up. I don't know why.
I don't either, and we'll address that today. The Little Things by Andy Andrews. It is available everywhere that books are sold. And this is, no, you should sweat the little things because the little things make the difference he just talked about from being normal or exceptional. So that, and it's available everywhere. I don't know where it wouldn't be. So grab it today. We'll be back. The little things, why you really should sweat the small stuff. And you can see all of Andy's catalog. We got his email and not email, but his website at rickandbubba.com. Might give you his email.
How would you coach up a tennis team, Andy? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, Andy. So
listen, curiously, tennis is like baseball and golf. And I've worked with the Solheim Cup captains, Ryder Cup captains.
Don't assume he has it.
And I'm just telling you, tennis is like baseball and golf. I talked to the general manager of the Kansas City Royals a couple of years before they won the World Series, having a hard time with all this stuff, right? And
the small stuff.
Yeah, well, but he didn't know it. Dayton told me, he said, these guys are going to get me fired. And I said, what do you mean? He said, well, we've got we've been last place for years, and so these guys are all first-round draft choices. He said they're incredible athletes. He said, but all of a sudden, one day the second baseman can't catch. All of a sudden, one day my hitter can't hit for 2 weeks, and see, the deal is if you want to have massive results, it will not be where everybody's looking. It will not be. Yeah. And I told him, I said, you didn't play in the major leagues, right? He said, no. I said, you can't possibly go out there and teach these guys how to hit and throw and catch. I said, it is in the mental aspect of what they're doing.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thanks for being with us. We'll get to some phone calls here, bottom of the hour. So kind of start making your plans to be part of that if you can. Tomorrow night, excited to be in Jonesboro, Arkansas, speaking to the men at Beast Feast. Still some tickets available. Central Baptist Church. Find details at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Also, you can see things that will be coming up this weekend. A couple of opportunities for you to go out and participate with our guys from Team Man Church, going up to Henderson, Tennessee. What did the guy tell us to say at Fanger, Tennessee? Coming up at Old Friendship Baptist Church this Saturday. It'll be a breakfast, then they'll have a session, then there'll be a lunch, then they'll have a session. Scott Dawson and Brian Gunn will be there speaking, and they need to know if you're coming by tomorrow. So check that at themanchurch.com. And then on the 11th, Helms, I think you're doing Man Church, Mexie. Yeah. Mexie, Alabama.
Near Frisco City, Alabama. Yeah. Monroeville, Alabama.
Yeah, go down.
Friday night. Come on out.
Come on out and see Helmsy. You can find that at rickandbubba.com and themanchurch.com.
It's going to be a big weekend.
Yeah, it'll be good. So looking forward to all that. So we mentioned John Dutton, and this is the show's Yellowstone. It's Kevin Costner's very successful with Paramount.
Is he the producer and all that?
I don't know.
No.
Paramount put it together, right? And
this is Taylor Sheridan's work.
And you can see it on their cable channel and on their app, or no? Just cable channel for Yellowstone?
This is where we're going.
All right, I'm just going to drop that.
I think they're showing this year on Paramount Plus is fitting to show the season 4.
Yes.
But during the season, you actually have to watch it like on my DirecTV
or
Paramount channel is.
They have this is where Paramount confuses everybody.
1883 is on Paramount.
Greg, I was getting to that. Don't get ahead of me.
Gracious.
I was getting to that.
Am I the only person in America not watching Yellowstone?
I'm not watching it either. I watched.
Bubba.
It's rough, Bubba.
Yeah, I tried to watch the first season, and I was really excited about the actors, the story, and all that. But it was just so filthy and just whatever. I was like, yeah. But then
his daughter's the worst part.
Yeah, right. Well, then 1883 comes out, and y'all tell me
it's not as rough.
No, it's rough as far as life, but not nasty.
Well, Oregon Trail's tough.
I need to say this because we're going to get a ton of email if we don't. Yeah. Paramount has 2 apps, and they should only have one, but they have 2.
Well, you're right.
There is a darker blue logo that just simply says Paramount app. That's where you see Yellowstone.
And if you have it on your cable, right?
Correct. What Greg said.
Yeah.
So what if I don't have that app?
If you want to watch 1883 and anything else that Taylor Sheridan has done at this point, I think Mayor of Kingstown, he did it, and he's got a bunch of other stuff coming out. That's Paramount Plus, and it's a lighter blue app. It stands out. I know it's confusing. I wish they all had it in one, but they don't.
I don't even get one.
And I think they're eventually going to take those and move them to Paramount Plus, but they hadn't done that yet.
Okay. And I think they even make it more confusing because I've seen at the top of the screen. If I just have Apple, I think I can watch Yellowstone there too.
Maybe.
But
yes,
it's from Paramount.
You can. You can stream all this on your Amazon Primes or Apple TV or whatever it'll cost you.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
For that
but
series.
anyway, Bubba, to your point, so Fox Nation signs a deal with Kevin Costner for Yellowstone 150 series. What is this?
Yes, this is the actual Yellowstone. I think it's the 150th anniversary or something to that effect. I read a little bit on that. He's going to be narrating some
about the park.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Nobody cares about that.
Yeah. But I mean, you could read down a little bit, Rick, but I think that's what I remember.
He's narrating a video about the actual park you go to.
Yes.
Right.
Well, who cares? That's no big deal.
Yeah, so I don't like that. Yeah. But I mean,
but I think I got that right. I might.
No, you're right.
Okay.
No, it looks like that's right.
Guys, give it a chance. It'll be good.
But so should I start with 1883?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah.
10 episodes.
Now I got to tell you now, 1883, trying to get a bunch of people from Fort Worth, Texas to Oregon in wagons.
I saw that one episode where they had smallpox or something, and he burned the house down.
Well,
I saw just a piece of that episode.
That's like 15, 20 seconds of it.
Where was that, though?
That was in the opening. It was either in the trailer, because it was in the trailer, too. I remember seeing that with Sam Elliott.
Yeah. So the
It's hard for me to get away from
this whole Taylor Sheridan Yellowstone 1883
and the 4 6s.
And I don't know about all that, but I just know that it really has touched a nerve. It's extremely popular,
and it's got another one coming out in 1932. I know you think I'm making that up, but he does.
Yeah,
and it's gonna,
family.
And look, which kind of sets up Bubba and I. We got one coming out called 1982,
and that's going to be awesome. That's going to be great.
And it's just simply talking about the 80s and what our lives were like.
Full of mullets.
The greatest decade mankind's ever seen.
Yeah. So
we're setting up for another one.
But you really want to be confused. They say,
like I'm not already, Greg.
That 1883 they ordered more episodes, but then he comes and said that's the season. I don't know if they're going to have more episodes, but he said it's not. There will not be a full season 2. He said it's complete.
Yeah, and at the end of 1883, they put a tease out,
Taylor Sheridan,
that said the Dutton family story will continue this fall. It doesn't explain how, in what way, and a lot of people are thinking it's the 1932.
Yeah,
but who knows? I don't know.
So 1883, that part of the Dutton family history is complete.
Correct.
And then as the Dutton family history continues, that may be a new series, but it'll just be another part of it.
1932, I think, will probably, focus on
1932.
Their kids.
Yeah.
What did I say?
Yeah,
no, I got
grandkids and their families and the times. They say Prohibition and the.
There'll be some race relations in there at that time, slavery, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We'll see.
I had one issue historically of the way the Comanches and the Dakotas were portrayed, but I won't get on that.
I noticed you went that route last week, and
I'm okay with the fact that they kept referring to fights like a Comanche. Hey, rides like a Comanche. So they were acknowledging that the Comanches were incredibly violent fighters and horse phenoms.
Their skills were,
yeah.
But I just think that as far as you having a kind relationship with some Indians, what happened was more Comanche-like than Dakota-like, but I get it. But then when they said, well, no, what happened, the Dakotas wouldn't have been so mad if they hadn't been a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
So then I was okay with it.
Okay.
Did y'all watch the 40-minute extra thing that I've been begging y'all to watch?
No, I haven't.
I'm sorry.
That explains a lot of that.
I'm sorry.
But when the Comanches came on the scene, it was rare that they said, hey, let's. I mean, when they came on the scene, they came to kill, steal, and
they were
and destroy, and they took over what you had and moved on. And it was not good to be female and still alive.
Wow.
And they also, when they took to killing people, they didn't like to do it quickly. So the quote was, "It's almost like they enjoyed it. A lot of torture."
Y'all want to know what the number one cause of death was on the Oregon Trail?
Probably a snake bite.
No, falling off a horse and being run over by a buggy.
Yeah.
A lot of these people that went on the Oregon
rivers
Trail
are real problematic.
had no experience in any of that.
Right.
None of them knew how to.
Yeah, these Europeans coming over, they didn't know.
They had no clue. None of them could ride a horse. They didn't know how to steer a wagon. I mean, none of that.
It's not good.
Apparently not Bill Bridges.
Bubba, if you're going to go across the river, don't have a heavy wagon.
No, or a heavy dress.
And if you fall out, you need to listen to what Faith Hill's telling you.
Yeah, please.
And if you go to get somebody too, and you're on a horse and they're in the water, they're going to grab you.
Yeah.
Be ready.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull you down with them.
Yeah, you gotta have your act to go. That
Oregon Trail was rough.
Will y'all watch the 40-minute extra thing for me?
I don't think I will.
I think Amanda and I probably will. Amanda and I probably
and that's
will.
where I got that stat
What
from.
is it
So,
on? And where am I going to find it?
It's on the same thing.
You're watching.
Quit squinting at me. It's on the same thing that you're watching 1883 on. It's just underneath episodes where it says extras. You click on that, and it's like a 40-minute behind the scene on. And I thought y'all might like that.
I think I would like that. I just don't know that I'll do it. I think I will now that I still need to see 10.
Yeah.
So I'll do it after I watch 10 because I'll probably need it.
They claim number 7, the 7th cause of death was being killed by an Indian. But they say history portrays it as it was the number 1.
That's how bad the elements were.
Well,
they were in.
as I'm buried though with just my head up, I'm screaming, "Oh, good! I'm number 7 in line."
What do you mean? I said, get a hold of their relationships, get a hold of their marriage relationships, the issues with their parents. Somebody threw $10 million at them with their kids. And he said, well, I said, look, if you have an argument with your wife when you come in, or you have something wrong with one of your kids, right. I said, do you do your best work when you come in? And he said, well, no, I don't. I said, okay. I said, you got to understand that in football it's a little different, but tennis, baseball, golf, if you're a 1/16 of an inch off, that ball doesn't go into the webbing and gets relayed to first for an out. That ball caroms off and goes into left field, and the guy's on second base in scoring position. Just a little mental thought, just a little mental error of that. You hit the ball here, it goes over the fence. You hit it just a little bit under, it's just a long out to the warning track. Mm-hmm. And I asked him, I said, who's the best baseball player in history? Who do you guys consider? Because I knew what he would say. And he said, Ty Cobb. I said, right. Why do you guys say Ty Cobb? He said, because he never had a slump. I said, right. I said, but you will not find why Ty Cobb never had a slump by looking at him play. I said, you can read a biography and find out why he never had a slump. The guy was a sociopath.
Oh, my goodness.
He didn't care about anybody. He didn't care about anything. Right. Nothing got to him. Right. And so I said, if you get a team of sociopaths, you'll win the World Series every year. I said, but lacking that, you're going to have to go somewhere else.
Got to come up with something else.
But it's
interesting theory.
Competing at a way that other people don't know. And this little things deal, here's the thing. We live in a world where everybody's big picture. Right? We promote to leadership. He's a big picture guy. But a lot of times we all know that sometimes big picture people do not have a grasp on all the details that have to be taken care of for that big picture to come into view. And so
they spend a lot of their money on big picture frames.
There you go. Da Vinci created the Mona Lisa with the smallest brush that anybody had ever used. Right? And you go into the Louvre today with a magnifying glass, you cannot see individual brushstrokes because it was tiny little things. And so the deal is that what are you creating? He was creating a masterpiece. What are you creating with your life? Because with your life, your business, at the end of it all, whether you've created a masterpiece or a disaster, it will have been done one moment at a time, one tiny brushstroke, one choice, one decision, one thought at a time.
My goodness, Andy.
So do I need to take up painting and become a sociopath? I'm confused.
Andy,
and this is why. This is why we love you so much.
Andy, I want to say something, and I've been wanting to talk to you about this for years.
Okay.
And
you're not going there already. The question.
Should I wait?
Huh?
Should I wait?
You want to do it right now?
Well, I just thought we could get that on the table.
Well, let's do that.
Because right now, I'm really, I have some of the same issues you have.
I know.
And learning and receiving.
Can we preface it with a couple of comments?
Yes.
Polly said one time, she says, I'm not going out to eat with you and Rick.
No.
Polly says if you were 6 years old today, they'd be giving you some kind of medicine.
Yes. People watch our TV ad and they try to send me medicine all the time. So watch us on TV.
Andy, you are one of the funniest people I know. Godly man, obviously a great motivator. But we have a burning question that we can't get to the bottom of. We want you to help us with.
Okay. Are you ready?
Can we set it up that way?
What I say about you accurately, because sometimes people wonder, what is Andy Andrews? Like you said a minute ago, I have to get out and get these things done because it's hard to describe what I am.
Right.
Really, the way I look at it, where people say, "Do you do Christian radio?" and I say, "We're Christians who do radio."
Exactly.
So at the foundation is the gospel, and it does affect everything we do. But we're just people in radio,
right?
We're not hit off somewhere in some little category. We're Christians who do radio. People say, "Well, is he a Christian motivational speaker? Is he?" I said, "No, he's a Christian who happens to do these things, but the foundation is there."
Exactly.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Am I being accurate?
And I'm not a motivational speaker at all.
Well, whatever. You know what I mean. Please don't be a motivational speaker.
Right.
I don't even know how to describe what you do. But sometimes when I'm hearing you, I don't know what you're saying. And what I'm like, you'll finish.
It's actually a compliment.
Yeah, it's a compliment. You'll finish, and I'll go, I got to go search for that. Are you trying to make a search? Are you trying to make us find it?
Listen.
Yeah.
Can I tell you my experience?
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
I'm being serious about this.
I know, and I'm fixing to hit you with something that I'm not teasing about, and I'll say it in a second. I want to hear what you got to say, Bubba. But you say, are you trying to make a search? Listen, the truth is that the quality of the answers you find in your life will be determined by the quality of the questions you ask.
$35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we make our way back. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Proud to be part of the Rick and Bubba Show. And you know what? We love the partnership, too, because it's quality. I mean, Greg, you and Lisa are sleeping on the Helix mattress. You're loving it. Customize it just like you like it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Very comfortable. Like I say, it's hard enough to get up every day, but especially now. But love it. You got 100 days to try it out, but I promise you're going to keep it.
Yeah, so why don't you move right now to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. They're gonna. It's the most awarded mattress brand in 2021. It's a great company up there in North Carolina. This is that same company that does Allform with us as well. So quality products, and they're going to ask you how you like to sleep, and then like Greg just talked about, you tell them do you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach, what's your maybe a combination of two of those three or whatever, what kind of firmness you like, you want it soft, you want it medium, you want it really firm, and they put it together exactly the way that you request it and send it right to your door, and you got 100 nights to sleep on it, and if you don't love it, which we think you will, they refund your money. So, and we're going to save you $200 by using HelixSleep.com/Bubba. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, to email.
Yeah, got an email this morning, Rick. It's from a young lady. We won't use her real name. We'll just refer to her as Mary.
Okay.
In this, it says, "Good morning. I had a date with a guy, and he said he didn't like Rick and Bubba. Does it make me a super fan that I wanted to break up the date right then and there?
Absolutely.
Or does it make me kind of a crazy fan? Just concerned about my dedication to the show. Love you. Keep up the good work." Well, I emailed back and I said, punt him right now.
Immediately.
Don't even go one step forward. She has since emailed back and said he is history.
He's out.
That didn't take long.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You're talking about. First of all, there is no level of being overly committed to the show.
Right. That doesn't exist.
But secondly, it means that he's shown some flaws in his character. If he didn't love this show, there's some things that'll come back to haunt you on other issues.
Yeah, that'll manifest itself in a lot of bad ways.
You can't. No,
you don't want any of that.
No, that's not being a super fan. That's being a wise woman.
That's right.
You got to. Anybody that says they don't like this show don't have anything to do with them.
So there you go. That's always a good. I think that's a good filter right out of the gate.
Right. I mean, how can anybody that you want to be around hear this show, watch this show, and not like it? Think about that for a minute. What that says about you.
I know.
First of all, you don't like fun.
Right.
Okay.
Kind of dry.
You dry. I mean,
you got to love life, man. Come on.
Right. Come on. So on the
it's a gift, y'all.
Yeah, on the so you did the right thing. The decision you made on this person's potential long-term effectiveness in your life,
right,
is more important than you being concerned about being too much of a super fan.
You saved yourself a headache.
Your instincts were correct. Ooh, that means there's something wrong with this person. I don't need to. I can't make future plans.
Good
with
call,
that.
man. Good
That's
call.
a great call. Greg, I think I may have caused some issues that your son Taylor may be upset with me.
Oh, really?
Speaking of,
are we talking about Christmas lights?
We're talking about
that was quick.
Yeah,
that was quicker than ever.
That was the new record. Wow. But anyway, so but I noticed that his wife, had posted something about how she's not ashamed of the fact that she loves chopped salad. And these bags, she puts them in. I'm just going to call it "I love chopped salad," and whatever. And so jokingly, I put to her in the text, "Oh, by the way, I think it's wrong for a restaurant to call itself chopped and doesn't serve meat. I thought it was a steak place." she comes back. She goes, "What are you talking about?"
Oh, she don't know about
And
that.
then all of a sudden, I was caught, and I was like, "Oh no! I thought you knew.
No.
If you love chopped salad, I thought you knew there was a restaurant completely.
That's what they do.
Completely devoted to it." And she goes, "What are you talking about?" And at that point, I start backpedaling. I'm like,
just a little joke.
I don't want to be in this. And I'm like, I think I'm about to ruin Taylor's life.
Yeah.
And so he was safe. And she goes, "Well, I need to know about it." And then all of a sudden, Sherry's like, "What's going on?" I said, "I thought Kelsey knew about chop." Oh, and Sherry starts sending her the location.
Sherry loves chop, doesn't she?
Oh, and started sending, and I'm like, I said, I can't be part of I can't.
Yeah, I don't even know if Taylor eats salad, much less.
Well, now what he's going to get.
I know he's a kid. He didn't.
But what's going to happen is his day is going to be going normal. He was protected from a place like this, and I can just
now we must find it.
Right, and now he's I just found out about something from Rick that we need to go. I didn't realize that they were arrested. You know how I love chopped salad. Which I thought that if someone's making that big deal about chopped salad, they knew about it.
Yeah.
And
you would think they'd
so
be
I
up
started
on it,
making fun of, how I thought it was a steak place.
Yeah, which I get.
You can't name something chopped and it not be a steak place.
I'm thinking like,
and then she's like, I hadn't heard about this. And now what do? Do you just break your communication and quit talking?
I just down the ball.
So you did go to it once by accident, right?
Oh yeah, well I thought it was a steak place.
Yeah.
Let me tell you
Bubba,
something.
right now,
Taylor will not be big on it. I can promise you.
Well, I know that, and I think now I've brought this into his world. Maybe he can say that's a girls' night thing only.
Yeah, I want y'all go.
But I'm telling
Do
you,
they have a
that's
steak salad, a
I
chicken
think they
salad?
probably
add something on top of it.
Maybe you
Shrimp.
can man it up a little.
I heard.
Is it a buffet or do you just order straight?
They offer different.
You go in there and you look, and it's just a whole menu of salads. And
you ain't never seen so much salad.
The name of the place should be Salads, not Chopped. I mean, think about it. All right, let's say that you're.
they got steak
let's say you and I.
Okay.
Let's say you and I are in a town somewhere, and I said, "Hey man, let's go put our stuff down at the hotel." And here, I'm looking right here. There's a restaurant here at the hotel called Chopped.
Yeah.
What do you think I'm talking about?
Well, you might think it's I would not think salad.
No,
let me put it that way.
I'm thinking meat. I'm thinking
I'm thinking some kind
pork
of
chops,
Asian thing, or something.
Wow, they got all kinds of stuff.
Look at that.
But what they'll do
Different types of salad.
for people like me, what they'll do is it's just a way
Look at that.
it's a way for us to survive. Is they'll say, well, you want us to take this and roll it in a wrap, and I'm like, so now I'm eating this almost like a sandwich, right?
Yeah, back to that.
It's it really what you need to do with a place like this is just say, hey, and I'm trying to help Taylor. Hey, that'd be great for you and your girlfriends to go and
girls not out.
Do that kind of thing. But you can get pulled in there on the date things. That's the problem. See, this is a husband-wife situation. And I've just brought something into his life that he was saved from.
Yeah.
And that's on me. Taylor, I'm so sorry.
I like salad, but I'm not like crazy about
it's
it.
not a meal.
I'm in the mood for it. Like something like that. If I was in the mood for it.
It's quick when you get to the restaurant, so you just get something going.
Sure.
Right.
I'd like to give this Chinese chicken bowl a run.
That looks pretty good.
And a lot of times when we start to bless the meal, I really don't feel like blessing it till after the salad because I'm not that thankful for salad.
All right, exactly, and that's the point.
It's not like real food,
and that's the point I'm making. All right, let's take any situation. Hey, y'all, let's say there's a text comes out, family member. Hey, we're excited. We want to know if y'all can come over. We're going to get together and we're going to celebrate. Fill in the blank. Hey,
a birthday.
A birthday. Okay. So y'all come on, and we're going to be serving salad.
Yeah.
Nobody says that.
You go, and what with it?
Hey, congratulations, you graduated from college. How about a salad? Nobody says that.
Like salad's what they bring out before the meal.
Heard you got a promotion. Let's go out and have salad.
Yeah. Tell you what, if I had a big old salad right
Rick,
now.
it's your last day at work. You put in 30 years, and we're going to celebrate that with a bowl of salad.
Now look, here's a salad with your name on it. I mean,
Since it's your last day, we're going with some bacon.
Hey, congratulations on the championship. We're all going to get salad.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
No, has that ever happened?
Never.
Come on.
I don't
mind
salad,
it,
but I don't consider it
but
the meal.
We're elevating it too much.
Yeah,
it's got its role.
The way I like a salad, it's so loaded. I just get a meal. You know what I mean?
I was gonna say there's a lot of things on their menu that's not healthy.
Right. Yeah.
Thank the Lord.
Meatball salad.
Ooh,
meatball
now
bowl.
you got me.
That's not healthy.
No.
I might have to give that a second look. That sounded more like a meal.
Yeah, it
Okay, I feel better about it.
Yeah,
what we're saying is there's places to find refuge.
Yes.
Yeah, but you can't wrap the whole theme around salad. Hey,
chip.
Hey, would you be the most hated Little League coach in the world? Tell you what, guys, we win this game, we're going to get salad.
Yeah. I mean, look, when we have the team party at the end of the year, we're having hot dogs. No, right? We're all going to have a salad.
It's nobody meeting.
Hey, so sorry about the death of your loved one. Here's a salad.
Oh yeah, especially down south.
Nobody brings that. Oh, good. Just a little comfort food. What is it? Salad.
You're right.
Right? Ever? Hey, let me tell you, so-and-so, you ever had their salad? Like that. Like how people talk about, you ever been over so-and-so's house and he cooking pork chops?
Yeah.
Has anybody ever said, you ever been at Ron's house and he puts that salad together?
Man, you ought to see the way he chops
when he
carrots.
tosses the salad.
The salads they're never celebrated.
Cucumbers are just right.
Yeah.
I know we've had this discussion, but I forgot. Are y'all blue cheese, Thousand Island, or ranch?
Thousand Island with those
Italian.
Is that my only three?
That's my only three.
Is that my only three?
Oh, you go
red
Italian.
wine, vinaigrette.
I work my way between Italian and ranch.
Blue cheese here.
All right.
And I like the
I
Olive
normally
Garden
would be Thousand Island, but I like blue cheese, and I really like poppy seed.
Bubba likes Rofer.
Rick and Bubba.
If you are asking bad questions, you're going to get bad answers. You know, if you're asking no questions at all, you're not going to get any answers. But good questions reveal good answers, and that is true of our conversations with God. That's true with our conversation with ourselves, because you are saying something every day to yourself, and your subconscious goes to work on it. And so you can say, why am I so fat? Well, that's a bad question. Because your subconscious immediately starts, well, your mother was that way. And, you're always that way. You have no discipline. You eat all the time. That's why you're so fat. You're never going to change. I mean, that's what your subconscious does. And so, but you can change that. You can set your subconscious on a search for, how can I regain the shape I had in college and be happy and not be hungry all the time? Well, it's a different question. Talking to my son the other day, he asked me, he said, Dad, he said, when I'm writing this is not gonna, I'm having a hard time with this, and this is not gonna, I'm not really a good writer. And I said, buddy, you need to stop listening to yourself and start talking to yourself again. I said, you say, how can I become a good writer?
All right. Well. I think
I want to readdress your question.
I think we're on it. I think we're getting on this, and it's even bigger than ever. We'll be right back. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba.
Andy Andrews is with us. To describe who Andy Andrews is, you must just search it for yourself. He's a noticer, I know that.
And a traveler.
He notices things that in life, and he once used that for comedy, and that served him well for a while.
Yeah.
And then you say in your book, The Little Things, where you kind of try to put all this in one book now, because you realize that if, God forbid, you were to pass away, you know the little things and what your process is, but you never have written it down. Now we have. And it's called The Little Things. Why you really should sweat the small stuff. Everything about Andy Andrews is found there in show notes today at rickandbubba.com. And he did author the Noticer, the Traveler's Gift, which was huge. I love in this for those of you out there that are ready to give up, because it talks about one of the little things is not giving up. And you hear that a lot, but Andy unpacks it in a way that is unique, because it's a little more than just somebody saying, don't ever give up. It's a little more than that. We've heard that a lot.
Right.
But you were turned down by 51 publishers.
Yeah, with the
50
Traveler's Gift.
With the Traveler's Gift, which became huge. 50,
that's one in every state.
Can you imagine, guys, hearing no 51 times? Somewhere around 36, I would have said, I guess this book's no good. You know what I mean? And
I'm starting to think I missed it.
You know what? That is a
you're
perfect
Sam
example.
I am.
That's a perfect example of that's where I learned that quality of your answers will be determined by the quality of your questions. Because truly, you get to 10 rejections, 20, and you're thinking, 30, and these are, I don't know anything. These are major publishers that are telling me what I have written is not worth putting on paper.
And it would have been easy in your mind to go, well, they must know better than me.
Right. And so the questions I'm asking myself, I really believe at that time extended this problem, because I'm asking questions like, well, is this not as good as I thought it was? Right. And, of course, my subconscious is going, well, you moron. Of course it's not as good as you thought it was. As good as you thought it was, somebody would have published it by now. You're embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing yourself and your family. And then, I'm asking questions. Is this God's way of telling me I should not be doing this? And my subconscious is going, oh, what do you want him to do? Burn a bush for you? You want him to come down and talk to you in person? I mean, come on. Yeah. But I finally asked a good question. Right. Literally, it was by accident, but I was so frustrated one day that I asked the question, how can you go around these guys? Is there anybody more powerful than a publisher? And man, out of the blue, I get this answer. Is there anybody more powerful than a publisher? Yes, a publisher's wife. And I was at a thing next week, and the publisher is a banquet thing, and the publisher, their company had already turned down the book, and his wife, I just knew somebody's going to be nice. What are you doing? So I said, so what are you doing, Andy? And I said, well, I'm working on a book. The family goes through a tough time. The dad gets to travel through time, meeting with 7 historical figures, gets to be with Anne Frank, gets to be with Lincoln at Gettysburg, and each of them give a decision that if he puts in life, things will change. And she says, wow, that sounds very interesting. I'd like to read that sometime. And I said, I got a manuscript in the car. And I found out later, they stayed up all night. Well, she stayed up all night reading it. He stayed up all night because she was going, listen to this part, listen to this part. Right. And within a week, we had a deal.
Well, see, and that's doing it a different way. And I used that when Sherry went through her deal shopping the book, which you were very kind to do an incredible review on. And when she was shopping it and she was getting turned down, I was saying, remember Andy's story. We're nowhere near that yet.
Right.
And you know what she started thinking is, well, did I? It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. We have an opportunity for the people to speak, and we want you to come on in right now. You make a comment, you ask a question, you bring information to the table. It is not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs, but everything else is there. And if you got something to say or something to ask, it is time to move. The lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Ding, 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 ding. All right. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program will come to a close, and then we will move to the next caller. I know that we, while you're coming in, have a couple of videos that we didn't get to today, and these are pretty quick, so if you're calling right now, you're fine. We'll get to you momentarily. Have you seen this one, Bubba, where the Russian tank fires a missile at a person that is shooting video?
I did see, if it's a clip I'm thinking of, I did see it, and it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, this is like northeast of Kyiv.
I'll watch this.
All right, so
it's coming down the main road there.
Oh, wow! Well, how about you're the one shooting video?
And I mean,
and they fire on you.
You see the flash, and that corner of the building is just destroyed.
Did you see that?
Oh, I know.
Greg, did you see that?
And how about he's way down the street. I mean, he's a block and a half, 2 blocks away.
Wow.
Good gracious alive.
So really
watch the flash. You see the flash and then the destruction.
There it is. Boom. Wow.
Gracious.
So I'm filming it, and it fires at me.
Wow.
I don't know if he was shooting at the guy videoing or what.
Man.
I'd stay out of the front of that tank.
And does he shoot again here? Or is this a continuation of the first shot? Or
I think we're just showing it again.
Okay, because it doesn't look like it stops.
Yeah, maybe not. Oh, by the way, a lot of
car alarms going.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Okay, yeah, it was just one.
Wow. A lot of people also continuing on the. First of all, somebody says they just sent me an advertisement for Atlanta's best steakhouse. Guess what the name of it is?
Yeah, I saw that.
Chopped.
Yeah.
And
slightly different.
And the other is, has a quarterback ever bought the offensive lineman salad for doing a good job?
That's a good one.
To the phones we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. JR, Center, Alabama. You got 30 seconds, JR. Go right ahead.
Yeah, my question mainly for you, Rick. All this stuff about the cancellation of the mandates, where's Dr. Fauci in all this?
All of this is problematic.
I know that's your favorite doctor. So
yeah. You talking about the high priest of health? I don't know where Fauci's gone.
It's Fauci.
Well, he's out there looking for that next variant, Rick, to scare the heck out of everybody with. And let me tell you, when it comes along, it'll be the most contagious one yet.
Oh yes,
much more contagious than Omicron.
And end of time, especially for small children who need to take 8 shots before they're sick.
Right.
Cowboy, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Cowboy.
Morning, fellas.
How about a cowboy?
I got a question. I've heard a lot of people say, from the season of your steak, you don't need any kind of steak sauce with it. What are y'all's thoughts on that?
I think what you were saying is,
should you use steak sauce if the steak is prepared properly?
I'm a little bit, and I know you're the same way, Bubba. I don't adhere to that because sometimes I like the way certain sauces go with the rub or the way that the steak was made. I like the combination of the flavors.
And then there are some that I won't.
And there are some I don't.
Yeah, I think some of it may be more habit than anything.
But
we're just used to dragging it through something.
Mm-hmm.
But I always enjoy all the dipping sauces. So
yeah, so there are sometimes
it can add.
It's all according to what kind of mood I'm in.
Yeah. Sometimes yay, sometimes nay. It's just whatever.
Depends
it really
on
doesn't have anything to do with the steak itself. Sometimes.
Yeah, but I do not adhere to it's disrespectful to put sauce on a steak, or somehow that's that means the person didn't prepare it well.
Yeah, I'm not that way.
Jeremy and Coleman. Jeremy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. We was on a cruise last week, and to get on the cruise, we had to be vaccinated and then have a negative COVID test before we got on the ship. But then once we're on the ship, inside we had to wear a mask, which didn't make no sense. If everybody's vaccinated and everybody's negative, why do we still have to wear a mask?
Yeah, I would have just told the cruise people to cram the cruise. I mean, there's no ways I would have gone along with that. I mean, that just
tough to eat an all-night buffet with a mask on.
Yeah, for real. It costs, like you said, it's a lunacy. Toby and Hartzell. Toby, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yes. Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I wanted to see if y'all seen the news story where the guy convinced the church he was Ed Sheeran for $35 in a sandwich.
Speedy is saying that's a fake story.
It is. It's fake.
Unfortunately,
it's funny.
But it happened last year, and it was in a publication that through our research we saw it was fake.
Okay. So people research.
You should have saw the guy's page. There he is.
Yeah, look at him now.
He convinced everybody he was Ed Sheeran?
Well, the story's not true.
It must be Ed Sheraton after an illness or something.
Let's go to John in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. John, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was calling to give a little steak story. I was actually at a well-known steakhouse not too long ago. Asked for A1 sauce, and the head chef himself came out with a look of pure disgust to bring me the A1 sauce. So, needless to say, I don't think all steaks should have steak sauce. So.
Yeah, you're right. I've had that same experience.
So he personally had to deliver it.
But Rick, it's just, I mean, it's all part of the presentation.
I know,
like
but
I say,
some chefs don't like it.
Well, I mean, you're there to eat the meal how you want it. If they're that tore up about A1, don't stock it in the restaurant.
Well, there it is. Makes a lot of sense.
Now, a lot of times the bottle's pretty dusty where they've got it.
I know. Rich, Des Moines, Iowa. Rich, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for sharing green eggs and ham. But I got one thing. Over 50 years of my life, I thought it was about green eggs and ham, not green eggs and green ham.
Really?
So you thought the ham was normal?
Yeah, you thought the green eggs were the only green
I've
part.
never seen the book.
Yeah. There it is.
Well, you know what? We learn something each and every day.
Man, we're teaching. But you're right. If you just hear it, I can see that. Yeah. Since I've seen the cartoon book so long, I've always pictured it that way. But if you've never seen it, let's go to let's go to Jake at State Farm. Jake, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, guys. I don't know if anybody's made this point yet or not, but after watching all the residents of the nursing home there at Washington, D.C. last night hug and kiss each other after the speech, I'd pretty much say that signifies the end of the pandemic. If it is safe for those 80 and 90-year-old coots to be, that close to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Biden did that thing where he sticks his forehead on somebody's forehead. He did that to this lady.
What is that?
I don't know.
Why are we not talking about how weird that is more?
It's very weird.
I mean, that's a strange thing. That's something animals do.
I know.
What is it? What are we talking about here? This is President of the United
like
States.
A cat up against a window.
Oh, gosh. Hey, thanks for being with us. We're wrapping up this hour, and if that wraps up the day for you, thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.